Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas, once again joined by the Val Danalist 3 days in a row. This is the day that we're actually supposed to cast together, though.
Yeah.
So this is the good one. We've made it.
Yeah.
We got there in the end.
We're here on Saturday, as we normally are.
Yeah.
And we got some good games. We got DWG up against Team Dynamics to start us off, and we'll just have to wait and see if DWG can 2-0 another team as strongly as they have been to so many of the teams here in the LCK.
Yeah, exactly. And if DWG do that, they are on track to equalize with SKT of 2015. We talk about this all the time, but it is a huge record. A plus 29 game score has not happened ever other than that 1 year. And we'll see whether they can get there, because it's unprecedented, right? Remember, this team went on to win Worlds. Marin got MVP of Worlds that season. He also got 36 solo kills in the final, season of the year.
Yeah.
It was an unbelievable performance from this team, and it certainly bodes well for DWG moving towards international competition. But we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. Points of the match will start things off. The Will of D unfolded in a different storyline. I have no idea what that means, but I love it. That is a fantastic line.
The Will of D.
Yep. Dynamics hasn't won a series in round 2, and DWG is undefeated in round 2. It's a One Piece meme, according to GSUM. We're just not weaving enough, I don't think. I don't know. But yeah, Dynamics, they do need to get back on track. Remember, this was the start of DWG's winning streak. In fact, that was the first win back after losing to DRX very early on. You know, this was a while back. So looking forward to seeing what DWG has in store for us. Remember, Lilia is enabled. She was played yesterday. And Canyon likes having a bit of fun. He also really likes farming. Lilia really likes to farm, so maybe it's going to be a Canyon champion. He also enjoys playing the AP. So we might have to be talking about Watch Out Eep again today.
Again, it was fun, you know, getting the new champion in and seeing what it can do. Kind of testing it out was DRX, and I mean, it looked okay from what we could see. It doesn't look like it's going to be a game changer or anything like that. Volibear still on top of the jungle totem pole for now. And yeah, I wonder if DWG really would be the team to come out here and test it up against Team Dynamics, as it's going to be an interesting one. Definitely we have a clear favorite and underdog as
the stats come up just as you say that.
Baron percentage is 100%. They get Baron in 100% of their games?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
In round 2.
Oh, yeah. These round 2 stats are really throwing me off.
Yeah. So this is just round 2. It just shows that DWG have gone from really good in round 1 to even better in round 2.
Yeah.
That's what these stats are saying. Team KDA of almost 10 is ludicrous. Absolutely insane. The goal difference is almost 10K at 20 minutes on average.
Yeah,
on average, Brendan.
Oh, man.
But that dragon percentage really could be higher. 74.5%, that is pathetic.
Only 75%.
Yeah, it's really not what you want.
You
Guga Doctor, Kuzan,
guys.
Beyond, and Rich will be your Team Dynamics roster. No changes, of course. Hashtag no changes here for Team Dynamics. And they, in fact, don't have any subs. So there was not going to be a chance that anyone else was coming in. However, on the side of DWG, they could have subbed in Flame. They didn't. They could have subbed in Nuclear. They didn't. And they could have subbed in Hoyt. They didn't. So it is going to be exactly the same roster. You got debated, but
as it goes,
we had to try and find something interesting, because these rosters haven't changed all season long. So
yeah, I actually had this weird dream where I was watching DWG, and it was actually Hoyt in the support role. I don't remember much else, but that is one of the things I remembered. So maybe I had kind of like a fever dream in Worlds when somehow Hoyt overcomes Beryl, because Beryl is definitely one of the best supports right now in the LCK. So I don't think that will happen. And apparently, Nuggery has been having an insane round 2, as have all of the players there, as Rich does a lot of damage for his team. That hasn't changed. Yeah,
so he's 3rd on damage percent. Nuggery is 2nd. I'd be interested to figure out who 1st is, as I think it might be Canna, actually. Who's got that first as far as damage share is concerned. But damage share is a really interesting stat when it comes to DWG, because Canyon does way more damage than most other junglers, because he likes to play things like Karthus, and Showmaker is on this team. So doing more damage is, in comparison to your teammates, is a really rough stat to track. However, Nogri is first in every single other metric that we had listed there. I think isolated deaths is still pretty up there for Nogri. He does like to die, but he certainly likes to come back and kill himself. So we'll see whether it is going to be Rich that's going to get the better of him in lane. Kuzan on your screen right here, feeling the pressure just a little bit. He was sort of the god of the challenger mid lane. And since making his way back to the LCK, it has been much like it was when he was here previously. You know, middle of the pack, mid laner. As Showmaker looking like he's ready to go back to bed.
He's ready to go home.
Yeah.
He's like, how fast can I end this game today?
I mean, that's what he says every single week.
Exactly. So. He's trying to make it home as fast as possible.
Ooh, and Pog standings, another thing that we got to talk about. If Showmaker gets back-to-back Pogs, he's going to equalize with BDD at the top of the standings on 1,200 points. So keep your eye out for some of those Showmaker super plays. Yeah. I'm not going to be skewing the standings. That's going to be up to good old Valdanalis right next to me here, who can throw in some bias.
We've been being non-biased, right? I voted for Doran over Keria yesterday. Keria still won, of course, because it's Keria.
Yep.
But yeah, we'll just vote for whoever deserves it the most. As Beryl, I believe, is also on that list. He's down at like 800, I think, or 700.
Yeah.
Definitely up there in terms of those Pog points. So we'll see who does win it from DWG if they do win, which who knows.
Indeed. They haven't won a series yet. Yeah.
Maybe Team Dynamics come out here in 2-0. That would be the talk of the LCK, wouldn't it?
That's some spicy suggestions you've got there, Valdez. As Set and TF going to be our first two bans as we hop into ban and pick for game number 1. Dynamics on the blue side wearing their blue colors. Perfect. Love it.
Yes.
My OCD is well and truly quenched.
Well, we have a green-blue team on the red side, so that doesn't don't really match.
I'm not looking at
Did you ever notice how Karma's colors match really well with DWG's colors?
And yet, ironically, they hate playing Karma.
Yeah, they don't play Karma very often.
No.
I mean, they have Nuguri and Showmaker as solo laners, so
yeah,
why would you?
You're not going to flex.
And Beryl as a support, why would you?
You have like the ultra engaged support player who's never going to play Karma, absolutely.
Yeah,
and then two solo laners that just want to have fun, so yeah. That ain't happening. DWG thinking about their final ban here. Caitlyn's still available. In fact, the entire 80 carry pool is still up.
Yeah, this is a very tier list kind of ban phase. You know, it's just like, who's strong right now? Let's take him off the board. And they've done exactly that, as Ashe is going to be prioritized even with the Caitlyn ban. They say, no, Ashe is just a really good 80 carry on top of it.
Ezreal Bard probably going to be locked in here by DWG if we're continuing to go down the tier list. But maybe they have something special planned. And Senna looks to be coming out. So now Canyon can pick his jungler if he would like to. Volibear having been banned, and Senna being picked actually means that Olaf goes up just a little bit as far as priority.
DWG, we're watching T1. And
Italy.
They decided Senna is really strong. I mean, Ghost, obviously, definitely, probably the most supportive 80 carry in the LCK, and Beryl is, of course, really aggressive. The Wukong is banned, and so is the Set. So it's going to be interesting to see what does go along the Senna down on the bottom side. I wouldn't expect Beryl really to play that, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yep. Beryl could go back to an old favorite in the Maokai if he would like to. Okay, this is Dynamics, so of course the Lucian's going to come in. It's not going to be in the 80 carry position, but Rich and Kuzan both absolutely love this. And we saw Chovy recently pull it out in the mid lane, going for the full crit Lucian build, pretending that he's like Ashe or Caitlyn.
Yeah.
And really doing massive damage. Also farming way more than he should. That doesn't really make sense. But it is going to be for the top lane as Zoe is going to be locked in. So all of our carries, priority picked here for Dynamics. And on the blue side, it is a side where you can get away with doing that a little bit more often than red. On red, you probably should be saving a few of those counter picks. But now DWG don't even need to worry about it.
Ooh. What is Showmaker going to play here? Are they going to pick for Showmaker just yet? Because
I think they need to pick for Noguri, otherwise they're going to ban away a lot of different options into the Lucian. This is still a flex, and that is going to be the Renekton. That'll be the answer into the Lucian.
Oh, man. Very interesting. It's something that we have seen here in the LCK, picking the Renekton into stuff like Lucian, like Jace, these lane bullies that are so annoying to deal with, and Renekton is one of those champions that can deal with it very well, even though he is melee. So,
yeah,
you know, we used to have a lot of like Gnar or like Kennen coming in here, but the Renekton priority in the LCK has gone way up, which is very clear in recent times. And
it's interesting because we've had really strong opinions about Renekton. That is absolutely true. But with the fact that the LCK has started becoming so much faster,
yeah,
I think teams are valuing the Renekton so much more due to that. Because if games on average go for 25 minutes, then all of Renekton's problems are kind of alleviated because he never gets to the point where he's utterly irrelevant, that we of course talk about all the time. And it's going to be Renekton Nidalee, which is one of the favorite combos here for a lot of teams. They will be playing with their cards a little bit face up, especially into a Lucian lane. The Renekton will need help. So we'll see how Canyon's going to be out of path to make sure that he can get towards that top lane and try and at least get a flash early to alleviate some of that pressure onto Noguri. We're getting ahead of ourselves just a little bit. Brad and Olaf to be banned away here by DWG. There's Pantheon looking for a partner here on the ban list for Dynamics.
Yeah. How many bans is Beryl going to eat this game? Like,
I don't know about the Pantheon ban, honestly. I don't know whether Senna Pantheon is exactly the greatest of lanes, but
it works.
Maokai,
definitely
okay.
Go, and there's the Maokai that you were talking about. And, I mean, what's left here for Beryl? What is he going to be playing? We could wait and see. They could save the counter pick for the support role because they already know what's going mid and what's going top here on the side of Team Dynamics.
You know what it is? It's fasting Senna Renekton bot.
Ooh, Azir.
All right. Azir coming out for
Senna Renekton. Not sure about that one, but that would make...
Senekton.
Wow.
Yeah.
That would make Renekton's, his stonk prices are going up recently. They're going to go even farther up if he can be flexed into support with Senna.
That's a very expensive handbag.
Yeah.
Right there. And as Rek'Sai, the Rek'Sai Zoe synergy looking to come out here, and it is going to be beyond locking that one in. Back when he was on MVP, certainly absolutely loved the Rek'Sai, but I guess everyone did back then. And Guga, what is he going to be playing here? Very squishy, his dynamics at the moment. We might need a tanky engage style of support, but you may not want to. Having a bit of range could be good, and some safety here with the Thresh.
Yeah. They could just go also the DRX comp, where they have no tanks, only damage. Everybody's really squishy, but also mobile. But they do go with the Thresh, which I do feel like that does complement this comp very well. And obviously, tons of follow-up on some of the engage and pick that they already have. But that does mean that we're saving Beryl's Alistair potentially as the counter pick.
Do it. I want this so bad. 1 second to go, and it will be Leona. So it won't be the fasting Senna. We're just going to be doing as much damage as possible, and there's just more engage options and maybe a little bit more reliable engage. With the Leona, Shield of Daybreak, who are her opponents, and it's funny, like picking Leona into Thresh, which is like the classic counter to the Zenith Blade with the Flay.
Yeah.
It's an odd choice, but just showing that DWG aren't really picking this for lane. They just want those solo players for the team fight. And they can set up some pretty amazing Emperor's Divides with Noguri just slicing and dicing around, chomping people up.
And this is a DWG gaming composition nowadays, because this is something that if you get ahead, you can end the game in like 23 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Like Renekton Nidalee is the new Renekton Elise, and that's definitely, you highlighted it there. That duo is definitely part of the reason why Renekton stonks have gone up a lot as well. And they can just get such an early lead with that comp. But we're first going to take a look here at Team Dynamics' comp. You can see that their ability to just shave one person away from the 5 and just chomp down on them and make it a 5v4 real quick is going to be quite good. Obviously, I think Ninja Tabi will be nice, but at the same time, you're dealing with Zoe and Thresh, so perhaps not. Probably we'll see a mix of boots on their side, as this is the very scary DWG composition.
Yep, they will have mid-priority here for DWG. Azir will be able to shove the Zoe in early, but it's likely that that will be alleviated once mid-game comes around, which is, of course, where Zoe does absolutely thrive. Looking at the Dynamics comp, though, as we hop into game number 1, I'd like to dub this the, Vision Hacks comp. We could call it like the black sheep wall, because they've got Tremor Sense, they've got Portal Jump from Zoe, which gives you a lot of added vision over walls, everything like that, and they've got Hawkshot. Like, they barely need wards. It's insane.
Yeah.
And if they're able to use Hawkshots effectively and keep Rich safe, then this Lucian will almost always know that Canyon's not around him and he can keep putting on pressure. And that's exactly what top lane Lucian needs to do. And remember, guys, like, this is Rich's pick. He was Lucian Aatrox 2-trick in Challenger. This had to be banned by, like, every single team. They banned these away because he was just too good. And we saw what Smeb could do on it. We saw what Canna could do on it. The top lane Lucian does have a lot of potential, but it's a huge coin flip. And Dynamics need to try and get the Lucian ahead in any way possible.
Yeah. And speaking of Rich's Lucian, just a fun stat. He has 12 unique champions played. He only has win rates on 2 of them. Lucian is one of them. The other one is Volibear. So
yeah.
He's 2-1 so far on the Lucian. We'll see if he can potentially stack up another win as DWG Gaming.
No.
They never stop with the aggression, Atlas.
Yep, they're going to move in. They're going to find Beyond, who immediately flashes, and he'll lose his red buff. This is utter disaster for the early game of Dynamics, and really smart from DWG.
I thought Canyon was going to go across for a second. I'm like, this guy's actually insane.
Well, it is going to sacrifice lane just a little. You saw that Ghost and Beryl lost out on a bit of experience. But winning this jungle matchup is absolutely huge for everything that we spoke about before about the Lucian. I think, like, the top lane is going to be very, very important for how this game is going to go. Because if the Renekton gets too big, like, Dynamics are all squishy. Like, the Crocodile gets near anyone, he just eats them.
Oh, look at the pathing here from Canyon. He is going straight for his other red, but Beyond is coming in here at the same time. He's not at full health.
And Tremor Sense hasn't actually been activated yet, unless Canyon was just out of range.
I think now?
No, he doesn't have the skill.
Wow.
He doesn't have the skill.
Oh, right.
So he actually can't utilize it as Canyon's going to land the spear.
He has no flash, remember.
Yep. Pounce comes forward. That's a really good interrupt, but Showmaker's here. Doesn't have Shifting Sands yet, remember, guys, but Beyond is just going to get pounced on by Canyon. It's just a matter of time. Red buff's there. Smite comes in. Canyon's going to land a spear onto the blue buff. As there it is, first blood, as we expected, and the Tentacle Monster comes out. Vel'Koz represent.
He's already leashing the blue as he's chasing down Beyond for the kill.
It's like Beyond was a Gromp,
yeah.
and he was like doing the double leash.
He's just farming both of them at the same time. Just Canyon things as... Oh, man. Beyond goes for the risky play, and he gets caught out there. And you can see he was very tentative about getting in, as the hook is going to get flashed.
Yeah, Ghost is going to do a bit of damage to Dr. But as you can see, the Ashe very strong at this stage of the game. And Beyond now still level 2. He's taken 1 camp. And now it looks like this Rift Scuttler might be helping him get back just a little bit. Great reaction there from Rich to relentlessly pursue backwards. I know that's the wrong way of saying it, but that's a proper noun.
He's pursuing his safety.
He's pursuing the reverse direction.
Yes.
Pursuing the wall. His
like
own
this.
turret. Yeah, holding the minion wave.
And then he just decides, actually, never mind.
It is going to make sure that the wave is on his side, but he'll be able to build it up. And I guess maybe if Beyond's going to look for a gank, or a dive, stacking the wave will be a good idea. Let's see whether that is what Rich is going for here. Because that will eventually push back recovery.
You can see here some of the stats for the Team Dynamics picks. Obviously, Kuzan has played a lot of Zoe himself, as here's the gank.
Yep, Beyond's going to come in. Beryl does have Eclipse as he's looking for the stun onto Dr. That's a great step back, though. Guga did use his flash, but that's a very easy kill. Down 1, suffer 1 on the bottom side. They are still ahead in gold, but anything to get this Rek'Sai to some point where she's relevant is important, because at the moment, struggling a whole lot. Yeah. 4-0 for Canyon, 2-0 for Noggery. Showmaker's first Azir game. That's crazy.
He sees Keria and he's like, well, I want to have a lot of unique champions myself. Let me play Azir here. Azir, obviously, quite good into the Zoe with the portal jump back to handle that, and Emperor's Divider. As this was just a really nice setup gank. I think that DWG didn't really have the lane in position to get vision down. So with no flash on Leona, you're just a sitting duck. Even if you are a little bit tanky, you're still not going to have a fun time if it is 3-on-2 and you have no vision. And Rek'Sai has that unique ability to go over the wall.
Yep, flash immediately from Rich. Not wasting any time, but that is still a successful gank. This is exactly what we're talking about. Canyon had to be there, at least at some point before level 6. And he made it level 5, but beyond. Looking for potential gank himself. Noguri moving out of the way, and level 6 is very important to try and stave off ganks. He's not there just yet. There's the Zenith Blade. Cougar actually getting taken down very low. Hook comes back. Max range onto the Leona, but Piercing Darkness is going to be there. And Ghost will be able to just go into the Shroud, and he'll be absolutely fine. As Docdom and Guga are actually having a really good time here in this lane. We've been very critical of Docdom, especially. Good to see that he's performing decently, at least so far.
Kuzan is pretty aggressive in this lane. He's got Beyond's nearby, as looks like we're all grouping up for a potential dragon take here, but Canyon and Beryl want to try to shut it down. They're not going to be able to, as the Scuttle Crab is taken away. And Canyon looking for something to do. Not quite going to get on top of Kuzan as he's spotted on the ward. The top lane seemingly very even. You see it's pushing into Rich, but he's behind just a bit on CS, so very, very even in terms of the CS numbers up in the top side. And again, that's what Renekton can do. That's part of the reason why we see him more often. As here we go.
Yeah, that's the all-in from Noguri. He's doing a lot of damage here to Rich. The culling comes out. Noguri's going to back away. So R buttons traded for R buttons. But remember, Noguri has flash. And he is definitely eradicating this lane of any Lucians. He's going to look for that back. And as soon as Noguri gets the Ninja Tabi, that's when it's sort of time for him to start going in and going aggressive. But this is a disaster. No teleport on Rich. And he's now trying to make his way back with just a longsword. He did not want to be backing then. And it just shows, like, you just need to have some sort of advantage, get to around level 6 or 7, and then these all-ins from the Renekton can work for a few levels at least. It's just the danger of this top lane Lucian that just requires you to keep the pressure on so much. It's almost like both of them are pretty similar situations. Although I feel like the coin flip is a little bit larger for Illusion.
Looking to potentially get the flash away from Kuzan, but Guger is there. Rift Herald just spawned, so that's why Guger and Beryl have rotated up to the top side of the map here. I think with the jungle control that DWGN have right now, Dynamics might just want to give away this objective, but we see that they're all grouping up here. Beyond's not even level 6. So I'm not really sure if Team Dynamics can force a fight here and win it, as Canyon very confidently just going to start up this objective.
Yeah, Rich is going to make it down to the river, so theoretically there is a little bit of lane priority there, but Noguri, he went back, Ninja Tabi done, as well as the Vampiric Scepter. And he's also pressed the attack Renekton. We've seen a few of the Conqueror varieties, but he just wants to do as much damage as possible. His bubble's not going to land onto Beryl. Very skinny is Leona, apparently. And that is free Rift Herald going over to Damwon. And I think that all stems from the level 1. Canyon being able to find that advantage, being so much stronger. Noguri getting chunked a little bit here, but has Dominus available yet again. Still no flash for Rich.
Noguri missed 2 CS in a row. He's only looking for the trade.
Yep, there's the slice and dice. Piercing Light comes in. That is going to be the full culling, but avoided. And Noguri grabs the solo kill. That's what happens when you have flash and your opponent doesn't. Renekton is going to reign supreme here. Now 20 CS in the lead. He'll crash it into the turret and grab some plates as Showmaker shifts the sands, and he'll be absolutely fine. And Rich's famous Lucian not really working out so far this game.
Yeah, he was set pretty far behind after losing the trade just before, and with no flash, as you mentioned, he is not going to be able to get away from that Renekton. So you just got to play safer in that moment. But as Lucian, that's kind of the last thing you want to do. You want to have
You're not allowed to, right? Yeah.
But it's like, it's a lose-lose, right? It's like either you die like this.
잡았어.
Noguri says, I got him.
앞을 빠지고 잡았어.
I used my flash. As, wow, down in the bottom lane, Ghost is dead.
He is. He didn't use his flash, as now we're looking for Rich yet again. Yep, Spear is going to connect because it's free. And yeah, the Mika really being culled up here.
You see the sad B?
Yeah, sad B is the saddest, man.
It makes me feel bad when I kill people and they throw out the sad B. It's it just feels like bullying in that case.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what it's feeling like up towards the top lane. The Crocodile and the Kitty Cat. Really putting that pressure on. And this snowball is really starting to become a problem. It is a Drake that's going to be taken as an answer, but giving all of that money early to the Renekton means that his relevance is going to stick around for so much longer. Not going to be a lot of opportunity for Rich to try and exert his pressure, as his Blade of the Ruin King is on the way, but he has no boots. The Ninja Tabi that Nuguri put together early, definitely doing work.
Yeah. I think he's one of the players that should pick up the Ninja Tabi as he's going up against the Lucian. We'll see how many others do get it. We already have Leona picking it up, but notice that the Merc Dreads up against the Zoe lane is there for Showmaker.
Also having it against Ashe is a good idea as well, so you can certainly understand that.
And Thrash and all the other stuff they have there. As I'm going to take another look here at the bottom side play, as they know Guger's in the brush, but they just... They're still standing nearby, and they just get hooked. It's the cleanest, most straightforward Thresh kill that you've ever seen.
And we've gone from one very understandable kill on the bottom side to another one up towards the top lane as the sad B comes out again, and we're sad all over again.
Yeah. Diana's really trying to force this mid gank onto Showmaker. He knows what happens if you leave Showmaker alone. Probably a pentakill sometime in the mid-game at about 21 minutes, and then the game ends. So he's trying, but he's not finding much luck. As Showmaker also has his flash still, so that gank is just not really going to work.
These are looking like some gold numbers from old DWG before Ghost joined the roster. Is Guga going to get slowed? There's the flash forward from Beryl. They're going to land a spear, but the Zenith Blade came down because, of course, he held on to it. Guga goes golden, and now in goes Beyond, but he's mega squishy. Canyon not going to be taken. Oh. And Doctom, he does eventually find the kill under the Nidalee, but Ghost now trying to trade back, and Showmaker slides on in and collects the Ashe for himself. Now, Kuzan here trying to tidy up. I don't think he's going to be able to. Beryl was lit on fire with a counterfeit ignite, but that's going to be about it for Kuzan.
Yeah, nice start there from DWG. It was a 3-on-2 to start. Kuzan's got to be careful. He does have that W flash, so he's kind of recklessly portal jumping forward, but still Emperor's Divide and Flash available on Showmaker. So he's just going to sit back, wait, and farm under the turret. As Guger had Flash and Stopwatch, and they were still going for that play onto the Thresh, which I thought was kind of interesting, but they didn't want to have him save the Ashe. Here we go again.
Oh my god, Noguri damage! And Beyond, what are you doing here? You can't fight this huge crocodile. He's level 11. He's 4 levels ahead of the jungler.
It's Godzilla.
It's so Showmaker. Yeah, he's absolutely Godzilla. This is, now it's so funny because Smeb seems to have found success on both of these picks, the Lucian and the Renekton, in recent times. But it is definitely his example of Renekton play as Guga. He's going to come in. They're going to force Canyon out, but Canyon did manage to grab the Krug as Doctom gets chunked about half by one spear. Rod of Ages completed at 12 minutes, I believe.
Yeah.
13
Canyon,
maybe for Canyon.
Canyon doesn't go for the, you know, Unholy Grail or anything like that. He goes straight for the scaling the damage, stacking fun as, wow, that was a nice bubble. He somehow knew that Showmaker was backing in that brush and was able to keep him here. As here's another replay. You see that Canyon is on vision. So Guger, I think, probably shouldn't be up that far, but he knows he has Flash and Stopwatch with Beyond coming, so he's like, maybe we can turn this around. And Canyon gets extremely low. Notice how he survives here. The quick heal into the swipe. Eventually does go down, turns into a 1v1, or a 1-for-1 rather, as Doctom is kind of left out to dry. Not much that Guger can do as he was so low. This is Rich just kind of face checking, getting burst 100-0 by Godzilla.
Yeah. This is like, I don't even know which version of Godzilla this is, like the scariest one. Not the one in the most recent one, because Godzilla seemed like a good guy in that movie. It was
Yeah,
one of
that's
the,
weird.
It was one of like the 90s Godzilla, where he was just 100% evil monster of doom. Yeah, he's Nogari's massive. Level 12, highest level in the game. He's ahead of Rich by 2 levels.
Yeah.
And he's keeping up all of this pressure. Probably holding onto a lot of gold as well as Kuzan. He's going to get out of there.
Yeah, used his own heal, it looks like, as Shirley going to be dropped down here in the mid lane. And they're just, they're kind of bullying Kuzan out of this one, as Beyond is so far behind that he can't do anything. He's 3 levels behind Canyon right now. I mean, he's just non-existent after the way that the early game played itself out.
Yep.
Where at level 1, he got his buff stolen, and then he tried to invade without flash and got killed. So it's kind of a 5v4 at this point in time. Very unfortunate for Beyond, because Canyon has, Cougar didn't even realize that that wasn't his turret.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, let me just push up. But that was the sand or the sun turret.
The sun disc, as it were. It is going to be taken down there by the Thresh, as the arrow is going to connect onto Ghost. Teleport comes in from Dynamics. Double teleport immediately to follow up, as Ghost will probably not. He's not going to die. They're going to back away too early. And Showmaker and Nogari come in to save their little AD carry here towards the bottom side. Okay, in goes the Zenith Blade. Solar Flare landing there, as well as the Zoe's going to be the first one taken down. Beyond has about 2.5 health, as he's going to get the heck out of there. Showmaker still has Emperor's Divide, but not a lot of health bar, and Nogari as well. He's got a massive bounty. Rich looks for it, but the volley is going to ring true. Rich grabs a kill off the back, and Dynamics are turning it all on its head. Canyon can't find the spear, and it was just a little bit too much there for Damwon.
You know, Duck Dom, we don't talk about him too often here on this Team Dynamics team, but he gets a winning bot lane for the first time in a while, and he was able to carry really hard in that last fight. As Damwon, they don't want to give this one up. It is a 3-on-4. They're thinking about going for the fight here.
Yeah, they're not done yet. Spear is going to come through, but it's not going to be able to take a Drake or anything like that. And that is going to be the second one taken here by Dynamics. 2 dragons to 0. This could be something that Dynamics can hold on to as they look for some sort of late game advantage. I mean, their team doesn't necessarily scale that well either. They've got a lot of squishies. Does help the relevance of this Renekton stay intact for a long time.
Yeah. And let's take a look here once again, the nice setup, and then 5 bajillion teleports came in. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 from each side do get used, and it kind of, you know, we wait here. Nothing much is happening, but everybody kind of knows a fight is brewing. And then eventually, just the engage onto Kuzan. Really nice job by Beryl. They immediately take the Zoe out of the fight, and you're thinking, oh, okay, here we go. It's Damwon again. But look at how Duckdom fights against everything. Him and Rich, the 2 of them are just like 2 turrets playing tower defense against the giant monsters that are Ghost, Showmaker, and Nuggery. And they just get kited down so well by the Frost arrows. And you can see that Beryl and Canyon on the left, they're like desperately trying to get into the fight, but they can't quite do it, really. And they're the 2 supports that are supposed to, you know, heal their front line.
Yeah.
And all that stuff, but they were kind of separated there. Damwon probably playing that one a little bit too aggressively, trying to force it. And the kiting was so effective that Showmaker, he had his flash and his ultimate available, but he could just never find a good place to use it.
Didn't want to flash underneath the turret there as Rich. He's under his, but Solar Flare's going to get a nice slow. And Canyon, he'll make it out. Beryl as well. Soaking a lot of damage there with the Eclipse. And a few Primal Surges later, and Canyon will be back to terrorizing the jungle. Kuzan with some spare time here towards the top lane, and Duckdom and Guga in mid, wanting to get some work done on these turrets. But Damwon, they're going to join this one very early and deny any sort of damage onto the turret nicely. Showmaker splitting on the bottom side, and it feels like at this stage that Damwon has more players on the map than Dynamics do. And yeah, Showmaker not in any danger, but still decides that he wants to leave. Nogari picks up the minion wave that was delivered to him by Kuzan. And I think he went back and built a full Black Cleaver, as he's 64 CS in the lead against the Lucian. And that, guys, is bad news for the Lucian.
Yeah, definitely. And He's going to be frontline. He's going to be slicing and dicing and swiping, all the good stuff that Renekton does. So can try to stack up a little bit for Ghost, I assume. But at the same time, it's not really Ghost that's the carry on his team. It's kind of the Nidalee and the Azir at this point that are going to be doing the heavy lifting in terms of the damage. So maybe a different item could have been considered, as we're just kind of sitting here now. We're waiting for the Infernal Drake soul that is coming in. Note that Team Dynamics got the first 2 Drakes in this game, even though Damwon have been ahead for the majority of it. So they've been able to stack up a couple. This does mean that if the game goes the distance and Damwon get 4 Infernal Drakes instead of 2, it's probably going to benefit them in the end. But we'll see how this one does play out.
Yep, for right now, those Drakes are going to be helping Dynamics just a little bit, trying to alleviate this 5,000 gold lead stat advantage. But as you can see, it's been a very sad Rek'Sai day. This game, sort of the lead that Noguri had, all stemmed from that red buff invade at level 1. Really intelligently done by Damwon to navigate themselves to a point where they could get the Renekton into a great spot. The last team fight not working out here, but now they're just going to go for the raid boss as Noguri is spotted. Damwon moving on over here. Canyon turns up and they're going to continue. The rest of Dynamics moving forward. Of course, Vision not at a premium for Dynamics because they have Hawk Shots, they've got Tremor Sensors, they've got all of the different options. And so no sneaky Barons to be had here for Damwon. Now Dynamics with the inside track on this inner turret and only 36 seconds on the Infernal Drake. Means that maybe going for the Baron was a rough idea. Canyon going to get chunked a little bit by Kuzan, but no bubbles. Now this is going to be the fight, as Damwon do not want to give away Soul Point to Dynamics. Too much of a coin flip.
In the fight, again, it's going to come down to Kuzan, Duckdom, and Rich trying to kite. I think that Beyond, still very far behind, is going to find difficulty finding too much efficiency and effectiveness here in this fight. But let's see what he can do as Kuzan trying to poke it down to start us off.
Yep, Lantern thrown out. Now that's going to be on cooldown as Guga also throwing the hook in there. Now Damwon's turn to try and get some poke through. Paddle Stars being avoided, Bubbles not landing. That's good news here for Damwon as they vie for position. Turret going to go down. I believe that was the inner in mid lane. As Spear also not connecting. The poke needs to happen. Both of these teams want to get poked down before a fight starts, especially Dynamics. They have 0 frontline. They're not going to be able to play front to back too easily. They need to have health advantages. As Noguri's found Rich. Oh no! And he throws out the culling as it is going to be secured by Damwon, the dragon. But Noguri eventually gets on top of Rich. I don't know what his positioning was right there, but now the damage is going to be true from Damwon. And regardless of any bubbles that are going to be landing, Kuzan is trying to get the hell out of here. Canyon trying to sprint after Beyond, who's getting hit by minions, and Canyon eventually grabs him. I believe that was a trap that, unbeknownst to Beyond, he just walked over. And Damwon made that look so easy in comparison to the last team fight.
Absolutely. I mean, the confusing positioning out of Rich kind of got it started on the 5v4, and we already mentioned how Beyond's not doing much. There was 0 inside track for Duckdom to do any damage. That fight looked entirely different to the one where Duckdom was able to get 1 million damage in a row. I mean, he sees the Renekton there, but still kind of gets caught out, and he even charges forward with Nuguri having Flash. He's got Flash of his own, and even on Vision, Rich gets caught out by that, not reacting fast enough. And then 4v5 over here, they were desperately trying to get in there and steal the Infernal Drake away, so Duckdom had 0 protection.
Trap, no!
Yeah, and that last, I love the little Pengu with the hat.
yeah, right.
Top of the morning to you.
Just dabbing.
Yeah, and also a little range minion getting some damage in, but yeah, that's kind of the way we expected these team fights to go, to be honest, and it did go the way we expected in that last one.
Ooh, very close to a steal with the volley, but Showmaker orders the Sand Soldiers to go collect himself a red buff, and they do so effectively. We had a look there to see that Beyond was the lowest level in the game.
Yeah.
Canyon's 4 levels ahead of him, now maybe 5, as the arrow is going to glide gracefully by.
It's 5.
Another one added to the ether of Runeterra. as we've just got too much pressure here. The Baron was the prize for DWG, of course, after that team fight. And I think everyone was expecting a game that was going to end similarly to this. But it was still just really intelligently done by DWG. I want to commend them in how they set up this sort of advantage, despite losing a couple of team fights here and there. All of the homework had been done, right? Like, it's just clean strategic League of Legends, as well as just being extraordinarily talented. As Kuzan, going to find a bit of damage there onto Beryl, but Primal Surge available for Canyon, as is the Piercing Darkness. They have a lot of sustain, actually, in this comp. And it's feeling like this snowball is about to hit the base of the mountain. Valdez?
Mm-hmm. The Avalanche is coming in.
Yeah.
It's going to crash very soon. And they've still got 50 seconds on their Baron buff, but it seems like they're taking their time with this one, just waiting for the waves to push in. You can see that Rich is off in the bottom lane, kind of just pushing and farming by himself, but he's got to get back here eventually to help deal with the push.
Yep, he is going to crash that wave, so at least DWG on. Oh no. Okay, not going to find the Dawning Shadow, so DWG will survive for the minute, but it does mean that this inhibitor will go down. Where pressure is given somewhere, it is given up elsewhere. And it was the top lane that did fall. Good hook lands there from Guga, but no follow-up. Just not going to be able to. Noguri sitting there at full health, 3,000 hit points. Beyond gets chunked. In goes Beryl. Solar Play goes completely wide, though, as Beyond just cannot stand in amongst this fight. Beryl is punished for that poor positioning as Canyon goes golden. Ghost trying to keep Showmaker alive as Canyon eventually gets out of there, and now Noguri, the raid boss, trying to stand tall. Emperor's Divide lands only onto Kuzan, as Showmaker's had a bit of an off game so far, but still just standing true in the front line, as that's the snare. Guga will be falling here as Ghost is going to finish him off. And despite finding a few options in the middle of the fight, Dynamics just didn't have enough money to buy cool items to give them enough stats to win.
Yeah, they're going to push in here. The TP coming in. You see Beyond desperate trying to get the kill, but he just gets slapped down once again.
Oh, jeez. I don't know. It's just 100% bullying of the Rek'Sai as Rich is going to fall. That's Canyon helping grab that kill as Noguri collects it for himself. The big old Renekton doing a lot of work this game. DWG wants to try and save his Nexus for the minute as Canyon eventually does go down. Noguri decides that he can't get on top of the Ashe because she's too good at kiting, and he'll just win the game instead. So DWG completed, I believe, in sub 30 minutes. But in a few of those team fights, Dynamics certainly made them work for it. It was just a composition that didn't really allow for an early game to go that poorly.
Yeah, that's very true. I'm trying to think about if I give this to Noguri or to Canyon.
I think it has to be Canyon, right?
The invade was kind of like a team play, but then Beyond invading by himself was also kind of a Beyond whoopsie, right? And Canyon played it very well.
But I mean, that was a team decision, and actually Noguri just hard smashed his lane.
Exactly. So
I think maybe you need to give it to him.
I think this one might just have to be handed over to Noguri. I mean, Canyon was unbelievably ahead, but it wasn't exactly because he was, molding the game himself into this incredible thing. So,
yeah, no, I think Noguri has to.
I'll give it to Noguri this time around.
Precedence.
I wouldn't be surprised if Canyon.
Yeah, I think if the votes
for game 2,
if the votes are separated between Noguri and Canyon, I don't really care who gets it as long as they both get points this game, because I think both of them were absolutely integral.
Yes.
The bottom lane got pretty much crushed, right? This is probably the best performance that we've seen out of DWG.
Neither of them in the bottom lane. They combined for less than 10,000 damage.
Yep.
DWG was desperately trying to carry his team. You noticed in the last team fight, even, DWG was getting so much value against Renekton, against Leona. This is part of the reason why in the later stages of the game, once those ranged 80 carries that do sustain damage get fed, champions like Renekton, like a tank such as Leona, will eventually fall off. Thankfully, they were supported by the rest of their team, and they were very far ahead, so it didn't end up mattering, even though they lost the Renekton and the Leona relatively early on in that fight. As there you have it. Still too far ahead, and DWG It was a messy end, but it did end the first game to their advantage.
Yeah, and it was a pretty clean snowball, even though there were a couple of whoopsies, right? And if you set up the strategy correctly, play out the lanes properly, and the macro is under control, it doesn't really matter if you whiff a couple of team fights and don't necessarily hard smash your opponent, because you've already done your homework, right? You've come prepared, and things can go a little bit awry, but the insurance policy is there, and DWG really managing to do it well, but I'd like to see a little bit tidier bottom lane play.
Yeah.
And maybe Showmaker to get in a couple of extra Azir games, because it just didn't really look like the the massive, impactful Azir, the Emperor that we're used to seeing. But maybe we've been spoiled by BDD and Faker and things like that.
Yeah.
It could certainly be the case. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a short break. When we get back, game number 2.
애쉬 볼게 애쉬.
왜 좀 안 좋아 안 좋아.
아니 잡았어. 와봐 얘들아. 조이볼게. 조이 풀 있어. 나 초징에 있거든.
천천히 해야 돼.
초징에 있어. 조이 풀 떴다.
나게 안 되게.
조이 풀 하나 더
얘
떴다.
지나는 거 봐주라고.
일단 천천히.
봐주라.
조이 트래시 노플. 나 텔로 올게. 너 봐줘. 여기 있으면 끝날 것 같은데. 나 텔 있어. 텔 박을게.
건배 일로 와봐.
아 미니언 막이 미니언. 얘부터. 넥타이 풀 조심. 넥타이. 조이 풀 있다.
위에 타워부터.
내려줄게.
아래 타워부터.
야 이거 같이 좀 있어주라 용준아. 그 같은 성단에서 그냥 못 때리게 해줘. 러시아. 쟤 노플일 텐데. 애쉬 클린지 없고. 아 좋았다. 사웠죠 일단. 천천히. 여기 쳐야 될 듯? 드레스 났어 유정아.
아마 넥서스.
넥서스.
약간 야 서폿 만나는 거 뭐 없나?
블리츠?
이즈리얼인데?
스레쉬.
아이 칼리 스레쉬는 별로 안 좋아.
타릭.
탑텐이 상대로 별로 안 좋아요.
오? 아야.
이를 빼줘. 빼주를 뺏을까?
내가 뺏을까? 맞아 세주 주면 안 되냐? 너 할 거 있냐?
저 아래쪽 딜은 진짜 칼리 먼저 다 해야 돼.
네 이거 대일이 없어서 그냥 건바 네가 선택해야 돼.
저? 바드.
카운트 할래 가?
바드.
아예 가 카운트 할게 이거. 내가 이거 그냥 세주 서포할게. 늦었어 이거. 오우 세주 서포트. 그냥 억지로 한 거 같긴 하다. 세주이를 너무 무서웠나 보다.
세주 서포 근데 당황스럽긴 하네 갑자기.
야 실력으로 이겨.
진짜 잘해야 돼.
화이팅. 야 화이팅.
그 건부랑
세주 아니야,
탑이랑
아 나쁘긴 한데 나쁘지 않긴 해.
우리 원래 전통적으로 3세트 골픽은 다 이기긴 했어. 담원 게이밍 특이야.
아 근데 우리 일단 색깔은 다 잘 어울려. 나쁘잖아. 칼리 높여 칼리 높여.
아,
가자. 일로 와봐.
천천히. 나 공사봐. 갈게.
나이스. 레드 카드. 다 죽여. 다 노플.
나이스.
다 노플. 쟤도 노플. 얘도 노플. 저기도 노플. 여기도 노플. 다 노플이에요. 콜라
나이스.
나이스.
안 보여. 야, 공사볼게.
가자. 알았다. 야 고고고. 이제. 야 세주 서폰 뭐야? 세주 서폰. 야 개꿀픽 뭐야? 일로 와. 야 라스칼. 들어가. 가자. 죽여. 들어가. 진짜 가자. 들어가. 진짜 가자. 왜 잘 가고?
와, 골픽해서 이겼다. 박정 1대1 뜰래? 캐틀 밀어전.
내가 박세 낼라 그래요? 확실해?
와우.
어때? 시야의 맛을 쏴.
결정 완료.
개 같다 그냥.
형 저 근데 좀 피지컬 좋죠?
너 내 시야의 맛을 쏴한테 당했잖아.
깜짝 놀랐어요. 그냥 제 실력에 제가 미쳐요.
너 미친놈이야?
진짜 미친.
안 됐다. 막판은 문도픽으로 간다.
오케이 확인.
이판 지면 그냥 데리고 먹고 물면서 뛰쳐나간다.
문도에게 와. 아무거나 사지 말고 핑크랑 와드만. 문도 간다.
왜 이게 맞는 거야?
이게 맞지 당연히. 문도 파이어. 여기지. 속도의 한계를 보여주지. 속도의 한계 아씨. 여기. 오 예.
컷.
내가 형 기다려주려고 한 거예요.
오케이, 자신감 좀 잡다.
오케이 가보자.
사람아 오늘 컨셉 뭐야?
자연스럽게.
아니야. 동료를 믿어라 미션. 동료 버려?
안 버립니다. 보이는.
자 화이팅.
화이팅.
파이팅.
캐넨
괜찮아. 싸움 좋아.
나 죽었어 일단. 알아서 해봐.
싸움 좋아.
그래, 알아서 잘 해봐.
미드.
나 미드 팀을 바탕 말아.
동료 버려.
미안. 저거 안 보이냐?
빨리 한번 야 온다.
열심히 해야겠다. 괜찮아.
동료 버려.
남으면 얘네 이겨.
네, 나쁘지 않아. 좋아. 싸움도 너무 좋아.
캐넨 조심해.
캐넨.
잡았어. 야 캐넨 죽었어.
앞라인부터 이거
나이.
잡을 게임 끝나.
야 블루 카드 뽑는다. 야 쓰레기.
맞다.
감사합니다 형님들.
아, 나 너무 잘 끌리는데?
지금 박준이 너무 힘들었어.
아이 나중에 개 잘했잖아.
그래, 잘했잖아.
맞아. 우리
나중에 진짜 잘했어.
왜 기죽여요?
야 2년 만에 쳤음.
나이스.
사실은 실력 테스트 경기를 시작하겠습니다.
망한 바텀 풀다 같이 망했고 그리고 판테온은 한번 원래 저렇게 유통기한 있는 챔피언인데 점프시 혼자 들어가서 혼자 죽고 그러면서 그냥 게임이 아예 끝나버린 듯.
피지컬이 있네, 피지컬이.
철권 콤보인데.
마지막까지 눈 떼지 않고 집중해서 보셔야 될 것 같은데 이제 멘토 군단이 앞으로 도전을 함께 이어갈 20명의 플레이어를 선택해야 합니다.
저는
간절하면 이거 진다.
근데 좀 오래 걸리면 공항 올 것 같거든요.
실력 테스트 경기를 거쳐서 끝이 났습니다. 새로운 미션을 여러분들에게 전달해 드리도록 하겠습니다.
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
everybody to the analyst desk. And today's analyst desk will be joined by Sumin Yoon and Midori Lila. And this is season with the translation. It was Team Dynamics versus Damwon Gaming, game number 1, and Damwon Gaming picked up a win. Team Dynamics picked Lucian in the very early phase of the pick and ban, and Damwon Gaming answered with Renekton. Recently, Kanna also had a really good performance on this pick, and also this is one of the Rich's favorite picks. So they were trying to neutralize Nuguri's aggressiveness with this Lucian pick on the top lane. However, the matter was not about Lucian versus Renekton, it was more about the jungle difference, the defeat in the Jiffy. So because Canyon was able to outscale the opponent in such a fast tempo, there was no way for Team Dynamics to overcome this kind of discrepancy. Based on the lane priority, Rek'Sai could have gone for a double scuttle or zone out Nidalee in the jungle, but in a very early level phase, Nidalee was able to kind of destroy Rek'Sai in the jungle. Let's take a look where this kind of discrepancy started in between the junglers. Showmaker had such a strong priority during the laning phase, so they weren't able to spot Canyon walking on the mid lane. And also Nidalee at the same time was not in the range of Rek'Sai's tremor sense, so Rek'Sai also did not have any idea of that jungling path. Nidalee was spotted in the very end, but she already finished the red buff camp, and this was connected to a first blood. Rek'Sai without flash, he cannot escape from Nidalee with the red buff, so maybe Beyond could look for a different jungle pathing with that kind of situation. It was not that Nidalee was ganking top lane a lot, camping top lane a lot, but because Rek'Sai, he did not have much power to cover Lucian on the top lane. Maybe he could just go for some more jungle clearing in order to scale up. So that was actually everything started to fall apart on the side of Team Dynamics. Even though Rek'Sai managed to get some meaningful ganks in the later phase of the game, that was not good enough to close out the gap between two teams. Let's take a look at another highlight. Team Dynamics already stacked up 2 dragons, and also the Baron was already available, so they could just rotate it for the Baron. And they also missed where Renekton was in this fight. Team Dynamics, they did not have any frontliners to protect the hyper damage dealers, but Lucian was looking for a flank angle instead of staying with his teammates. And Renekton also built Blade of the Ruin King first, so he was able to get solo kill by himself as well. Sometimes Renekton can build armor items to hold on to up against Lucian, but because Canyon was so ahead in the jungle, he was able to go for this kind of aggressive build. Team Dynamics, they were contesting for a dragon, which they should not. Now it's time to check out the player of the game on the side of Damwon Gaming. Definitely one of the players from the top side of the map, and it's gonna be Canyon picking up the 9th POG of the split, which means Showmaker will not be able to maybe even out the POG standings if this series ends with 2 games. Nidalee was successfully zoning out Rek'Sai in the jungle, so Rek'Sai was forced to camp around the bottom side of the map. This was a very unlucky day for Team Dynamics, and also Damwon Gaming was really smart and intelligent making their decision with the rotations. Somehow Team Dynamics managed to stack up the Dragons, however, they were not able to connect it into a game victory.
상대를 괴롭히는 선택을 했던 게 사실은 제일 주요했던 게 아닌가 하는 생각이 듭니다. 물론 저런 캐니의 활약으로 탄력을 받은 너구리도
And also with that Kenyon's outplay, Noguri was also able to have assert dominance all throughout the map. The only junglers on the standings, Kenyon with 900 pop points. It's really impressive to see Kenyon picking up so many POGs in this split, and with the casting votes, Kenyon was able to pick up the POG. So which means Noguri had a very decent game as well. Now it's time to move on to game number 2, Team Dynamics versus Salmon Gaming.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, for the translation of the analyst desk, and congratulations to Canyon. I'm really glad that we said, like, if it's any combination of top and jungle, we'll be fine. Yeah. And it was, to the point where we needed to tie-break the vote.
Exactly right down the middle.
Yeah.
It doesn't get any closer than that. And, I mean, as we said, Canyon did a lot with the lead that he was given. He played it out very well to make sure that he secured that lead, so I'm not too sad about it. As, yeah, just right down the middle there. Beyond, you can see he did not have a very fun game. Picking the Rek'Sai into the Nidalee, which was an interesting choice to start off with, and then getting behind did look kind of useless. So we'll see what he can do here, hopping into game 2.
It's a little bit unfortunate because now DWGN move over to the blue side, which is their more winningest side. I mean, they win basically every side, right? This is the team of 2 zeros, so they win 1 on red, 1 on blue almost every time out. But when they do get tested, like they were up against Gen G, dropping a game, it's been blue side that's really bailed them out, as DWGN are going to get rid of the Lucian this time. Not wanting to roll that dice again, and I actually respect this a lot.
Yeah, just take away a really big comfort pick for the side of Team Dynamics.
I mean, the whole game plan of DWGN had to be around stopping Lucian from snowballing. And so now they get to focus elsewhere on the map. They really get to alleviate a lot of that pressure and force Dynamics into a different game plan. And I like that. I mean, forcing your opponents to change tack is, I think, very intelligent in a series like this. As Twist of Fate going to be the second ban here for Dynamics. And DWGN probably going to ban Karma.
Yeah. Bard too good. Has to be banned away.
Big bad Brad.
Don't let him get Bard. You're probably going to lose.
Yeah.
Too much of a chat. And what will be the final ban here? There's definitely a lot of big stuff open. You think Set, Karma, Caitlyn immediately come to mind, but the Azir's going to be denied here, so they're going to open up a chance for Team Dynamics to get some big picks as the Set is taken away.
And what will the priority be here for DWGN? Because they don't normally pick the Karma, but it is still going to be gone for, and I almost guarantee that this is heading into the support position alongside either Ashe or Caitlyn. And I actually think that this is really smart from DWGN because both of those AD carries are left up, and Karma fares extraordinarily well with either of them, and Dynamics won't be able to pick both. So
I'm looking at the stats, and I see a grand total of 0 games of Karma.
Yeah, right.
For DWGN, which is exactly what we were saying before. So I was really surprised to see the Karma picked here. Maybe, I mean, it has that flex potential, so we'll have to wait and see. Zoe Ashe coming back in, a couple of champions that worked for Team Dynamics that are obviously quite good. They first picked the Ashe the last time around, you guys remember.
Yep.
So, DWGN feeling really good on that champion right now.
Nidalee going to be picked up again, and which AD carry do they go for? No, it is just going to be Renekton locked in for Noguri. And DWGN probably feeling like they can take Caitlyn, they can take Ezreal, they can take a lot of different options towards that bottom side. This will mean that it's either Showmaker on the Karma or Beryl. Just a bit of a spoiler, it's going to be Beryl. There's no way that Showmaker is going to be able to pick up a player of the game.
True.
On Karma. So there that is. I like this from DWGN though. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. As the Gangplank, the classic counter to the Renekton, is going to come in. Now this did not work for Summit, but throughout the ages, Gangplank has often been able to deal with the Renekton, and the best way to do so is to just make yourself more relevant as the game goes on. The good thing about Gangplank is he has a decent time throughout the game, right? He can oranges the stun, and if Renekton doesn't get too fed, then you definitely have a better time. So Senna going to be banned away here, wanting to avoid that sort of lane, but does mean that Damwon will get either the Ezreal or the Caitlyn, and so they're probably going to be pretty okay with the amount of pressure that they can exert bottom lane. And Showmaker just gets to counterpick the Zoe in any way he wants, given that attention to bottom lane that has to be given here by Dynamics.
Yeah, curious to see how these drafts are going to line themselves out. We see the Olaf banned away here. I think getting another big win in the jungle is just a very simple and straightforward way for Damwon to win the game again. So taking away some of the options away from Beyond, some of his comfort. He's played a lot of Trundle and a lot of Olaf, and Trundle has kind of fallen away and honestly won't be very good into the Nidalee. So they immediately take away the Olaf. We'll have to wait and see what they take away next. I mean, if you're going down the line and you don't want to ban away Trundle, you could ban Graves, but that would be weird. So maybe just the Olaf, and then looking elsewhere.
Yeah, it looks like Docdarm's happy with either the Ezreal or the Caitlyn matchup. Of course, Ashe picked into Caitlyn all the time, so that wouldn't be too much of a surprise, but Jhin taken off the board here does mean that a lot of the poke potential out from Damwon is going to be mitigated, as Nautilus taken away from Guga. But I think Thresh is probably just likely to be picked here again. I think that Guga's Thresh was fantastic, espally alongside
available.
The Caitlyn. Yeah, sorry, alongside the Ashe. But that Trundle that you were talking about is going to come out and just shows that Beyond is certainly feeling a little bit under pressure.
Yeah. I mean, besides that, he's got Graves and Sejuani and Jarvan, and he hasn't seen much success on those. As here's the rounded out Damwon draft. They're going to go with Jace here, and that means that Showmaker is playing Jace or Renekton. So we'll have to wait and see. I mean, they could just throw Jace up into the top lane against Gangplank if they really wanted to, and then throw Renekton to Showmaker.
And then think about like the mid-jungle support that you're going to get. It's absolutely insane, as here's a Lux, like we saw yesterday from Keria, but Guga isn't Keria. Keria is the only one that's really made us feel like Lux is one of those power picks towards the bottom lane. In the support position, now a lot of pressure on Guga to demonstrate the same thing up against the far more, I guess, consistent laner in the Karma. As it is going to be the Croc in the middle. I like it a lot.
Yeah. And early on in the lane, Zoe is going to be... Oh, never mind. We're going to switch it up. The Croc is going top. And again, we did see the Croc do well against GP in recent times, so they're okay with that. They're going to throw Showmaker onto the Jace, which he shouldn't be any stranger to, even though it's, you know, not super often pick. He does have one win on the Jace so far.
Yep, played it a bit so far this season, but also played it a lot in previous seasons. I'll have a look at the stats. Exactly, it was him and Chovy that were really making the Jace mid lane look very, very strong. I find it curious that they didn't go for the swap, although I guess Renekton has a hard time locking down a Zoe, so maybe that's why. Just give Showmaker a little bit more lane presence. And getting lane control is definitely important in mid lane.
Yeah, the Renekton can have a fun time in a longer lane, like running down the GP. That's kind of what we saw the last time we saw this matchup, whereas the Zoe can kind of flash away from the Renekton and be okay and use her range to abuse. So the Jace definitely going to be a powerhouse in the mid lane. Don't sleep on that one either. As Guga trying his hand at Lux. We're seeing this pick come in more and more often. Curious to see if he can effectively support the Ashe as well as he did in game number 1.
Yeah, his Thresh was very good, so certainly got his eye in. As Damwon, we're all boosting it towards the bottom lane. They might find Guga on his way in, who's taken Ignite on the Lux. Surprising, as I believe Damwon do see the ward. They're unable to actually take it down, as they will just slink back into their jungle. So nothing, no early shenanigans here. As pretty badass skin for the Gangplank towards the top side.
That's a very cool sword.
Yep. Just to check in with Showmaker and his Jace mid, he's 100% win rate over 3 games. In the LCK of all time.
Yeah.
Doesn't include Challenger, so we can't really go back too far. But yeah, definitely making things work. 11 KDA, if that means anything to anyone.
We have 3 Scorches here. This is something we always look for, but it makes sense for the Jace and the Karma. I feel the Zoe taking it is always questionable. I mean, there's going to be a lot of times where the Zoe can do some nice little poke, just like you saw there. But will it offer more than the Gathering Storm if this game does go later? And maybe he's saying, well, if we lose to DWGN in the early game, we're probably going to lose the game anyway. So let me try to get an early lead and go from there. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
Well, DWGN actually utilizing this pressure onto Guga very effectively to get some damage onto Ghost bottom side. But you can see the minion wave in control of DWGN. Something that you can certainly afford with the Karma, who will help push much better than a shield first Lux. Dynamics still going to have a fair bit of power, and their lockdown is going to be very reliable once they hit a few extra levels, especially level 6 for the Ashe. Okay, that's a bit of a miss from Beryl, and an opportunity here for Dynamics. Ghost just getting whittled down by this bottom lane.
Beryl is not a Karma player. As we talked about, he likes Bard, he likes Pantheon. Apparently, he also has played Sejuani.
Yep, Poppy.
Yeah, Poppy comes in. He's got a lot of weird picks. Karma's not one of them. And it'll be curious to see how he does on that selection.
Ooh, okay. Nogri getting chunked here by Rich, who finds yet another parlay to the back of the Croc's head. And this is something that we talk about. We are going to have Cull the Meek for Nogri, so he's going to be able to manage his health bar quite nicely. And Rich has gone through all of his corrupting potions, so you can see that's probably why he's faring a bit better based on the health bars.
Early game, it's not fun for the Gangplank. As you get a couple of items, you can begin to poke a little bit better. Obviously, Parlay Harass is going to be nice, but the Renekton can shoot through that, as Canyon and Beyond have butted heads again here.
Yeah, Beyond does have the pillar on cooldown, but he will be able to secure the bottom Rift Scuttler. Canyon should be able to make it to the top one. As you can see, the Renekton moving on over to make sure that that can be a guarantee. Oh, actually, it's going to be the Krug camp, and you can see Nogri, he's actually going to take that one away for himself. So not going to let them get double scuttled. But Canyon wanted to be able to make sure that he got the full clear of his jungle complete as early as possible. As Showmaker, Kuzan just demonstrating some exemplary Zoe play in the mid lane.
Yes.
You pick up a redemption, and that's how you tell your opponent that you're just a better Zoe.
It's very true. Showmaker is a good Zoe in his own time. He gets redemption and Protobelt very often.
All the time.
So Kuzan's, just trying to play up to his level, essentially, and doing a decent job of that so far with his first redemption.
Ow. Guga taking a lot of damage there.
The Lux is really squishy, and the poke is going to be a lot more effective from the Karma. The level 1 and level 2 were definitely won because of the Ashe, but we'll see how this one does scale, as here's Canyon in the top lane again.
Yep, Nogri grabs that cannon creep, as now we're just looking for it. No oranges to be eaten just yet, and that is a very dead a very dead Gangplank, and First Blood once again hand-delivered on a silver platter to Nogri. I think maybe teams are going to have to consider banning away the Renekton Nidalee combo from this team, because they look like they're pretty consistent in getting these leads.
Yeah, and the fact that Nogri is picking it so often really early as well is just showing that he's like, well...
I mean, this is the LPL strat, right? You pick Renekton super early so that you can counterpick for another lane in your last couple of picks in the draft, on blue side or on red side. It doesn't actually really matter. So that is a decent snare. Guga has to flash, though, as Ghost getting on forward. Flashing on in. Nogri is going to join the battle as well, and he'll help lock down DWGN, but not before Ghost is eliminated. It's 3-1 in the end, but DWGN has, his Ashe is good, guys. It's just unfortunate that the rest of Dynamics haven't been able to step up alongside him.
That's very true. And Nogri just all over the map once again. He's really angry he didn't get the player of the game in game number 1. He says, well, let me show you what I can do this time around, as he is making that pick look so strong here. He's going to lose some of this. It is a cannon wave, so he's not going to lose too much, but...
He might lose a melee and maybe the cannon. Yeah, but I think otherwise it'll be absolutely fine.
Says he doesn't have heal.
얘 망했다. 이거 텔 없는 건데.
Yeah, talking about the oranges,
리고
I think,
갈게.
yeah.
Yeah. And that made it a pretty straightforward kill. I think even if GP has oranges and flashes away, I think he still dies, to be honest. They could just follow up flash. He was so out of position.
If the next spear lands, then absolutely. As
I mean, even if it doesn't, he just like came in behind and started autoing him, and he was so low already. It was he was so far down the lane that he was just really, he felt too safe because of his ward, and
also really desperate to get the lane crashes. Nogari back towards the top side. A couple of extra daggers here building towards his Blade of the Ruin King as he's going to zone the gangplank away from his barrel. And Spear will connect Canyon once again, hanging around top lane as this wave crashes in.
I want Barrel to play GP one game.
All right, the Renekton's going to start this one off. We'll see whether they can actually get it in time as Nogari's slicing out. And Tribute's going to keep him alive. Cannon Barrage. Just, yep, unfortunately, that ship just a bit late with its cannons. And this is over. This top lane is just SOS in every single way possible.
Yeah, it's definitely looking a little bit scary for the GP. This is what can happen.
All right, Beyond is going to find Canyon here, flashing out. Press the attack trundle, remember, and if you're in melee range, it's a rough time as Nogari is doing his best Singed impression in between the turrets.
Oh, poor Rich, man. He's losing so much CS. It's 80 to 36. He's got less than half.
And he has nowhere near any items. He has a fairy charm.
Yeah.
What is this going to be? Tier Gangplank? Just to represent his feelings? I don't think so.
Just stack the tears and sit in the fountain.
Yeah, it's one of those items that you can just build, by the way, guys, just for the extra mana regen, and then you sell it. The resale value is actually not awful if it's going to help you stick around in lane a little bit longer.
And Nuggery has a completed Blade of the Rune King at 8 minutes. So this lane is over, okay? Even if Beyond is there, they can probably 2v2 die, okay? This is that level of over.
It's 2,000 gold in the lead. He's got, his lead is almost as much as all of what Rich has.
Yeah. It's
that's like double his gold. Oh, God.
It's pretty gross up there in the top side.
Mega gross.
And you can see that Beyond, yes, he's going to come in here. It's going to be 3v2 down the bottom side. He will take the red, but
Arrow.
That was
okay.
A little bit strange. They're never really going to be able to jump the wall there. As meanwhile, always look at the minimap, guys. Canyon's up here. He's doing the Rift Herald. So this is an amazing trade for the side of DWG, even though Team Dynamics did get the Cloud Drake.
Oh, God.
Doesn't really matter.
Blade of the Rune King active still available here.
They're going to dive him again, I think.
As Rich misses a cannon creep to add insult to injury.
Nuggery's pretty low, but...
Yeah, there's the Dominus. As we get the slice, there's the dice, and there's an extraordinarily dead Gangplank. This camp is just not what you want. As Showmaker going to move real fast with that phase rush, flashes over the wall. Kuzan going to follow him. And there's the flash, picks up a whole bunch of sparkles. It's Kuzan! He is going to burn down. No! The last tick wasn't enough, and the Zoe survives.
Well, for now.
Canyon, Spear is going to land onto Beyond. Almost gets him with the Runic Echoes. As, yep, there he goes. Falls down in the end as now Canyon looking for the double kill. He should be able to. Subjugate does come in, though. Spear connects, and yep, that's the execute. Meanwhile, Nuggery's taking inner turret's top lane.
Look at the top lane.
Oh my God, it's so over.
Hey,
Errol's gonna die, so there is a consolation kill in the bottom lane. As I think this was the duo queue. Doc Dum and Gugu, they were the duo queue on the red side this game. And
up against Nuggery
guys,
and Canyon.
just stop dying and we'll carry.
Well, they're up against the better duo queue that's actually smurfing in silver.
Yeah, exactly.
Up here in the top side. As Rich is, I mean, at this point, it's like he can't even be under turret.
He
doesn't even need Canyon. He does it alone.
Yeah, it's the essence of Dyrus treatment, man. Like, it's just so rough for this guy.
This is a nice follow-up. I mean, Beyond's looking for anything that he can get. He knows the top lane is done, so he's not even going there. And actually gets a nice little kill here on a Showmaker, but then they know that the Nidalee is fast, and they try to back here in this brush. I think they should have just gone mid and tried to run as... Oh, Beyond died.
Yeah, he's dead. We don't need to play-by-play that one, I don't think, as Canyon gets chunked by Kuzan. Kuzan, another quiet performer here, as Doc Dum is going to find Beryl. Hawk shot. Spots him out as now Canyon looking to try and steal away this blue buff, and without the jungler, I think they will be able to do that. Showmaker looking for some plates in the mid lane. Just he needs to set the table for when he gets home, potentially fairly early once again.
Yeah.
Here for Damwon.
Nuggery and Canyon are trying their best to send Showmaker home as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
They're good brothers.
Okay, Caulfield's Warhammer actually completed
no.
here for Nuggery. Rich is dead again. No
Yes,
surprise.
Flash.
Yeah, well, Blade of the Ruin King was used. He's just slicing, dicing, having just a really good time, but Rich gets himself into the brush here.
Run away!
Big, scary crocodile is still chasing. Showmaker wanting some of the gold.
Nuggery is 3.3k gold ahead of his top
Oh,
laner.
the sneaky devil.
Wow.
As he's still out of vision, by the way, guys.
This is, you know, he's very good at running.
That was cute.
Props.
That was real cute. Even gets back to the minion wave. There's no turret, so Rich is gonna have to run.
Nuggery's still chasing him.
Oh man.
Never ends.
Yeah, Nuggery doesn't have flash, Rich does, so Rich is gonna be a bit safer. But he's still 50 CS behind at 12 minutes. And Shock Blast are now starting to hurt. In that mid lane also, very close to a Rod of Ages. We'll see when Canyon's going to be able to complete that. He's 4-0-2 on the Nidalee, which is pretty good.
Might get some votes from media because he's got that one extra kill. So definitely got to look out for that when it does come to the player of the game vote. But
I'm not going to lie,
aside,
I think Canyon almost deserves
jokes
it.
aside, it's both of them again.
Yeah, right.
It's the two of them coming together, and Canyon's timing on the gank was good.
And if you remember, it was actually the player of the game from summer of 2019 was Canyon, in fact, who has now started to step up towards the end of 2020 as well.
And I remember when... Oh.
All right, that's a large amount of buttons pressed onto Ghost, who is going to Arcane Shift out, flashes, Canyon comes on over, and is going to be able to keep him alive. Now, Nuggery has found the Ashe. The Gangplank does manage to get the kill on the Ezreal, but he's trying to jump off Summoner's Rift right now. He's trying to get it out, but you actually can't press the buttons over that wall. And so Alcove or no, the Lux is well and truly dead. So a 2-for-1, as Ghost did also fall, as we're going to have a look at the replay here of Beyond falling down. Good avoidance there of the spear, but we know what's going to happen. As the bubble missing, I think, was the last nail.
I don't know why he's turning around there. Like, he is very far behind. He's up against Nidalee. Kind of countered himself in the jungle pick, which we were talking about in the draft. All this damage, and Ghost was still able to survive. Gets healed here at the last second, would have died to last tick, and then gets killed by GT anyway.
He got very close to getting out of the way there, but
had to use the cannon barrage at least, as Renekton is just, I mean, this is like the Godzilla movie where Godzilla wins.
Yeah.
Are there any movies like that? Any Godzilla movies where Godzilla just destroys the city and like is happy at the end?
I mean, Godzilla's like a good guy in one of them.
Like,
yeah,
what is
Godzilla
this?
just absolutely tearing the
What is this?
I don't know why there was a flash as Nuggery just walks up and kills him with Dominus in the end. The Gangplank also dies to the top side. As like we were talking about, that Rod of Age is already completed here from Canyon. He is mega far ahead, and this game is as over as it can possibly be. It's 15 minutes and there's an 8,000 gold lead. Like,
yeah. It's gonna be one of those. It's gonna be one of those Damwon games, Atlas. It's. I
mean, the surrender vote at the moment is unanimous, 100%, as the arrow is going to glide gracefully away. And now Beyond, he's gonna man his inner turret.
He dodged.
Isn't necessarily safe there.
He dodged so much, and he used flash, but he still couldn't get away.
I mean, there's 4 people here, right? Like, it's just...
It's the Damwon bulldozer right now. We are...
It's 11,000 gold. True Shot Barrage, Doctor, he has to leave. He's extraordinarily low. More spears being looked for on the backside there from Canyon. And, yeah. I mean, Rich is about to get Flame Horizon by Nuggery at 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And look, like, Nuggery's also building, like, lethality, snowball Renekton as well.
It's cute that they think they can fight Renekton.
I know, right?
You can't. You can't. It's not going to happen, guys.
Burst damage is just
Look at how many...
repugnant.
His autos are doing, like...
Yeah, it's like lethality Renekton. Oh, God.
Insane amounts of damage every single auto. And... yeah, they're just bullying them under turrets. They're diving too.
Oh, he's
Doesn't really
building
matter.
a blade of the, it's a Black Cleaver now.
Yeah.
That's no fun. I saw the extra.
Should have built to the
Okay,
Infinity Edge.
Showmaker's going to find Beyond. Flashes the pillar, but Rich is going to turn up, and Showmaker does at least take the blue buff. It's a good pillar. 5,000 gold is Nogari's advantage. So there's that stat. Now Nogari just casually walking past these two solo laners. And Rich is going to get flashed on and murdered. This is just...
I almost cursed there.
It's so rough. Oh, in he goes again! Underneath the turret, culling the Meek! And Nogari says, it's my damn player of the game! Come on, media, vote for me.
Well, he's got the most kills now.
Right, in goes Barrel, he's flashing forward. And the Shock Blast also going to connect. The Life Binding's pretty good there from Guga defensively. But still, Dynamics are relegated to their fountain at 17 minutes into the game.
This is the least fun game that Team Dynamics has ever played.
Yeah, 100%.
I'll tell you that right now in pro play. This does not feel good. As the losing team, man, this is decimation. It's not even close.
This is just... Yeah. Okay, so the minion wave gets cleared out in the mid lane.
Just keep pushing.
There's that.
Got Shirley.
Oh god, they do that? What? Where is she?
Yeah, I think Canyon has her.
Oh no. I didn't see the golden pause. As Nogari is going to put down a control ward. He's trying to get out of here. There's the slow. No flash available, remember, is now Guga. Wants to find the life binding, and he walks into it. But now, Rich is in trouble. Final Spark will pick up the kill. And all of that juicy gold goes to the support Lux. All right, and Doctum also gets the big popcorn chicken. The comeback. Oh no, don't think so. Not just yet.
8-1 now. Unacceptable. Could have had a perfect KDA, but now I might just have to vote for Ghost.
Yeah.
This game.
No, it's Showmaker.
Yeah. Well,
0-1.
Look at him. He's just running past. And let's listen to what he has to say. I'm very curious how he's feeling about all this.
That's our translation, by the way, guys.
Yeah. And just means, yeah, basically, you know, like,
yep. Basically means yes.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting.
And then he gets killed.
Yeah, he does. He's not too
they
worried
took
about
down
it.
Godzilla in the end.
Yeah.
This is the happy ending, right, Team Dynamics?
He's back, by the way. And he also has a Black Cleaver now and a second Vampiric Scepter. Death Dance most likely being built towards. And the Renekton's massive, as is Showmaker, just quietly. Landing 3-man Shock Blasts.
Yeah. Just doing his thing. And Dominic, you could tell they're pretty angry they didn't end the game before at 17 minutes, so they're going to try to end it here at 19 minutes. Let's see if they can do it, Atlas. I'm pretty confident.
Yeah,
they can, actually.
I think that if there's any lead that you can finish a game before 20 minutes on, it's probably a lead like this, but 20 seconds until that dream becomes less of a reality. As Dynamics, everyone's alive, but they're bleeding out underneath their Nexus turrets as they're desperately trying to get rid of these minions. Super creeps starting to make their way up the bottom lane. As you can see, Damwon, they're just like, well, not going to push in just yet. Let's wait for the creeps. As Baron's going to spawn, and they may just take it right now.
Yeah, they can if they want. They could just go back and push again if they feel like it. But you could tell that they were a little apprehensive about just straight up diving turrets, even from this far ahead. Don't want to give anything over to the side of team. Oh no.
Oh no. This is
where Godzilla comes out of the jungle instead of the
This is what saltwater crocodiles do, dude. They wade in the reeds and then they sprint out. And there he goes. This is now a nature documentary. The gazelle getting absolutely obliterated by the lion. However, the poacher is going to come through with a huge arrow of destiny as Nogari's going to be able to take down the barrel and he'll get out. So the crocodile lives, but as does the gazelle. And yes, in this story, Gangplank is a gazelle.
We're saving the endangered species over here in the LCK.
Sometimes
so many Gangplanks have been killed.
Like, listen to David Attenborough talking about these animals that are definitely about to die, and they're really cute. Thankfully, this time around, it was a good news story. But when you're talking about the Gangplank as a Gazelle, a helpless creature, then that's certainly a game state that you don't want if you're a Dynamics fan. As Beryl, he's going to do the best that he can to get Beyond out of here, but it's Showmaker that does most of that work. Now looking for another Shock Blast that'll kill Beyond, as the Baron should be taken. Beyond not going to get speared.
Look at Showmaker looking for the angle.
Final Spark comes in. Yeah, Beyond is just going to be taken down, so there's no more smites. And it was level 13 to, I think, level 10, so it doesn't even really matter. It was never 50-50 because the smite did an extra approximately 200 damage. It's Canyon over the top. Showmaker here trying to corral. They don't have vision.
I loved the Hunter Showmaker looking for the angle.
Yeah.
Trying to take down the troll.
There's poachers on both sides.
I know.
Nogre walking in. Loosen Singularity just to slow down the minion wave, but this Nexus turret's dead. Oh, and Damwon will crash through, take this one down. It's 22 minutes into the game, and it's well and truly over. 14,000 gold is the lead. That gold lead at 20 stat that we saw before is only going to be inflated now as Arrow, nicely avoided by Damwon. And I don't think Dynamics have any chance of stopping this. You can see that Nexus turret is not long for the world. Flash forward there from Nogre. He'll take whichever target he can get, and he'll look for the Lux first. And just crashes on through. Beryl will probably die, but he flashes out, and he's going to keep himself alive. The Inspired Shield comes in. Nogre, huge healing as he slices, dices, and chops up the Pirate. Ghost just trying to land some Mystic shots, and they're going to give up on the Nexus for the moment. They want to be able to grab as many kills as they can. Showmaker misses the Shock Blast, though, and that's going to be that. Damwon with a very swift 2-0. An understandable one, but the way they did it was definitely entertaining. Nogre's Crocodile, my goodness. When I visited the Northern Territory of Australia, where there are a lot of saltwater crocodiles, and I went to one of the talks at one of the zoos, and they were talking about how incredibly scary these creatures were. Well, now you guys, you've had that experience as well. They are about as scary as Nogre's Renekton.
Yeah, I mean, it evolved into Godzilla, and that's not a movie for kids to watch. That was a very bloody one. There was a lot of killing and destruction there.
Yeah, often you see it's like M15 for Godzilla movies. This was the R-rated Godzilla movie.
Yeah. M15. I don't think we have that one in
Sorry, yeah, that's an American. Sorry,
PG-13
that's an Australian
maybe?
thing. Yeah, PG-13's your one. So maybe it's more of a PG-13 vibe.
Look at Showmaker. He's like, yeah. I guess I'm going home fast. Thanks, team.
I don't think he's very happy. I think that Showmaker likes to have the spotlight on himself, but it was fixed pretty much on the top side of the map the entire time.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's not every day that Showmaker gets carried, and it's not like he was doing poorly. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, generally he's the one that's, got the most kills. He's doing the crazy plays. He didn't have the best game of his year in Game 1 as well, which is interesting. That rarely happens for a player like Showmaker, but it was all the Nuggery Canyon show today. The two of them just the real smurfing duo, like from solo queue, that are like challenger and they're leveling new accounts in silver, and they're doing that every single game.
Yeah, and the Gangplank, I mean, we've seen it picked into Renekton time after time throughout all of the years of League of Legends. I feel like this is a matchup that's that dates back many, but it's not looking very good here in the LCK. Well, just looking way too strong, especially with all the jungle support that he was given, especially in this game.
Yeah, we've seen Renekton Nidalee up against GP. I don't know if it was Renekton Nidalee in the KT series, but it was.
I think it was Renekton Set.
Yeah, maybe. It was something that can follow up gank really well with the Renekton, and Set is, of course, a champion that can do that. So we're seeing. First of all, it was Genji versus KT the first time around, which is a heavily favored matchup towards Genji. And this one, of course, Damwon versus Team Dynamics, heavily favored towards Damwon. So I would be really curious to see a,
yeah, let's see the other
even
side
matchup,
of the matchup,
or, a lower level team in the LCK playing Renekton Nidalee or Renekton Set or Renekton, ganking jungler, and going up against a really strong top laner that's playing GP. Because I feel like some of the results are showing that, oh man, Renekton is amazing. Nidalee should be picked every single game, but we need more data points. We need to see some of the other teams pick it up in more even matchups before we can make broad statements like that, as there was a lot of action down in the bottom side, but really it all began when the Croc made his appearance.
And he just turns up bottom side, and the bottom lane's like, what did you guys do? Yeah, Gugu's like, I'm trying my best to get off the edge of this this rift right here.
This question mark pinging the GP that's farming in the top lane with 67 CS. This was the Ghost gank. I don't even remember this kill. Like, Rich died so many times, it was pretty unfortunate for him.
This was the casually cruise past and kill Rich. Sidestep. I think he responded with to that one.
Yeah.
This one's huh?
No, he laughed about the sidestep and then he did a
yeah, sorry. That's right.
Sorry,
guys.
다 죽여.
Make sure that
Showmaker's like, do not end. Kill them all. Do not end. And his team is
야생동물 뭐야 이거?
나 실드 저 미사일 없고.
I think he called him a wild animal.
나 살려줘.
It's kind of what I heard as a literal translation, but it's pretty accurate to be honest. Someone let the Renekton off the leash tonight, and I think it was Nidalee, and he had a lot of fun, certainly in 2 games.
Yeah, I want to see a crocodile on the leash. By the way, that's actually it's an amusing image. That
probably exists from Florida if you search some pictures from down there.
That's likely true. That does.
Yeah.
Well, I watched
Seems
that
likely.
show. As, yep, this was absolutely a complete destruction by DWG. And we're going to be able to hear from whoever picks up the player of the game and Canyon after this one. I think it will be Nogari, so we'll be able to see the Bash Bros together talking about how they just destroyed Dynamics' top side of the map. Didn't really matter that the Dynamics bottom lane had one of their better series. And I do want to congratulate Gugu and Dom for stepping up their play. It was just unfortunately against DWG. So you don't deal with the top lane or the top side of the map. Yeah.
It was a sad game for their bot lane, but not because of them. And it's just, the more they destroy teams over and over, the more it makes me hyped to see them at Worlds. Because I think they almost definitely will get a way into Worlds from here, whether it's by winning Summer or by somehow getting the points or
76 CS ahead at 15 minutes.
Casually, just, Gangplank did not exist in this game.
Nope. Absolutely not. It's a terrifying level of performance out of DWG, who are looking to try and make a statement, heading towards first place once again. DRX did kick them out of that spot for a little while, as of yesterday, but now they've evened up the match score, and that's going to mean DWG's gigantic amount of points is going to get them there. We'll have to have a look at exactly how many points they're going to be on now as this side step. Really nice from Nogari.
I want to see how many votes went to Canyon, because I think he also had, obviously, a very big part in getting the Nuggery fed. And
was a little bit.
Somebody in the Matrix just got really angry at me. Yeah, so he got 12 out of 12.
So Canyon didn't even get a look in this time. Yeah. But I think that it makes sense this game.
Yeah. He took that lead and he just started bashing them on the head with it, basically, which doesn't happen all the time.
Yeah. This was an utter stomp. Absolutely nothing they could do. I don't think we've seen like one-sided in like one lane to that extent since yesterday, I guess, with Caitlyn. Let's throw it over to the interview, though. Here's Ji-sun with some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun with Deliver Translation. And this POG will be Kenya Nuggery from DWG Gaming taking down Team Dynamics 2-0. How do you feel, guys? I'm happy that we won fast. And, you know, we have some matches left, but still, I'm happy that we won today. What about you, Nuggery? Well, it's been a while since I carried a game, so it's really nice. Congratulations on the 8-match winning streak as well. And DWG Gaming, you guys are trying something new with the draft. For example, Azir and Showmaker and first pick Karma. Were you guys trying to learn some new recipe for winning coming into the playoffs? Well, during the scrims, well, we also have some of the favorite picks, but we always try to practice and experiment other picks. And today was the day to kind of pull it off on competitive games. Yeah, for Azir and other picks, was that the player's opinion or was that the team's decision? For example, the Azir pick on Showmaker. From the team, we were giving some pressure over to Showmaker. Kenyon, you said you ended this game really early, and you were the core player that enabled this kind of speed out of Damwon Gaming because you were so ahead in the jungle. Was that all predicted and calculated? Not really. I thought he's gonna go for 3 camps on his jungle, but luckily I met him in the red buff jungle, so I was able to get a kill. And thanks to that, Nuguri was also having a very comfortable laning phase. So we had a very split votes between top and jungle in that game. So Kenyon who set it everything up, or whether it's Nuguri who carried the game with that Zobal. I think I deserve the POG for game 1 because I made Rek'Sai to GG in the level 1, level 2. I mean, whenever we ask him this kind of a question, he used to be super humble. So I thought he's gonna say Nuguri deserves the POG. But yeah, for me, it's true. Because Rek'Sai died in such an early phase, I was able to have a very comfortable lane phase. In game number 2, we saw Karma coming out from Damwon Gaming. And you guys don't really pick it. Was that designated for Beryl in the beginning? Because I mean, a lot of fans were thinking that Nuguri, you won't like picking Karma, and also Showmaker won't prefer Karma as well. I mean, we practiced Karma a lot, and it was a flex pick for all 3 roles. We even thought Ghost playing bottom Karma because he did last year. And you played Renekton with offensive item build this time around. You were just like going full attack mode. What was the reason for your itemization? I think Rascal is a great Renekton player, so I learned a lot from him. So I used to go with Black Cleaver and Tiamat up against a ranged champion, but Rascal, he's been building play the Ruined King, and so I tried it in scrims, and I think, yeah, it kind of gives him more option, and also it guarantees him a lot of damage, so I was kind of following Rascal's style. So we heard you saying walk walk when you were like putting in the stuns on the enemy champions. What was that? Whenever I play Renekton, that's something I say. So I didn't really know that I was saying that today as well. Walk walk, definitely a meme from a Korean streamer who's really good at Renekton. And Nuguri, you got a lot of solo kills. And also you got the tier 2 turret on the top lane at 9-minute mark. And we saw that Nuguri training. Because so you always go for the hard mode training. Even though you get a solo kill, you always try to go for a very difficult situation. So was that intended in the beginning? I mean, I realized that I am not performing well during the laning phase, during the practice. So if I kind of try more things in a very hard situation, I kind of get to improve myself. And in game number 1 and 2, the top side was having a lot of lead, but bottom lane was suffering a little bit. They started off in a bad situation, but I mean, the top side was having a huge lead, so we were like, cheer up, bottom lane. What did Ghost say? Nothing special. The game was, yeah, pretty much over on the top side of the map, to be honest. And we saw an article saying that Rich, who has to carry, and versus Nuguri, who now has took up some of the burden on his shoulder. Today, I played 2 Renektons, which means I trust my teammates a lot. I think it is all reflected in our draft. But you did carry today. Yeah, I had some lucky and good situation for me. Outside of the game, Nuguri, you are the idol of the top laners. All the top laners are saying that I want to get closer to Nuguri. And you said you actually learned from Rascal about the rhetoric to play, so who do you want to get closer to here in the LCK? I mean, everyone is really attractive, but Doran is really fun, you know? His personality is really funny. I want to meet him in person, and also Kana. So, yeah. We can have a really good bonding between Kana as well. However, you have to face up against Kana in the upcoming T1 series. What's your mindset for that game? In T1, their style shifted a lot, and I think Kana is really good at getting solo kills, and he's more solid during the laning phase, and he's like showing more of a sharper style of the gaming play, so I have to prepare a lot for that game. Kenyon, what's your mindset facing up against Cuz in the jungle? He's really aggressive recently, and yeah, I think he's really making sharp decisions, so I think I have to get back to the drawing board and practice a lot. So this was the interview with Kenyon Nuguri from Damwon Gaming, and thank you very much for this interview. So I'm pretty sure we have a change with the standings, so let's check it out.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, for the interview translation. Absolutely adorable hearing about the little top lane love affairs that we have going on here in the LCK. Noguri returning the favor to Doran, who wanted to hang out with Noguri, and got to find a way of setting that date up somehow, and also kind of getting a bit of a look in there as Damwon take their rightful place in first, plus 25. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so close. 2 more 2-0s for Damwon. They have one big test remaining, and that is going to be up against T1. And if they can get the 2-0, it's basically going to be smooth sailing for Damwon. The dream is still alive. Next Thursday is a big day, Damwon versus T1. We also have T1 versus DRX on next Sunday. Yeah, so make sure. The bookended week is going to be a very important one for our final week of the LCK. But we still have one more series to go, guys. Afrika versus Sandbox is going to be coming up in a really long time. I hope to see you in about an hour.
Night eyes in the summer heat. We took our
never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by the Valdanalist once again. I hope you guys had a good hour-long break or something like that.
Yeah.
It was a long time. I wasn't actually hungry. We had dinner between the matches, but they ended so quickly, we'd only just had lunch.
Yeah, right before the matches. So
Yeah.
we ate like 2.5 hours
Yeah.
in between, 3 hours. It wasn't that much time.
No.
But we got our nutrition. We got our rest. We're ready for
Indeed.
games number 3 and 4, maybe? I don't know. That's a weird way to say that. Match number 2.
Yeah, I think match number 2 is probably the best way to do it.
Yeah.
Maybe you got too much rest.
I did, yeah.
Maybe we need to wake up. Maybe some exciting League of Legends is going to do it as well, as we've got Afrika versus Sandbox. Not a lot in this one, necessarily, because Sandbox were unfortunately confirmed out of the running yesterday. However, they can play spoiler.
Yes.
So if Sandbox manages to win here, then Afrika's chances of getting into playoffs become a real issue. KT hot on their heels at the moment, still 2 matches behind, but anything can happen. Afrika with 3 matches to play. Points of the match, let's have a look. Huge decider match for playoffs. Destiny, the gatekeeper, Afrika versus Yamato Magic Sandbox. I love it. Looking forward to seeing Sandbox go out with a bit of a bang here, because I think the team certainly was doing some rebuilding, especially since Yamato came. So looking to try and solidify themselves. Hopefully Sandbox gets a spot in the LCK once we do become franchised, everything like that. None of that information is out there just yet. However, I think that Sandbox well within a shot to confirm their spot there. And yeah, just hoping that Sandbox can go out with a little bit more of a bang.
Yeah, and Afrika, of course, the 2-0 win to solidify the spot. This is going to be interesting if Sandbox can play spoiler and keep the hopes alive of KT. Or we could just have our playoff teams decided tonight, and it would be interesting to have that already with a full week to go. As see some of the stats here, this is for round 2. Don't get confused like the Valdanalist normally does by the round 2 stats.
Yep.
As Afrika have been having a very successful round 2, as you can see here.
Now, if Afrika wins here, KT are not out.
Well, if they win 2-0, they're out.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that's what it said.
All right. Okay, never mind. I have written down on the sheet here that actually that's not the case.
Really?
Yeah, right. So, never mind.
That's...
I mean, it's possible that KT can get to... Theoretically, if they beat DWG and Afrika, they'll get to 0 points. If Afrika wins here today, they'll get to +3. Then lose 2 in a row, they'll get to -1. So technically, even if Afrika 2-0, it's not necessarily the end of the road for KT. Playoff math. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Interesting to have the script go off script.
Yeah.
Weird.
LS hasn't been here for a while. This script is going all over the place.
Very confused. The lost script
indeed
has returned. And
it's been 2 months since these two teams have played as well. They started off, I believe, in week 1, facing off in round 1 of Summer. So it's certainly been a while since we've seen good old Keen versus Summit. The protege taking on the Master. Or the Padawan versus the Master, I guess, if we're going to go with the Star Wars reference. But that's not going to be our key matchup here today. Fly versus Fate is what we're focusing on, as our damage difference at 15. Huge here for Fly. Still only 3rd. But the difference between 3rd and 5th, gigantic, as you can see.
Yeah, again, round 2 stats. So we get to see in here the CS percentage at 15 to 30 is very interesting. We have 1st and we have 11th.
Yeah.
So pretty much the biggest gap that we can have.
But this shows just how much of a facilitator Fly is. I don't think this is necessarily a negative stat for Fly, as we do focus on him right here. It's about him not being the carry. You see a lot of teams play around their mid laners, and Fate definitely is a player that Sandbox focuses on. However, I mean, Afrika are built around Keen, doing great things, and Mystic hard carrying in the late game. So it's not about Fly. Like he should be on something like a Karma, trying to, you know, facilitate and get things going. His Orianna has looked good also, but definitely more of that utility style of mid lane. And it's not the style that's been winning here in the LCK, is having the utility, but it certainly was in the past, and we'll see whether Afrika can sort of rewrite the meta by making that one work here today. They should be the favorites up against Sandbox, but Sandbox do have a lot of things up their sleeve. And look, it's a very well-pressed, lovely ironed sleeve that Yamato has for us here today as well.
It's always looking very nice.
Even if they're not going to make it into playoffs, they will be best dressed on the day regardless.
Yes, for sure. Nobody's got a suit quite like he does.
Absolutely. Has been the case forever.
There's no dress code either, so I'm pretty sure they can wear anything they want.
Yeah, they can wear flip-flops and shorts if they
jackets. We've seen a lot of people in shorts, but Yamato, he's got the suit here. No tie. He's not going to go that far.
No, but the pocket square's still there. Not going three-piece because it's like 400 degrees in here. I don't know why
so
Park is so hot. It's nutty. There's no audience. Like, theoretically, the AC should be absolutely fine.
Yeah,
there's no bodies to warm up the room, but never mind. Maybe someone was complaining about it being too cold. I don't like that person. I am melting. Okay, Afrika on the blue side, and they're a blue team. Sandbox on the red side, and they're a red team. It's the absolute dream for any of you.
We just gotta have a best of one. Like, we can't have them switch. It's
it's
too difficult.
Extraordinarily confusing.
Yeah.
But here we are, some bands coming in. TF and Karma, some very standard ones here on the blue side, as it will be Callista and Zoe taken off the board here by Sandbox. Why did I ate it?
Oh,
it's right here.
Oh,
it's
there
just
you go.
underneath my plethora of bits of paper here as we broke the fourth wall just a little bit as we're just scrounging around the desk. But nothing really too out of the ordinary, as the Olaf band is going to come in instead of something like a volley bear, which is very interesting. Afrika definitely wanting to pick up the bear if it's left open. Sandbox, find the bear button. Where's the bear button? Means that they will be able to get, one of the priority 80 carries or the volley bear. Afrika have already drafted this one quite nicely.
There's no V, like specific V sound in Korean, so volibear in Korean is actually volley bear.
Whoa, Caitlyn picked up.
He's totally ignored.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I was writing things down, to be honest. I was hoping you'd take it away.
It's true. They picked Caitlyn instead of volibear, which is very interesting. Spirit, suppose maybe he's got a weird pick for us today.
Ooh, is Lilia back?
Maybe.
We shall see. This was very obvious, especially with Olaf banned. Now where do they go? Sandbox without the obvious answer to the Caitlyn, which is why I was so distracted from what you were saying. I want you to repeat it now. What were we talking about?
Oh, well, there's no V sound in Korean language.
Right. Yeah.
So volibear.
Volibear.
Yeah.
Like a Bollywood
bear.
I like the Bollywood bear. That should be a skin, honestly.
It should.
That really should.
They get two of these really high-tier picks. They just go down the list. They're like, well, volibear's open, set's open, so let's pick both of them. And they both are very on theme with each other. They run at you, and they attack you with their claws, their paws, or their fists.
Indeed. Often, Set is picked as a flex pick to be put through to the jungle. I don't expect Gorilla to be playing it, so I have a feeling that this is going to be between Summit and Fate as to where the set is going. Lux Caitlyn once again towards the bottom side. Mystic and Ben, let's see what they can do with this. No Karma to answer and no Ashe to answer either. So this Caitlyn lane could be really scary for Sandbox to deal with, as Senna is the consideration.
We had to have the 80 carry picked here because already a couple are banned and Caitlyn's available, so you want to have something that can do decently into Caitlyn. They could have just banned Senna Jhin, and you would have been like, well, Ezreal? Sivir? It would have been a little bit weird. So they go ahead and pick up the Senna. Now we could have one of those two burly boys down there in the bottom side getting fed.
Yeah, could be the Set and the Senna type situation. Gorilla could be the one on the Senna. Of course, I believe he debuted 80 carry supports in Misfortune while he was on the Rocks Tigers a few years ago. So certainly should be comfortable on a more AD version of a support.
Will they go ahead and ban like a typical Gorilla pick, like a Tom Kench, right? Something
I think
that
Tom
can
Kench
go really well.
Yeah, it's a pretty free ban.
Yeah.
To be honest, like Senna Tom Kench should be pretty comfy.
But will they ban it? They banned away Gangplank, which if you were watching the last series, I think maybe they would have not gone for that, but it could show that they may want to pick Renekton, actually. So,
indeed.
we talked about that matchup, and Nuggery flipped it on its head. with the help of a very aggressive jungler. By the way, Nidalee still available if they wanted to go down that route. They're not going to go ahead and ban Tahm Kench, so they are giving some thoughts to the idea that Set will be in the bottom side alongside Senna.
I mean, Lux does do very well into Tahm Kench. You don't feel like you want to. If they pick Tahm Kench, like, Caitlyn Lux destroys the lane. So, I mean, it will be very safe for Root and Gorilla down there, but they'll get no shove. They'll have no priority. As Fate thinking about taking away the Orianna. There we go. That one's going to be locked in, and we're keeping things up in the air as far as where the support is going to go. Could, of course, be the Set in the bottom lane. As Fly thinking about the Syndra. Just orbs versus orbs in the mid lane.
Yeah, there's a lot of long range here and poke on the side of Afrika. They're really trying to keep their distance away from Set Volibear. And then Keen is probably going to play Akali. Keen's Akali is pretty insane. He picks it into counter matchups and does okay. And he is going to blind pick it. It's like his new thing. He doesn't have Jace or Mordekaiser, and he's playing a lot of Akali recently, so he's just going to put the Akali hat on, and Sandbox have the opportunity to try to go for a counter pick or to pick a support.
Bit of hard engage here from Gorilla. Certainly comfort on the Nautilus. And you can see they really just don't want to go towards the Tahm Kench. And it is going to add a little bit more of that engage potential. Still going to be a very hard lane for the Nautilus center, but if OnFleek makes his way down towards the bottom side, what Nautilus offers is trillion times more than what they would have got out from the gank assist of a Tahm Kench. So look to see OnFleek towards bottom side earlier rather than later. Otherwise, I assume Mystic and Ben should be able to run away with this lane. Even with nameplates on. Spirit on the Trundle is sad. He promised that he was going to play Lilia, and instead he's on Trundle.
When he was on camera when they picked that, he actually looked sad. He's like, oh man, I have to play this boring champion, this Trundle. I didn't want to play this.
We've all played Trundle before, and I think we understand that feeling.
Yeah, I used to enjoy it, and then it kind of got old.
I liked playing Trundle back when his standard build was Trinity Force, and you just go around eating people.
Yeah.
That was great.
It's fun, and you can do a bit of damage with, like, press the attack, but once you're behind and you just sit there and do no damage in your tank, it's quite not fun.
Yeah.
To say the least. So this is a very interesting composition. They don't have any backline access except for Keen. So Keen is going to be, he's done this before, like they've piloted a very similar comp the last time they were out here where Keen was on Akali and everybody else was kind of just ranged and wanted to poke and keep you at a distance. Whereas on this side, especially with the addition of the Nautilus, they have a lot of ball carriers and a lot of ways to get in your face with Senna.
They have insane teamfight wombo as well, with Showstopper into Shockwave, the Shockwave. No, that's not going to work. It's like a Black Friday deal or something like that, I don't know. But Afrika, I like their composition for the mid-game, plenty of poke and pick options. Even the Trundle able to offer the pillar for options like that is certainly going to help out. And as far as bottom lane control, Afrika should be all over it. I'm curious to see what the two priority picks from Sandbox are going to be able to get done, though. Set and Volibear definitely very high as far as the stonks here in the LCK meta are concerned.
They're blue chips.
Oh, yeah.
And they were just essentially able to get both of them for free. I mean, their bans were, let me take another look, Kalista, Zoe, Ashe. So they banned the Ashe into thinking that the first pick Volibear would come out and then they would take the Caitlyn alongside of a Set most likely. But when the Caitlyn was first picked with the Ashe ban, they were like, well, I guess we'll just get the two big boys up on the top side.
Yeah, I actually think it was really intelligent drafting from Sandbox because Ashe has been so popular into the Caitlyn that you get rid of her. You also ban Ashe away from Mystic, which is great. Certainly a favorite pick of his has been forever. So let's see how mid lane is going to go. Checking that one out first as some orbs are being put down here, there, and everywhere. Command attack comes down. We don't even see whether it lands. As Mystic and Ben will just continue trying to control this wave. Certainly what Caitlyn is very good at. Okay, we're just going to shield and look for some damage, but there's the dredge line that's going to land from Gorilla. Aftershock keeps him alive as well, but you saw Ben with his shield. He's absolutely fine by the looks of things as Mystic gets himself a decent headshot onto the center.
Yeah, Guardian Lux, the Rune Guardian, is it's pretty annoying at level 1, especially. You're very tanky. The follow-up from Senna is not there, so even if Gorilla lands a hook, you're going to be feeling just fine. And they are going to have that lane control. We were talking about how this is, you know, if they do go for some kind of Gorilla-esque melee support, like a Tom Kench or a Nautilus, both lanes are not going to have fun if you're a melee support. So Gorilla's champion pool perhaps hurting them a little bit down there. I'm trying to look at what else he's got. Karma wasn't available. He's played 3 games of Thresh, but...
I mean, we all know that Gorilla's champion pool is pretty large, but I think that they require him to have some agency, especially as this game goes on, and I guess they're just sacrificing the bottom lane, not wanting that one to really even be a thing.
Yeah.
Headshot comes down after the cupcake is eaten there.
That's the real question. It's like, what do they value more, right? And as you were saying, I guess getting Gorilla onto an engaged champion was more important for them. As every time we look down here, it's not going to be a fun time, of course. We'll see if OnFleek wants to try to maneuver down there at all, because alongside of Nautilus, of course, they have huge amounts of lockdown, and even Root from Root on Senna. Get it? Yeah,
yeah, that was good. That was real clever.
Yeah. I was thinking about that one for like an hour during the breaks.
Yeah, I mean, we had a long break, so I was expecting some pretty good things.
Just really waiting for my moment to throw it out there.
I thought the execution was almost perfect. I'd give it a 93.
Thanks.
Out of 100.
It's higher than I was expecting.
You're welcome. You earned it. Flying Fate facing off. As you can see, CS basically even. Nothing really to worry about. Both of these champions pretty good at just laning in general, but Scatter the Weak does go wide and Fly. Running out of mana here in this lane for the moment. Focused will connect.
Whoa.
Yeah, will.
Saw what you did there.
Will. That was unintentional and I thought sounded a bit stupid.
Look at this jungle path.
This is what we were expecting. That OnFleek would give some attention bottom lane, and as you can see, Mystic and Ben definitely very far up. That's a great binding onto Gorilla, but he misses the dredge line. Very unfortunate. Mystic is going to be the target, and he does have to flash. Ben still has both of his summoner spells as Fate's dead in the mid lane. Spirit returns the favor in kind, and there's first blood.
Yeah, the fact that everything just totally missed was really unfortunate from the side of Sandbox. I think Gorilla, if he really wanted to 100% secure that kill, probably some kind of flash exhaust play, like get in Caitlyn's face and maybe look for a passive into a hook, and then you've got Volibear right on top. But instead, he just went for the straight up hook, and once that missed, it was very easy for Mystic to just run away, and he's got Lux helping with bindings and stuff like that. So eventually did have to flash and heal, but no kill came in, which is definitely unfortunate. But we'll see where Afrika were able to get their kill as Fate went for the ward and then gets zoned with the stun and the pillar.
That was actually very perplexing as to how that stun worked. Almost looked like the orb went down and missed, and then he still got stunned somehow. Quite strange. But never mind.
Yeah.
Still going to be able to grab that kill. As you can see, Fate's still able to shove here in this lane. Does have a 10 CS advantage as Fly didn't use his teleport to get back to lane. His Lost Chapter now complete. There's a teleport towards the bottom side. Mystic, no flash, remember. And there's the double face breaker summit. No! The dredge line is going to miss Ben, but Mystic is still dead. Not a chance that he's going to get anything done as the Sky Strike comes in. And OnFleek will grab that kill. But now Keen with some spare time towards the top lane.
Yeah, you see they're trying to help their bottom side, which is interesting. You know, they're trying to get a little bit of pressure taken off of them. They use the teleport and another gank to come in here, which is going to give, in turn, free farm over to the side of Keen. So it's kind of pick your poison. Do you want to shut down Mystic and get your bottom lane ahead? Or do you want to give Keen a bit of a better time in his own lane? And they decided to go for the teleport play. This also means that Afrika are going to pick up this first Mountain Drake, which is going to be pretty interesting. I mean, it's just one Mountain Drake. You see that a lot of their champions aren't necessarily tanks. They're going to build limited amounts of resistances and stuff like that. But might be able to get a little bit of extra help against this hard engage from the side of Sandbox.
Yeah, good dredge line lands this time. It looks like Gorilla's eye is in, but now doesn't have any more of that aftershock, and a teleport is going to come forward. Fly looking for the stun. Focus Will's going to do it, and that is a very dead Nautilus. Like you're saying, no flash, no chance of getting out. Facebreaker onto Keen here towards the top side. He's very close to his turret though, so he'll be absolutely fine, and no haymakers to come in here. Unfleek now struggling to fight against Spirit. Fly's going to get rooted, but he's just going to steal away the blue buff. Stun comes in.
Oh,
Fly somehow
wow.
manages to get it. That smite timing was pretty amazing from Spirit.
That was incredible. That was really, really
no,
nice.
he didn't even use it. Never mind. That was Onfleek.
No, yeah.
Thank you, Onfleek.
Smite comes in and Fly just throws it out, and it was probably just off there by, I don't know, maybe been like 3 damage. Like, it was really
right.
close. I'm trying to remember like the different levels of damage of Smite. I think that 480 is one of them. Not 100% sure.
I'm just not sure
a
which
jungler
level
myself,
that is.
But yeah, we'll get a look here at this play. As you can see, huge commitment to Set is teleporting, and Ben looked like that binding comes in, but it was a little bit too little, too late, as Mystic absolutely dead. No chance for him to get out with no flash. Root's able to get back and get the wave, as then we see the follow-up here with the teleport play, as Gorilla doesn't have flash, so he's going really far down the lane when there's a ward in his brush, and he should know that the mid lane has teleport, but not factoring in every little thing. This is what I wanted to see.
Let's have a look at exactly how much damage it goes down to. Okay.
See, it was 486, right? And
yeah, so
I'm trying to figure out like what damage did the smite do.
And that was definitely on Fleek's smite, right? Like, it's no way that he's going to burst 600 damage at level 5 with only a lost chapter.
Yeah. Well, either way, the blue gets stolen. It's really nice to have that on the Syndra, because especially once you get some items, it allows you to just never-ending push, which is really annoying for an Orianna without blue, because you can see he rushed Merc Treads too, so he doesn't even have Lost Chapter. So that's going to take away a lot of his mana. The never-ending push advantage here, well, it is going to end eventually once the boot goes down. But for a while now, Fly is going to have a lot of priority here in this mid lane.
Hasn't necessarily shown in the CS just yet. Of course, Orianna just a pretty good farmer. And she clears out most of that wave on Fleek, thinking about coming in. But Fate doing a good job of just safely farming. Summit up here towards the top side, as you can see, retaining that 10 CS advantage up against Keen. Another Facebreaker comes in as we Shuriken backflip just onto a minion.
Yeah, this lane is, it looked like Summit was having fun early on, but since then, since Keen was given a little bit of a free push, he has been doing a bit better. You can see that Fate had to go back because he doesn't have any mana, and Fly is just sitting here with full mana in the mid lane. He's going to be able to push and then rotate for this play, as here comes the fight.
Yeah, Onfleek was lying in wait though. Summit gets a big shield. Dawning Shadow comes down as well, but Keen gets the damage, and Spirit's going to grab the kill. Now Onfleek, he has to flash out, press the attack, fully stacked onto the volley bear, and he is donezo. Freaka winning a fight topside, and Keen getting an advantage is terrifying for Sandbox.
Yeah, it's definitely not the person you want to be picking up any extra gold. It was Spirit that got the 2 kills, or the 1 kill, I suppose, in that fight, but either way, some extra XP and gold going the way of Keen. Obviously, going to be feeling pretty good about that. He can deny some CS up on the top side right now with the push as well. So it's everything combined, and they didn't even need Syndra. So after all that, just a nice little 2v2 that does go the way of a Freaka.
Yeah, Fly actually just chilling here in this lane. Too worried, grabs all of the farm. We'll now move on over, looking for a back. See what he can actually purchase here as the 101 Syndra. But let's have a look at how this one went. I actually really liked the idea out of Onfleek, you know, Summit trying to bait this one out, moves the Akali over. But the pillar was so frustrating, and Keen just so mobile.
Yeah. It's interesting that they were trying to force that one if they had any idea that Spirit was nearby. But as you were mentioning, the bait was the tactic, but it didn't quite pay off in the end. So Spirit picks up that Rift Herald. We'll have to see where he wants to drop it down. Do you want to try to open up that bottom side where you've been pushing and you've already got one plate? Or do you want to give that extra gold over to Keen, who has also picked up one plate? I think I'd choose Keen.
Yeah, I agree. Cloud Drake now going to be started here by Sandbox. Not exactly the greatest prize here in this game, but I'll take what they can get. Ocean Soul going to be the final Drake of an element this particular game. 1.2k the lead for Afrika. Our 5th place team looking to hold on to it. Just to reiterate, guys, KT are not out of the playoffs race if Afrika win here today. It just becomes extraordinarily difficult for them to do anything. So they want Sandbox to try and help them out. Throw them a bone.
Yeah.
As I did get some information, by the way.
Yeah.
About whether or if KT get into playoffs, there are only 5 teams for this year that have championship points.
Yes.
And it just means that there isn't another game for the Worlds Gauntlet. We just won't have another team in there.
There's no 5th versus 6th.
Yep, it just won't happen. As Fate, he's going to flash. It's going to be less lane control as Summit taking a lot of damage from Kane, who has a level advantage now. Seeker's Arm Guard complete. Makes the job of the set much more difficult. He's going for a similar build to what we saw from Chovy yesterday on the set, on the top side. Going to be building towards the Blade of the Ruined King. A bit more damage from the set.
Yeah. Does mean that it's going to be a lot more skirmishy up in the top side, as both of these champs can do damage. And in the past, of course, Keen versus Summit would have been a massive highlight matchup. I'm going to have to hold that thought.
Yep. Well, the pillar's going to go down. Root not going to find the root.
It's back again.
Indeed. I think it might happen a couple of times in this game.
And yeah, I mean, Keen and Summit used to be 2 of the biggest top lane names that we had, but Summit, unfortunately, with Sandbox, began to decline a little bit here. Keen, still known for being an excellent top laner. Unfortunately, his team continuously does lose to the top 4 pretty consistently. So he's a little bit less talked about because of that, but he's still extremely strong as an individual player.
And as a carry as well, right?
Yes.
He likes to take the bull by the horns.
Yes.
And sort of go for that 1v9 play. Spirit is going to find on fleek. Great live binding here from Ben, who's also going to be able to throw out the final spark. Spirit is going to grab that kill, I believe, with the last tick of the Subjugate. And Root's trying to keep people alive, but he just can't do it. Once again, the Volley Bear is going to fall 3-0-0 for the Trundle. It's looking like a counter pick in this game.
Spirit's angry after he got bopped by Cuz the last time.
Dude. Well, he got out-jungled tremendously in that matchup.
It was not fun for him.
No. Not happening here, though. As Depth Charge comes in, but the Dredge line is going to miss. Good double knock-up. Sandbox, they're not going to be able to fight. You can see down by a little bit of farm, but the center is actually doing a decent job up against the Caitlyn after all of the assistance that he's had in the early stages. So you can see Sandbox, you knew what their game plan was, which was to make sure that lane wasn't as awful as it could be. But it's not necessarily solved their issues further up the map, and especially in the jungle. This Trundle's just massive. I want Spirit to turn that Kindle Gem into something like a Black Cleaver and start doing damage. That's what I want. It's not going to do it.
Yeah.
And it would be a silly idea.
Let's see it.
But it would be fun.
Yeah, I think he's rushing Knight's Vow in this game, seems. As I want to see this Ace in the Hole, so there's a ton of damage that comes in. Ace in the Hole goes around everyone, and then the last tick of the Subjugate, as you mentioned, gets the final kill. Unfortunately,
I didn't
for
see
Afrika.
that it was. I didn't see that it was the Angelina Jolie Caitlyn skin, just bending bullets. Did you watch that movie, Wanted?
No. Wanted?
James McAvoy and Angelina Jolie.
I did not see that one.
Also had Morgan Freeman in it.
Wow.
Ben Flash.
Nice Flash.
He needed to get that ward.
That was flashy.
Yeah, that was a good one. I like that he did it on Vision as well, as his team question mark pings him.
It's, it's the BM play, right? It's like, hey, by the way, no Flash.
Sending a message.
Pick W.
As Spirit is going to be able to clear out this ward, as we might have yet another fight. Another final spark looks really good. Loosen Singularity to slow them all up here as Spirit is super low, but still in amongst the fight is Keen. Now bouncing around, gets the backflip, gets the ulti. And the superplex is in, but Summit is so dead. Stunned up, destroyed. Fly grabs it with another orb. And Mystic denied his ultimate, but not denied the team fight. Absolutely. 5,000 gold to lead for Afrika.
Yeah, we were talking about how Trundle's getting all the kills. They would love to get it on their carries and all that good jazz. But then what ends up happening is he's in the middle of 3 people and they're all focusing him when he has so much tankiness, and he also has a subjugate like fully stacked up. And he was just unkillable, essentially. They did not have the damage. All of it went into him prior, and then they were all just lined up for easy kills for the side of Afrika. As we're gonna get another look at it here. He's on vision, and he just runs straight at them, subjugates. They're all trying to take him down. They just can't. It's impossible. You can't take him down.
He held onto it until really late as well, actually. As look at the King's Tribute, giving him so much health back as the champions die on the sandbox side. Trundle could be ridiculous when teamfights snowball like that. Because if you don't kill him, then he's just never going to die, right, in a team fight. If you're going to focus him, you have to kill him. Or ignore him, which is also a fine idea.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't do too much damage, so it's pretty interesting. Doesn't look like he's going Knight's Vow anymore, by the way. So we'll see what
Zeke's Harbinger.
What he eventually does get into here.
Would be pretty sick.
And looks like Shirley's available. This could be a really fast night if Afrika just do the same thing they do to all the lower level teams in the LCK, which is just stomp them 2-0. So far, this is pretty one-sided, to be perfectly honest.
It's just so sad that Afrika have never been able to do this to anyone that's on the western side of the bracket. It's like they're the bullies of the LCK, always being mean to those beneath them, but never actually able to stand up to those above. Might be able to rewrite that script if they are going to be able to head to playoffs. Their match against KT certainly going to decide that one. As good shockwave on the fly, takes down about half his health bar. That Pillar's very frustrating, and especially with the fact that the person who cast the Pillar is massively fed. Root almost dead, as these headshots starting to hurt. Summit having to use the Haymaker just to stop the damage from Mystic from coming in. He's going to be able to Zeal item second. Looks like Rapid Fire Cannon's going to be coming down, and he'll be able to add to a lot of poke in these fights. Should be the Stormrazor after that for the ultimate 3-item power spike for the Caitlyn. And those headshots really, really do start to hurt. But 3-0-4 for this Trundle. I was not expecting Spirit's Trundle. After how sad he looked when it got picked and everything, I wasn't expecting him to absolutely dominate like this. But maybe just don't ever make Spirit upset. Maybe that's the call. Yeah,
I think maybe after the last series, he's like, well, let's just go back to comfort. It's his most played. He's 5-5 on the champion, which is pretty good for their spot. As here he is again.
Traps Fate in the wall. He does have flash, so he'll get out of the way. Another shockwave comes in, Fate with a lot of cooldown reduction already built up. So has that one available yet again. Spirit not going to be dying here today. Going back, a Shirley-empowered recall. And we'll be utilizing that relatively soon. As we see, Gunblade already done for Keen. See what item he's going to complete next. It looks like he's going to sit on the Seeker's Arm Guard and go for some sort of Blasting Wand item. It might be that Forbidden Book, as there is actually a fair bit of healing on the side of Sandbox. Can also help deny in the laning phase against Set as well, because the health regen you get from the grit is actually pretty silly. But we're no longer in the laning phase, and actually he just wants to be murdering the backline, so probably wanting to deny Piercing Darkness heals as he just assassinates Root over and over again.
Yeah, be interesting to see what he can get done as...
I was talking as if it's guaranteed that he's building a Morello, but I actually don't think it's confirmed just yet. Still a chance that he goes for the Leandries. Don't worry, LS, if you are watching.
He's got to up those sales, man, you know?
That's true.
He's got to make the sales. We've kind of just been sitting here, and it is a Ocean Soul. Afrika got the first one of the Soul, so they've got two of them stacked up, and It's going to be pretty nice, especially in an extended team fight that will most likely happen with the comp that they have. Certainly can get a lot of value out of that. I think they would have liked Infernal, but Infernal decided to take a nap this time around and not show its face. And we're just getting the slow, methodical push of all the outer turrets here. The mid one getting really low, the top one did go down, as did bot. And we're kind of just farming.
Yeah, the Baron could be a consideration because Spirit can tank it for about 600 years. And then when it dies, he gets all of his health back, of course, because his passive's pretty balanced. 6,000 gold is still the lead here, so Sandbox will need to do something pretty amazing in order to get themselves back into this one. And it might start with a Fnatic-style gank rush.
You see that question mark ping on the minimap from blue team? It's right where they are.
Yeah, right? And so they're just going to throw down Shirley. They should actually deny the charge, as she's not going to lose her health bar. She just realizes, where did it go?
She woke up from a nap.
Yeah, she did. So we might be able to get it on the inner turret. Well, we will. Whether it actually
Sandbox?
continues on to take down an inhibitor turret.
Guys?
Yeah,
hello?
Yeah.
Okay, well, this might just be an inhibitor. I mean, they're going to pillar away Fate as well.
So they'll trade.
Okay.
Yep, Shirley just got a triple charge.
Great.
Okay, she's going to fall eventually. So now, with an inhibitor down, this is something that we talk about a lot, is that if you take an inhibitor too early, 23 minutes, pretty early to take an inhibitor, then your opponent can just endlessly freeze the wave, and you basically lose out on an entire minion wave worth of money over and over again. The problem that Sandbox have is that it's mid lane, and now all of the pressure, like often when you're about to fight around a Baron, you clear out mid lane first. Well, that's become so much harder. And also, getting to the mid lane is so much more dangerous. So now, Afrika might be able to wake up from the lull state and grab themselves some control around the Baron and just start that one off. As OnFleek says no. He's just looking to try and clear out some vision.
Yeah. They're definitely going to have a nice amount of map control from here on out as the Knight's Vow does eventually complete. He was just going on a little bit of a detour, picking up that ice armor. Forget the name of that one, but I always just call it ice armor.
The Glacial Shroud?
Yeah, the Glacial Shroud.
There you go.
It's like an icy armor piece. You know?
It is.
It's like a shield.
It's like a little icy shield.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you. Don't worry.
And this is what they're going to go for. We'll see if they go and try to look for some picks, as we do see Spirit pretty far in here. They're not really grouped for Baron.
Yeah, Sky Strike didn't do a fair bit of damage, actually, onto Spirit there. Shockwave lands onto Fly. He flashes away. There's the depth charge, and the Dawning Shadow does a fair bit of work. Keen trying to cause a ruckus as Summit takes the majority of his health bar as he teleports in. Absolutely not what you want, as now Mystic. He's going to grab that kill and look for more. Gorilla trying to get out of here now. As Sandbox, they went for the Hail Mary. Unfortunately, Set was on a bit of a different wavelength.
Yeah, Summit does look a little bit uncomfortable in this game, as when you teleport onto one spot, you're definitely going to get trapped if the Caitlyn is right there, and they were just able to get a massive headshot and amazing follow-up after that. So immediately the top laner is gone for 20 seconds more, and we're just going to go on the push here. Don't even need the Baron. Just going to look to stack up some more money and take some of those free outer and inner turrets.
Yep, Spirit over here getting a whole bunch of his health back, as I believe he's going for Frozen Heart next. I'd like that. So don't mind it at all. Mystic starting to do so much damage. It's going to be double Zeal. We'll see which one he's going to build next. Likely to be the Phantom Dancer, which does just add that much more tankiness and safety. It's very close to being a 3-man Shockwave, honestly, and would have been really, really powerful out of Fate, but the sidesteps were good from Ben and from Fly. And from Spirit, sorry. And yeah, just off in another universe.
The rest of his team was already backing, but the back started like right after he channeled his teleport, so the timing was just really unfortunate for Sandbox.
I got baited as well. Mystic did go for the classic Storm Razor, so I like that a lot more.
There you go.
When you've got a crit cloak and a dagger, it's just, you know, that builds into a Zeal. Come on, man.
It does. Well,
I got debated.
Now they're thinking about taking the Baron, it seems. They're all kind of grouping up for it here. They're going to let Keen side push. Actually, no, he might want to just wrap around here and go for the team fight in mid instead.
Yep, they want some kills by the looks, as yeah, like you were saying, Keen in for the flank. He's going to get Chilling Smited. It's going to stop him from getting too easily into the back line. Sandbox, they just form the phalanx and do pressure Afrika out. Mystic looking for some minions. Sandbox, they want, it looks like they're hungry for a fight, especially with Keen, no teleport on the bottom side of the map. Sandbox, they want to try and force. In goes On Fleek, the dive on forward is Fly. Just deceptively tanky, great shockwave, however. And that's going to be a very dead Syndra. And the Trundle falls down as well. I mean, Afrika should have known that that was going to happen because Keen was nowhere to be seen. And never mind, Sandbox, they force the fight and they force it really nicely.
They forced the fight, and Afrika kind of did both things. They were split pushing and also trying to fight 4v5, which is definitely a bit of a mistake as, wow, that was a nice finding onto Gorilla, who looks like he should go down here.
Yep, Mystic gonna grab that kill. Don't know whether Keen necessarily needed to ulti, but he just wanted to get to that minion wave to watch Mystic last hit it. That must have been the aim. Keen might be building for a third item Void Staff, like the savant that he is.
Whoa.
But that could also be Leandri's or Morello, or a lot of different items. But I'd like third item Void Staff, especially against the Spirit Visage Volley Bear and a Banshee's Veil Merc Treads Orianna.
Insane amount of magic.
Everyone has magic.
Everybody's stacking it up. Hex Drinker, it's definitely the right item to go for. I think you could go Leandri's after that, because there is also a healthy amount of health stacking on top of that. As Sandbox say, how about this trade, guys? We take Ocean Drake and you get Baron. How does that sound?
And I think Afrika is saying that sounds all right. However, this Baron is not going down super quickly. Ben throwing a Loosened Singularity in just to try and get some vision. An orb in there as well, as Afrika will be able to confirm this. Final Spark comes down looking to clear a minion wave, but it's not going to stop the tower from being taken. So, yeah, what do you think? Soul point for Baron. Who wins?
Baron.
Yeah.
Baron, 100%.
Oh, it's a Zeke's Harbinger. That's cool. He decided to go for that one instead of something like a Frozen Heart. I actually don't mind Frozen Heart on Trundle. That's fine.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're ahead,
although
maybe you
Frozen
could
Heart
go...
does nothing to this team comp, so
yeah.
never mind.
The Baron is definitely going to be nice for Afrika here from ahead. They're going to be able to get so much pushing power. But if you're ahead, you could potentially try to roll both, right? Like try to force a fight at the Ocean Drake and then just maneuver over to the Baron after you most likely win it. But Sandbox from behind were like, we have to make a trade potentially. We're not comfortable to go 5v5. So instead of fighting, we'll just try to hold off the push and get closer, because maybe they can 50-50 in Ocean Soul.
Ooh, behind.
And then try to win from there. But we'll have to wait and see if it even gets there. It's still 3.5 minutes, and they still have a massive Baron push coming towards their base.
Spirit going to be a second support here for Mystic. As Root, oh no, caught out. Great pillar positioning, gets a free flash. As Inner Turret falls for free. Just not enough map control here for Sandbox. We're getting bled out, 8,000 gold now. The total of the gold lead. Keen splitting in the mid lane. To Sandbox's credit, they did control the bottom minion wave, and that is a long way away and not somewhere that's going to be pressured. However, Afrika, with their Caitlyn in position, the siege machine is eliminating these turrets very, very quickly. There is nothing that they can do about this one. Some vision available inside their own base, but unfortunately, they're just watching Afrika take their stuff.
Okay. You see how much damage Fate just took with one shot?
Headshots do so much damage now.
Yeah, and it's got insane range once you get the...
Yeah, if you like, someone steps in a trap, it's like, hello, I'm old Aphelios.
It's pretty ridiculous what you can pull off.
Well, Shockwave lands onto one, but it's Spirit, and he's actually pretty happy to tank, as he is going to be pulled back, and so they do manage to burst down the Trundle. And now Afrika look a little bit silly. They don't have their front line. They are just going to have to back away, but they do get 2 inhibitors, so the pressure is most certainly on. As you can see, based on the fact that that inhibitor went down very, very early, the Orianna has a lot of farm, like a lot. Same can be said for Mystic, but he's starting to do some work, and Orianna, pretty good late scaling champion.
Yeah.
Would have loved to hit more than just Spirit with this, but targeting him down and bursting him is a way that you can deal with this Afrika comp.
Fade has been really on point with his Orianna today. He's hit many different shockwaves. We haven't talked about it too much just because they were kind of the team that was behind and it wasn't really game-changing enough, but there were a couple that really secured a couple of kills for their team and are keeping them in this one. As you mentioned, he's incredibly farmed up. He has no penetration right now, like
Void
zero.
Staff will be next, and that's when he'll be doing some pretty legit.
We were talking about Void Staffs, and notice that Keen did go for the Morellos instead. Now, he's up against Senna Volibear, which is quite, you know, that's a lot of healing, but at the same time, he's going up against such a ridiculous amount of MR that I'm not sure this is the right choice. Maybe he'll go for Void Staff as well. Maybe you get Morellos and Void Staff, which in that case, I mean, okay. You try to take away the healing first, and then you try to, you know, shred a lot of their resistances later, which is Keen's choice. But we'll see if he does end up going down that path of the Void Staff on top of it. Fly, on the other hand, did get the Void Staff third and is now going for the Rabadons. And once that gets completed, even though he's not so great against tanks, such as like Volibear and Set, will be very good against the rest of the team.
And should be able to land some stuns as well. We'll see whether the Unleashed Power is going to work out. Set towards the top side, just trying to keep things in order as Mystic's caught out of position. He flashes though, and the Redemption is going to be in massive heal as Gorilla is going to get chunked to high heaven. In goes Keen, like you're talking about, on fleek, getting chunked out. Mystic is just massive. Ace in the hole comes forward, but he doesn't have enough damage to kill the big tanky bear. But Afrika will still be able to win the fight.
Yeah, and Set was nowhere to be seen. Looks like he was dealing with a top wave of minions. Now comes into mid, but it's a little bit too little too late with Gorilla down 5v4. And Afrika are looking to end this game.
Yeah, not a lot of buttons available either. It's just a showstopper here. Summit will have to be an absolute hero if they want to keep this game going. Ocean Drake is alive. If Sandbox managed to win a miraculous fight, that means Ocean Soul and maybe a turnaround, but it's just looking so difficult. And Afrika, they don't even want to give them the chance. They're just going to back away, take themselves the Ocean Drake, and go for a reset. Hopefully win the game with 3 inhibitors down. It's a stink.
Yeah, the Trundle pillar is really nice in that little spot. You guys did not know.
Good old Pillar of Filth.
Yes.
You'd read the
It's
icon,
filthy.
it'll say Pillar of Ice, but that's not what this one is. This is traditional Trundle.
And they're going to deny the Ocean Soul, and we are going to be on point for both of these teams. But we have an immense amount of pressure on the base right now of Sandbox. As we see how this one opens up, the pillar is going to be nice. Another pretty great shockwave, but Mystic is able to get out of it. Redemption is just going to heal everybody to full. And once that happens, they don't have the follow-up on their engage. Afrika's comp from ahead especially is going to be really good at kiting them down and then pushing back. And that's exactly what they did. They took out Gorilla as he had no escape after the engage, and eventually just went on to chunk the other's health bars and push in and take another inhibitor.
Keen now with Zhonya's and Stopwatch. His time in the backline is going to be pretty fun. By the looks of things, 8,000 gold the lead here for Afrika. 4 minutes until the Ocean Drake, but I don't know whether there's going to be 4 minutes left in this game. Because it has gone, you know, a fair distance. 35 minutes. 35 minutes used to be the old time where WE would start winning. And Afrika have 3 ex-WE players.
Yeah, well,
So
35 minutes used to be the time where people actually started fighting in the LCK.
Yeah.
Remember like 2017,
I mean,
18?
right now, it feels like 35 minutes used to be a time that used to exist in the LCK and no longer does. As this inhibitor is going to rebuild itself. They had the technology after all.
Oh, another one.
Oh, Jonah Strong, just he must be bored watching these inhibitors rebuild. He's going to have to wait 2.5 minutes for the next one though. As a shout out to Spo TV, being the inhibitor timer inventors.
Yeah. Didn't they also have like a Scuttle Crab counter?
Yeah, they did. They did. I was jealous.
Never got that
of
one back.
Scuttle Crab counter.
We should get the Scuttle Crab counter.
I think that was back when Scuttle Crab was extraordinarily valuable, as Gorilla gets chunked completely. Gets a command protect though, so there's a fair bit of shielding here. But double inhibitors are going to be taken down. Sandbox really needs to pull the trigger. There is half a Nexus turret that's between Afrika and winning this game. And I guess 5 members of Sandbox as well, but they need to find the team fight. Look at Fate. If he can manage to do it, if he can find the shockwave, maybe there's an opportunity as Keen goes into his shroud. Remember, double stopwatch as well. Two-man shockwave. Ben's going to be taken down first, but Spirit is just massive. Keen showstopping into the backline, but he's just able to move around and kill everyone. Summit going to be killed on his fountain by the looks of things. Not enough shields as Mystic. That's a big old headshot. Triple kill for the Caitlyn. 16-5 the kill score as Afrika do walk away with game 1.
Yeah, nicely done. We were talking about how far they were ahead, but it took them a while to end this one, so it felt a little bit less like a stomp, but it was really fate against the rest of them, man. He got so many great shockwaves. If they ended up coming back, he would have been my easy player of the game vote.
That's a comfy one, yeah.
This time around, it kind of felt like an Afrika team victory, but I'm going to give it to Spirit for his early game jungle wins.
100%. I agree. And making Trundle look like a super viable pick at the moment is actually tough, you know? We were talking not long ago about Trapdoor existing, but this wasn't that. This was giving away the highest priority jungler and then dismantling it with an old pick. As
he's
Spirit
still explored.
Yeah, bemused.
He's like, oh, I had to play Trundle.
I had to dominate more people on Trundle. What a burden my life is.
Yeah, well, maybe he can play Lilia for game 2. Maybe the coach is like, well, I know you want to play it, but you got to win game 1 first. We'll see. I'd like to see more Lilia just to see how it fares here up against more and more different compositions.
Yep. I think Afrika certainly look like they've bounced back since some more difficult appearances up against our top 4 teams. As Keen, you can see, still looking a bit stoic. I mean, this is not a team that looks like they're happy with how things are going. As they are certainly looking at playoffs, but they'll have to run the entire gauntlet if they want to get there. Mystic, of course, did way more damage than anyone else, and that's to be expected with how this game was sort of brought to bear as it went on. But Keen also had a good performance. I liked what Fly was able to do as well, kept some control in that mid lane. But Spirit gathering the first blood, finishing the mid game with about 90% kill participation, something like that. The Trundle was everywhere and absolutely denied everything that the Volibear wanted to do. So giving away like 2 of the top tier picks in Set and Volibear, I was worried at the start of the draft. But what they did with it was really, really nice.
Yeah, and they saw exactly the way they wanted to play with that comp, and they shut it down.
Exactly right. See you after the break for game 2.
이번에 들어온다 이거. 여기 세트 이빠졌어. 조심해야 돼.
자 이거
야 오리 하나 잡았어 얘들아. 오리 하나 잡았어. 오리 하나 잡았어.
트라필. 나이스.
끝내자. 오케이.
내가 넣었어.
약간 야 서폿 만나는 거 뭐 없나?
블리츠?
이즈리얼인데?
스레쉬.
아이 칼리 스레시는 별로 안 좋아.
타릭.
탑텐이 상대로 별로 안 좋아요.
오? 아야.
이를 빼줘. 빼주를 뺐을까?
내가 뺏을까? 맞아 세주 주면 안 되냐? 너 할 거 있냐?
저 아래쪽 딜은 진짜 칼리 먼저 다 해야 돼.
네, 이거 대일이 없어서 그냥 덤바 네가 선택해야 돼.
바드
카운터 할래 가?
바드
가 카운터 할게 이거. 내가 이거 그냥 세주 서포할게. 늦었어 이거. 오우. 세주 서포. 그냥 억지로 한 거 같긴 하다.
세주이를 너무 무서웠나 보다.
세주 서포 근데 당황스럽긴 하네 갑자기.
야 실력으로 이겨.
진짜 잘해야 돼.
화이팅. 야 화이팅.
그 범부랑
세주 하자,
탑이랑
나쁘긴 한데 나쁘지 않긴 해. 우리 원래 전통적으로 3세트 골픽은 다 이기긴 했어. 담원 게이밍 특이야.
근데 우리 일단 색깔은 다 잘 어울려.
예쁘잖아. 칼리 노트
가자.
가자. 일로 와봐.
천천히. 나 공사봐. 갈게.
나이스! 레드카드! 사주게 다 노플!
나이스!
다 노플! 짠 노플! 얘도 노플! 저기도 노플! 여기도 노플! 다 노플이에요! 콜라
나이스!
나이스!
안 보여. 야, 공사할게.
가자.
알았다.
야 고고고
이제. 야, 세주 서폿 뭐야? 세주 서폿. 야, 개꿀픽 뭐야? 일로 와! 라스칼! 들어가.
가자.
들어가.
진짜 가자.
들어가.
왜 잘 가고?
와, 골픽해서 이겼다.
박정 1대1 뜰래? 오 캐틀 밀어전.
캐틀이라죠? 형 박세 날라 그래요? 확실해?
와우.
어때? 시야의 마술사. 개같다 그냥.
형 저 근데 좀 피지컬 좋죠?
너 내 시야의 마술사한테 당했잖아.
깜짝 놀랐어요. 그냥 제 실력에 제가 미쳐요.
너 미친놈이야?
진짜 미친놈이에요.
안 됐다. 막판은 문도픽으로 간다.
오케이 확인.
1판 지면 그냥 데리고 먹고 물면서 뛰쳐나간다.
문도에게 와! 아무거나 사지 말고 핑크랑 와드만. 문도 간다!
왜 이게 맞는 거야?
이게 맞지 당연히. 문도 파이어! 여기지. 속도의 한계를 보여주지. 속도의 한계 아씨! 여기 오 예!
컷.
내가 이거 기다려주려고 한 거예요.
오케이 자신감 좀 찼다.
오케이 가보자.
사람아 오늘 컨셉 뭐야?
자연스럽게.
아니야. 동료를 믿어라 미션. 동료 버려?
한 번입니다. 보이는.
자
화이팅.
파이팅.
파이팅.
캐넨 미드.
괜찮아. 싸움 좋아.
나 좋았어 일단. 알아서 해봐.
싸움 좋아.
그래 알아서 잘 해봐.
미드.
나 미드
픽을 바텀 가라.
동료 버려.
미안. 저거 뭐 안 보이냐?
파이즈 한번. 야 온다.
괜찮아.
동료 버려.
남으면 얘네 이겨.
네, 나쁘지 않아. 좋아. 싸움도 너무 좋아.
캐넨 조심해.
캐넨.
잡았어. 야 캐넨 죽었어.
앞라인부터 이거 잡을 게임 끝나.
야 블루 카드 뽑는다 이씨. 야 쓰레기.
맞다.
감사합니다 형님들.
나 너무 잘 끌리는데?
지금 박준이 너무 힘들었어.
아이 나중에 개 잘했잖아.
그래 잘했잖아.
맞아. 우리 박준이 진짜 잘했어. 왜 기죽여요?
야 2년 만에 쳤음.
나이스!
사실은 실력 테스트 경기를 시작하겠습니다.
망한 바텀 풀다 같이 망했고 그리고 판테온은 한번 원래 저렇게 유통기한 있는 챔피언인데 점프시 혼자 들어가서 혼자 죽고 그러면서 그냥 게임이 아예 끝나버린 듯.
피지컬이 있네, 피지컬이.
철권 콤보인데.
마지막까지 눈 떼지 않고 집중해서 보셔야 될 것 같은데 이제 멘토 군단이 앞으로 도전을 함께 이어갈 20명의 플레이어를 선택해야 합니다.
저는
부탁합니다. 간절하면 이루어진다.
근데 좀 오래 걸리면 공항 올 것 같거든요.
실력 테스트 경기를 거쳐서 끝이 났습니다. 새로운 미션을 여러분들에게 전달해드리도록 하겠습니다.
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了 ！Kaboom! They lit the fuse！ 你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
This could be one of the biggest decider match for the playoff destiny, and this was Africa Fricks versus Sandbox Gaming. Africa Fricks picked up the win in game number 1. Both teams were focused on a different side of the map. Caitlyn and Lux. And also, Africa Fricks was able to outrange the opponents, and they also took the dive comp. So they were focusing on the 2v2 on the bottom lane and also skirmish around the bottom side of the map and also the CC chain. Sandbox Gaming, they were focusing on the vision control on the right hand side of the map, and also Nautilus was the one to engage fights. So Africa and Sandbox, they both had chances and timings to pull off the play that they planned, and Africa was the one getting the cleaner fights. Sandbox also had a really strong dive comp, but at the same time, the damage carries on the side of Africa Fricks were so strong that they were able to chunk down the front lines on the side of Sandbox Gaming. Even though they might lose some point on the bottom lane, well, they were able to compensate that with their rotation on the top side of the map. Let's take a look at the highlight where Sandbox was able to pick up a kill, but somehow Africa ended up getting more profits after this fight. So Caitlyn already managed to shove in the wave, so that didn't really end up being a huge loss for Africa Fricks, and at the same time, Akali was also able to shove in the wave. So Sandbox, they tried for the dragon, but because they used all of their tempos, Africa Fricks ended up finishing that dragon. Africa Fricks, they are one of the teams that know how to rotate around the map. So in the end, they also picked up the kill on the bottom lane to finish that a very extended skirmish happened in the early phase of the game. Orianna, when she was about to place the ward to check where Trundle was, she actually died there, so she had to use her teleport to get back to lane. So Syndra was definitely also having the TP priority for the bottom lane fight as well. So even though Caitlyn died there, Africa Fricks weren't too surprised or worried about that result because they knew how to compensate all the loss they got. Trungle did take a lot of damage by himself, but we have to take a look at the mid lane. Orianna was about to join this fight, but Fly successfully zoned him away. So Orianna was late to the party. So she was not able to actually participate in this fight at all. Trundle was also definitely being super tanky. And at the same time, the bottom duos on the side of Sandbox Gaming did not have their ultimate, so that was not a good fight for Sandbox Gaming to take. At the same time, even though Sandbox Gaming, they have a lot of CCs, they don't have enough damage to finish the fight. We did not see any upsets coming out in this game, and let's check out the player of the game on the side of Africa Freaks. Trundle, Spirit, the third POG of the Summer Split. Trundle was picked in a very early phase of the pick and ban, and he did manage to show the value of this pick. It was not about the super combo with the Trundle pillar and the Caitlyn trap. It was more like he was really proactive and he was really smart with his decision overall this game. And also, Trundle was doing a fantastic job to zone out the damage carriage on the side of Sandbox Gaming. And in this game, Syndra got much more blue buff compared to Orianna in this game, which kind of reflects the priority that they had all throughout the map. Spirit picked up 7 votes out of 12, but at the same time, Keen, Mystic, and also Fly picked up the votes, but Lux, surprisingly, didn't get any votes in this game. Africa Freaks is one step closer to the playoffs, so let's move on to game number 2, Africa Freaks versus Sandbox Gaming.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, for the translation of the analyst desk, and here we are for game number 2, potentially our final game of the night if Africa keep up their fantastic form. Yeah, Spirit, I think well-deserved. I don't know why there was just a spattering of other votes. It's like people got confused.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know, like, they each did their own things. Like, Fly was doing a good job zoning in that one fight, and he had some pretty clean Syndra play. There was also Keen with a lot of his teleports, was really on point. The vote for the Caitlyn was a little bit confusing for me, but...
Big damage numbers.
Yeah.
And sometimes you just
maybe
got to vote
for the damage numbers.
Yeah.
Not sure. But
he didn't have 19 kills. It's just, honestly, a pretty subpar performance in my personal opinion.
Yeah, maybe next time we can see a 20-kill performance and we'll be happy. But yeah, Spirit seemed like the obvious choice for us here on this desk. As here we go, into game number 2. This time, the colors are all mixed up, Atlas.
Oh no!
Sandbox on blue, Africa on red.
Why did you have to talk about it? Oh, I'm so
Just want everybody to notice it.
All right, well, Kalista going to be banned away once again. Feels like Mystic's just not allowed to play that champion these days. As Africa, let's see where their ban priorities are going to lie. Senna gotten rid of, as Karma TF might just be the follow-up bans. We saw TF and Karma banned on blue side by Africa. Might just continue to be the thing here. As Olaf to be banned away, I'd expect a Zoe last ban. Or a Zoe last ban for Sandbox, if they're trying to line that one up. It's a possibility, because they don't like Fly getting that champion. They banned it second in our previous match.
No, it's his most played, 11 games on Zoe, and we see it every so often up against really good Zoe players, but instead they are going to take away the Ashe. So
too many comfort picks.
Thinking about a first pick Caitlyn, I mean, there's already Senna and Kalista banned. There's stuff like Jhin open. Jhin could be another option if Africa are not scared of Root's Caitlyn, and so they're going to take away Akali instead.
So Caitlyn's a pretty obvious one. I'd assume that Africa have a plan for this.
Akali does seem like a little bit of a throwaway ban, right? It's like, well, we want to get whatever that's strong that's left over, and we don't want Akali to be picked into it. So they're going to go ahead and take Volibear, I think, pretty obviously.
Yeah, we saw Spirit struggle on the Volibear into Cuz, who was actually jungling the Set, but we could see Africa do exactly what Sandbox did and just lock away Set and the Volibear, but no, it's going to be the Jhin.
Yeah, the Jhin, common answer to Caitlyn's range. He has good lane presence, which a lot of teams are prioritizing nowadays, and so he does get picked very often into this Caitlyn pick. He started off with not the best win rate, but he's won ever since then. So we'll see if he can pick up another one here. As Sandbox is going to go ahead and scoop up Set because he was left up, and then they'll take Azir for Fate.
This is actually a bit scary because the Akali was banned away, and that's something a lot of people do like to play into the Azir. As, okay, it's going to be Lux Jhin on the bottom side, unless Fly wants to play Lux. But I highly doubt that. Only seen her in the support role so far this year.
That feels like she wouldn't have very much fun up against the Azir. Fate has played...
You can theoretically outrange him.
Yeah, but if any jungle pressure comes in, you're not going to be too happy. I suppose you could try to farm
right? Yeah.
from really far away eventually, but could have mana issues. But either way, we are still waiting for that first Lux Flex because I think it will eventually happen. So
yeah,
never underestimate Fly, I suppose. We'll have to wait and see. Azir, or Fate rather, has played 3 games of Azir. They're all losses. So not the best win rate on that one, even though he does seem pretty comfortable on the champion.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's sitting with Dove on the team and playing the Azir. Of course, Dove, pretty fantastic Azir player, was named after it, of course. But Fate has tried his hand a couple of times, like we talked about. Morgana going to be taken away here. Enchanter supports aplenty have been just taken away. Karma as well, alongside these other two. Certainly means that Lux's stock goes up. And unfortunately not available for Sandbox, as Afrika already has it. Lucian off the board.
Yeah. Keen has shown from time to time that he can just hop on over to the Lucian.
Nautilus locked in. Okay.
And wow, you may have called it, Atlas.
Yeah, does this mean that Nautilus can also be flexed, Valdez? We don't necessarily know.
Nautilus top, you think?
Nautilus mid?
Or Nautilus... Ooh, Nautilus mid. It's been a while.
It has.
Or like a Nautilus jungle with a Volibear top. There's very many weird options, right?
Yep. Volibear support, Nautilus jungle, Lux top. Oh, baby. Okay. Jace going to be locked in. Sandbox are like, I'm done with your funny business. We're just going to lock in strong stuff. As Braum, decent one alongside the Caitlyn.
Quote-unquote blind pick Jace. You would assume that Keen here is just going to flex the Lux mid, and we'll just get a counter pick for the top lane. And that is exactly what is going to come in as Quinn is here for Keen.
Love it. Now we actually get to see where stuff is going. I have a feeling that it's going to be Fly on the Lux. And outranging Azir is something that's been a tactic for years and years. Like Lethality Varus was the classic counter pick. Many years ago, I believe 2015 was when that really became popular. And Lux can do it about as well, right? Just want to be able to clear waves with Lucent Singularity.
I wasn't a believer at first, but slowly you sold me on it, and Fly is definitely the player to do it, right?
Yeah, this guy popularized mid-poppy, you know?
Yeah.
Like, he's done some weird stuff.
The guy is willing to play pretty much anything, and we talked about how there is flexibility for Lux, and we finally see it here. As the Lux priority has gone through the roof, now might not be the time to buy that stonk because it's already so high.
The stonks are falling. I bought some stonks recently. Did I tell you about it?
Yes.
I bought some seedling stonks.
Yes.
It's been like monsoon, crazy raining. So I have a seedling company's
nice.
It's pretty cool. It's a recommendation from my girlfriend who's done a hell of a lot of research. And I think it's smart. It sounds smart, you know? I like the idea. I do like the idea of the Lux mid as well. I feel like maybe Afrika have outthought themselves, or maybe they're just geniuses, because they do have Nautilus and Volibear for frontline, and then a hell of a lot of range elsewhere, with Keen able to split push for days with his Quinn. Looking forward to seeing how it goes. As Sandbox on our blue side this time, the more winning side for this season. But whether it's going to be enough to topple the very interesting picks of Afrika.
Yeah, and we have not seen a Quinn game from Keen here in Summer just yet. Other players have played it. It's not the first time we're seeing it, but it always has kind of, you know, mixed results. It doesn't really take over games or anything like that. And it's very interesting into the Jace.
Yeah, press the attack Quinn as well with Ignite. He's really trying to kill people. We've seen a few Quins go the more defensive route with things like Cleanse and the Phase Rush. Not this one. This is Keen, ready to kill. So we'll have a look at Fly's runes. He has taken Scorch because he's
Fly goes Scorch every single game.
He does. He really likes it. As Mystic standing at the right spot in that brush. Like it.
Just dancing.
Just dancing. Yeah.
Having a good time.
Not bad. I believe Fate had Scorch as well. No, he doesn't. He has the Gathering Storm. He is an intelligent gentleman.
Nobody else has Scorch.
Yeah. Even Mystic, he's like, hey, Fly, how'd you do your runes? Took Scorch again. All right, I'm just not going to do that.
Yeah, there's so much blue and purple, and he's the only one that picked it up.
All right, Ben's going to land his first dredge line. That's good news. As himself and Mystic will have a lot of lockdown. A lot of CC options. Dancing Grenade for some harass, but Root has some bullets, and they're also working. Another dredge line to connect on the Gorilla.
I swear I didn't even notice the Braum being picked. I saw the Jace, and before that, I saw the Nautilus. It's like my mind automatically blocked it out of itself for some reason.
I mean, it is a little bit boring, but that's okay.
Or Braum. Well,
Fly with some control here in this lane. Utilizes the passive to take down those minions, but he's behind the shove from a Nazir. Quite frustrating. It's going to take a bit of AP before Fly is going to be very comfortable clearing the minion waves. Spirit going to pay some attention here towards the bottom side, but you can see Sandbox without shoving the wave in just yet, and so they're not overextended at this moment in time. Ben, I mean, he's been landing a lot of these hooks, walking on forward, seeing where Sandbox are moving.
I like how he's always threatening it and showing like, hey, jungler could be here. This is the timing if he went for an aggressive jungle path. So he uses that a couple of times just to get some lane control, get some mana out of the Caitlyn, who uses abilities to farm instead. Just a little maneuver there from Ben.
Like it. Like it a lot. He's been living in that brush. I think he's got a home there now.
Ooh, nice CS.
Yeah, nailing it.
Gonna catch all of them. You can see that Fly has played 9 games of Lux. He is... You see the KDA, he normally just gets a bunch of assists and doesn't necessarily get a lot of last hitting done on the kills. So there you go, and it has been 388 days where Fly on Gen G at the time lost to, at the time, SKT Faker.
Yeah, and this was Faker's Nico as well, the extraordinarily successful pick for SKT at that time. Just over a year ago. So looking forward to seeing what Fly's going to be able to show us here on the Lux without having to deal with Faker's Nico. Fate's Azir might be a little bit more of a problem. We'll have to have a look to see how he performs. As Afrika clear out those minions very nicely. On Fleek looking to pay some attention towards the top side as he's going to sweep pretty happily, moving over a complete lack of wards. It's a great vault out of Keen as he's going to get a bit of movement speed. On Fleek looking for the face breaker, and he will find it max range. Ignite goes in, but Keen avoids the shock blast. I don't know why he lit On Fleek on fire there, but he just wanted to, I guess.
Yeah, maybe just put the fear into him. Maybe saying, hey, Spirit's coming.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Nimbus Cloak? Might have been looking for a Nimbus Cloak to get himself out of there.
Yeah, that makes sense. If he does have that secondary.
Yep. I believe he does.
It's a good idea, actually. Good catch.
On Fleek's back. Okay. Was looking for it onto the volley bear, but he's not quite that fat. As Keen is not very healthy. So, as it turns out, Afrika will just kill all the minions. And looks like that minion wave actually is going to get pulled. So, Sandbox with a pretty good position on that one. On Fleek running pretty fast here in the river as Sky Strike comes down. And On Fleek, he does have the Haymaker as Fly coming on over. He'll have a shield to offer, and that means On Fleek is going to back away. No first bloods just yet, and no real advantages for any team at this point in time. Having a look down at the CS, very even bottom lane, pretty even in the mid lane, as a back was just taken by Fate, so theoretically he does have an advantage. And there's one camp ahead for Spirit.
Yeah, there was a lot of posturing up on the top side as On Fleek was really trying to push the issue up against the Quinn. You don't want the Quinn to get out of hands. and she starts flying around the map and just, you know, soloing people down. So trying to help out as much as possible, get Summit ahead potentially. And it seems pretty even up at the top side. Looks like he might be freezing, actually. Not really. Just waiting here. He's slow pushing. He's not trying to push the wave or anything like that. Wants to stay in a more comfortable part of the lane.
Yep.
Didn't have enough power to push actually towards him, so he couldn't freeze it.
It's a huge stack of minions, though, so it does deny Summit any way of actually fighting the Quinn. Unless he can thin out this wave. And with Shock Blast and things like that, Ajay certainly can do that. So Mystic getting the rest of these minions and now moving into Fog of War. Might be that Afrika look for a Mountain Drake, as Fly's gone for as many rings as he can handle.
Again?
Yeah, OnFleek is, he's got a tent up here. It's a luxury tent.
Notice how Keen is playing too. He knows. He's like, well...
Yeah, he's waiting for his Harrier to come back up again, actually, which is his W, gives him that vision. And you saw OnFleek's just gonna go back home. Doesn't reveal his position, that's definitely good, as there's the Harrier like we were talking about, and Keen knows that he can now play a little bit more aggressively.
Yeah, it's going to be just fine. Spirit now going for his red. They're going to just go for both reds. And maybe OnFleek will eventually stop trying to gank the top lane, as Keen seems to be playing it out very well, relatively safely.
His dancing shoes are certainly on today, avoiding so many of these Shock Blasts very nicely. Certainly is key in this matchup. See his Overshield working out as well, as that Ignite that we were talking about is now back. Up and available, as Mystic is holding the wave. Could this be a freeze?
I mean, it has the potential to be, but he won't. As you see that he has bought literally 0 items, so he's trying to push it out and get a decent back, it seems, rather than just freeze it for now.
Yep, that makes some sense. And they should be able to do it. That mini wave is going to come through with the Caitlyn, so they should be able to actually get a crash, as you can see there on the bottom side in your mini-map. It was a good steal from Afrika on the blue buff. As Fly's Lucent Singularity here is going to help clear out the minion wave. Thankfully, he's got it down to a E and an auto attack in order to get rid of the minions. That'll mean that they'll be able to get some control around this mid lane, as Sandbox do start off Shelly Fate after coming off a reset. I mean, Fly wants to get some vision in here. There's Roots rotating up, and it looks like the Rift Herald is just going to be taken. Lucent Singularity comes in, but as you can see, Afrika knew that this was happening and just didn't think that they could fight for it.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an unfortunate timing for them at the time. Jhin had just gone back and wasn't going to rotate up to the top side. And so they just give that one away. Nice little win for the side of Sandbox, as Ben was on a ward. Knows that because of Root backing away right away. As this top lane is always interesting to watch, to see exactly, you know, who's going to get the advantage. How is this Quinn going to do? It's a pick we rarely see in the LCK.
Oh, there it is. Bolt comes forward. That's a good timing for the To The Skies, and that's going to allow Summit to trade back pretty well. But he knows that he has the disadvantage of not having Ignite. So not going to go all in at this stage as the back comes through. With the minion wave sort of stalling there in the middle of the lane, it's pretty easy there for Keen to get some work done. We have Caulfield's Warhammer and a Serrated Dirk done for Summit, but Keen just goes back and gets a cloth armor. Looks like he might be looking for something like a Ninja Tabi to avoid dying to this Jace. And there we go. Looking all pretty easy. As Keen's control of the lane has actually been pretty impressive this game. So that he's always back at the right time.
He dodges everything.
Yeah, no Shock Blast is allowed to land onto Keen, apparently.
It's crazy. I mean, Quinn's health pool is relatively low, and if you get hit by a couple of those, you're going to be hurting, right? He doesn't have much sustain. He's got 1 potion, right? It's not like he even picked up a refillable. So he's just relying on getting boots early and saying, well, I'm just going to dodge everything. And so far, it's been working for him. We'll see if it continues to, as OnFleek is just non-stop being aggressive up here on the top side, but he's going to be spotted. We got a Zir here as well.
Yep, there's the Emperor's Divide, but the ulti avoids it. Good work from Spirit, who's going to flash forward. They're looking for Summit. The Vault is going to close the distance. Ignite finishes off the killers now. The Showstopper comes down, and Keen is going to be taken 1 for 1. But First Blood going over to Afrika gives them that little bit of extra money. Life Binding comes in. The flash forward from Fly. Still has Final Spark, and he's going to use it as the flash comes out of Fate, and he avoids the ulti and ultimately his death. Mystic was looking to use his ult just to clear out the minion wave to avoid being dove. And he is going to be able to do that. Now looking for a back timing as Root and Gorilla will push in. All of a sudden, the action.
Yeah, just opens up immediately. Love the roam from Ben to get up there. Doesn't end up netting himself a kill, but he does get the flash, at least out of Fate, as it was opened up really nicely by the side of Afrika. As I'm sure we'll get a look into that replay in just a moment. Mystic actually staying, so didn't have to back and miss any CS. Spirit originally just trades the ults, and it's like, okay. But then Summit gets a little bit too close to the fire, and immediately Spirit is able to open that one up. A really nice look from him, as eventually Keen, of course, does pay the price. And eventually Fly makes it up here. Fate was here much sooner, actually, so a nice roam from him, but it wasn't able to amount to much, as it was a 2 for 1 in favor of Afrika. As here is Sandbox again.
Yeah, Volt goes back. Oh, tried to sidestep it, but that Glacial Fissure just a little bit too wide, and that's a good gank, as even Fate is here to join the party. It's a plate party, everyone. And they are going to be able to get a whole bunch of them here. Shelly's going to help out. So that turret's well and truly dead. The life of the Quinn gets a whole lot harder, as Spirit just hasn't been able to help him out that much. Gorilla going to find the bear, as there are also 3 other members of Sandbox in the area. Spirit has to be super careful. He gets a shield. Conflict standing. He's ready to try and steal it away, but Spirit locks it down, and that's 2 turrets in favor of Sandbox. And the lane just got extraordinarily long for King.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how he plays it out, because as the Quinn, you would love to take the enemy turret and then have him have the long lane, and then you just start flying around the map and looking for opportunities where you can get into the enemy jungle, steal away stuff, look for little ganks or pranks onto other lanes. As Mystic is just farming here all alone, we're getting the zoom in over and over as to just how much farm he is getting. His team is also going to pick up the Mountain Drake here early. So really the one who's hurting a bit is Keen after, of course, getting ganked, but then losing his entire lane and all the turrets. But the rest of his team seems to be doing okay. There's also a 20 CS difference in the mid lane at the same time.
Yeah, and actually, I don't think it's the end of the world for Keen, because the Quinn is able to split push so effectively with her ultimate.
It's difficult to lock her down even though she is in the long lane. So,
yeah, Keen using his, Summit using his Ghostblade to try and get out, but the minions block the blind. Teleport comes forward. This is going to be Fly joining the party. That is going to deny the re-engage, but both mid laners now without TP.
Set's coming up. They may look for the play. No flash on Fly. They're just going to play a little bait play. Doesn't look like they want to fully rotate up and look for a kill or anything like that.
Nope. Ben's going to find Gorilla. There's the dredge line to pull him back. Curtain call comes down. Gorilla puts up the Unbreakable, stands behind Root. And the last bullet, not going to be able to find Gorilla there, despite the fact that they did have some vision in the area. Looks like this tower is still going to fall down, though. Missing out on the plates by about 30 seconds, but it's not the end of the world. Freaker about 2,000 gold behind.
They would love to dive this Lux. Here they go.
Yep, she is going to be mega dead. Slammed into the wall and thrown around like a ragdoll. That's going to do it. Life Binding connected onto Onfleek, but he gets out of the way of the turret. And yeah, Spirit's going to be able to lock down the Rift Scuttler, but it's probably not going to be worth, as Keen comes in, looks to try and defend, but you can see the overcharge working out for Summit as he launches a whole lot of bullets into that outer turret and takes it down.
Yeah, so immediately you can see that Sandbox sticking a ton of the turrets on the map. They've got 3 so far, 2 in the top side, and That's one of the downsides of Lux. She is kind of a sitting duck, sometimes up against some dives, and Jungle Set is actually really good at diving mid lane, so we've seen it before many times. Hex Flash, very common. You just go straight over the wall, and there's really nothing to do. Fly had no flash, so he was absolute dead meat the second that they committed to that one. So just go in and take that down. You get the turret as well. Just a nice little conversion play by Sandbox.
I believe that's a Sanguine Blade picked up by Keen. Certainly committed to playing Keen versus the world. Haven't really seen this in competitive at all, but certainly suits Quinn quite well. Root with a bunch of flowers, throws into the mid lane. Looks like Mystic's probably going to take that one away. Yeah, that ward did not last very long whatsoever, but at least managed to clear out some vision that was put forward by Afrika. And speaking of them, 2,000 gold, still the lead. And Afrika trying to get a bit of a push on. Spirit looking for a bit of a dive underneath the turret potentially, but the minion wave is obliterated by the Azir. As Spirit avoids the ulti so nicely, but so does Fate with a well-timed stopwatch. Shifts the sands over and Spirit may just die. But no, not just yet. You can see Keen flashing forward, looking for Gorilla. He goes golden. Now Summit and OnFleek are moving on over, and Keen understands that he's not able to lock down that kill. And Shirley is just the one-man wrecking crew, or the one shellfish wrecking crew on the side of the map.
Yeah, it's true. OnFleek was sitting in the bot lane for such a long time, and he's still here. He's like, yeah, you wanted to split push with your Quinn? Yeah, good luck with that, 2v1. Probably not going to work out very well for you. And Keen is just, he's not really been able to open up any of the side lanes so far. He's just been countered at every single corner. As you can see him here, he's so close to his turret, he's not able to push out too much just yet. This is going to be a very long bottom lane, as that second turret did go down here for Afrika at the same time, so.
I mean, Sandbox's lead is entirely instructions. They are 4 turrets ahead of Afrika against a Quinn comp, which is nutty. Like, you're supposed to be taking turrets everywhere as Quinn. That's sort of like your job. It's 24 seconds to go. Cloud Drake. Spirit gonna have to ult himself out, but Summit's running real fast. Ace in the hole comes in. He had the Q, but he will get slowed down. Depth charge gets the knock up onto Gorilla and onto Summit. As the Unbreakable's not going to stop that one from coming through, as Mystic is going to get the red buff. He did it. Wow. Yeah. Nowhere near the fight whatsoever.
Yeah, Mystic is kind of like their secret trap card, right?
Yeah.
We haven't seen much of Mystic fighting in any fights, really. He got the lockdown with the W before onto the Braum, but outside of that, it's really just been pushing lanes and farming. And he's got the most CS in the game. He is going to be quite the fed Jhin. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do. The Lux in the mid lane, we've been seeing a lot of support Luxes, so you might, remember some of her numbers. But, I mean, she's able to steal that through the shield, right? This is mid Lux. She's going to have a lot more items, a lot more levels, more damage, bigger shields, and that's really the reason why you take this mid Lux. Kind of, in a similar vein to the Karma, just does a lot more damage.
Yep, and this game is going to be about 4-1, right? They are leaving Keen to try and split push things out of the way, and they're relying on the Lux wave clear, alongside Mystic being able to stand back with things like Dancing Grenade clearing out the minions, and the Deadly Flourish, of course, as they conga line their way in. Long-range wave clear is not at a premium for Afrika. As you can see, Fly can do it from a really long distance away.
Yeah.
And the cooldown on that ability is just silly. Especially with blue buff, of course. But that is just going to be how it works. For Fly, in the later stages, we're going to be seeing a lot of this. Keen, looks like Stormrazor going to be coming in next. See where the build is going to end up for the Quinn. Spirit parking himself towards the bottom side. Infernal Soul this game. 3.5 minutes until the first one of those is on the Rift.
And both sides can use it really well, but here's Gorilla getting locked.
Yeah, he's going to be discovered. Summit comes on over with a lot of damage, though, as Ben looking to engage onto OnFleek. He takes a lot of damage here as Kane has found the backline. Final Spark avoided very nicely. As we've got some underground bullets thrown out by Mystic as the curtain call is blocked by terrain height. and is very confusing. But it's all right. We discovered what was happening in the end.
Yeah,
Just to keep the volume up.
I would have really liked to see the final spark try to snipe the set, I believe it was. Whoever that was really low, running away from the fight. Whoever they rooted in the first place, because Fly was able to land that root and then didn't use his full combo on whoever that was, so.
Thought he could kill both of the bottom lane instead. Unfortunately, the greed did not pay off this time around. But as you can see, CS-wise, things have evened out. Still 3,000 gold, nothing really to write home about. So the game hasn't really got out of control for either side. Sandbox do hold an advantage.
Look at that gold difference at 10, 0.0k.
Yeah, Keen's actually looking for the battle here. Gets the proc, but he's losing out on the fight. OnFleek's going to come on down. Blind is good, as Final Spark once again is going to miss. And there's the showstopper into the backline. Ben going to get caught out of position, tries to dredge line away. No flash, but he's going to go golden. Life Binding comes in. Ben is going to be taken, but can Afrika find anything else? Ace in the hole is going to tag Mystic. He has no mana. Emperor's Divide doesn't land onto the Jhin, and Fate is just obliterated. Spirit, massive in the front line for Afrika, but the rest of them are just so damn low. Root chasing forward, and now it's time for the Caitlyn tank. Loosen Singularity will do some damage, and remember, it's a mid lane Lux. So not actually able to make that one work. Another Final Spark. I mean, Fly will eventually get his eye in, and he'll hit one of these. Looking forward.
One of them. We're waiting. I was surprised that Afrika were able to get much of anything out of this entire fight, because Keen takes not the best trade. He's very far down the lane, has to have Teleport come in to help as Fly is trying to join the fight. They're going aggressive up on the top side too, you can see, but it turns into a 2-on-3 that Ben gets left alone. Mystic had to flash away, and then you're like, well, this isn't looking very good for Afrika, especially when Fate comes in and Ben dies. But all of a sudden, the Azir is just totally denied. I mean, he gets the ult down, but he gets burst and shredded to pieces 100-0 in under a second. And Keen is able to flash and stay alive. Or not flash, but vault over that one, as we got another fight here.
Yep, Mystic gonna get tagged. Broken face definitely works out thematically, because Jhin, with his crack in his mask, has an extra one now. As OnFleek certainly put a hole in it. As Stormrazor's done here for Keen, but without their 80 carry, it's going to be very, very hard for Afrika to hold on to this map. Doesn't give Keen a lot to do in a side lane. And it's in fact Lux that's up there trying to hold on.
Level 14 Summit on the Jace is really difficult for them to deal with. They don't have a lot of tankiness in their lineup. It's really just Spirit.
Wait, in this game, do we have Storm Strike and Sky Strike on the same team? I think the second activation of Keen's ultimate is called Sky Strike, and Spirit's one's called Storm Strike. And I think I often accidentally call Volibear's, I think it's the E. I think I always call it Sky Strike instead of Storm Strike, because Sandbox will easily take the first Infernal Break of the game. So, ability names, man. Ability names. It's just sometimes confusing.
There's only so many words in the English language, you know?
There's only so many words I can hold in my brain.
Yeah.
You know?
But some of the abilities are going to sound very similar. It's just the way it ends up working. And we're seeing that Afrika, yes, they gave up that first Infernal, but they're trying to get aggressive. Wow, spotted out. Great idea there from Fate, it looks like, who put that one down.
Yep. Tower going to fall, so some of that gold is going to be pulled back by Afrika. The snowball somewhat denied. Let's see. The Quinn is who you've got to keep your eye on, because whether she can actually be comfortable in a side lane, that's going to be the important thing. She's a full item behind, though. I mean, Summit, despite the fact that his scoreline reads half as many kills, doesn't really seem to matter. His item's a bit cheaper, and every serrated Dirk item completion is a power spike, and he's got 3 of them.
Yeah, he's gotten a lot of these structures, right? And obviously some plates in the lane as they're spotted out. Did a nice amount of damage. Storm Strike.
Practice.
Thunder Strike.
Yep. Fly. Ooh, yeah, doesn't want to get tagged by that Winter's Bite.
Okay, he's got some vision though.
Shock Blast, real dangerous. Good life binding in Spirit. Frontlining now. Unbreakable now on cooldown as, oh, really nice W out of Mystic. There's a lot of traps in the way. Delicious cupcakes available for Afrika, but they are going to abstain. They are not hungry at the moment. The top lane attempted to be dealt with there by Keen, who did go back and got himself a crit cloak. Let's have a look at how Mystic was called out.
Hextech Flash. This is it's a staple on set. We really don't see it on too many other junglers. I would like to see it more often.
Yeah, I feel like it's set, and then otherwise Leona and Alistair.
Yeah.
They're the ones that really make use of it.
There's a lot of value that you can get out of that. You saw that time he used it just out of vision to pop in vision and then run.
Yep.
Just
I
to
feel like
give
it'd be a
less
great
play.
Skarner summoner as well.
Yeah.
Should talk to good old Captain Flowers about it.
I wouldn't mind it on the Skarner. But he might want some other movement speed stuff alongside of Predator, so you might have to go for the blue tree.
Yeah, that's true. Might want to be Skarnering around a little bit easier. Teleport into the mid lane here by Fly. Skarner buffs next patch, actually. Oh, yes. So what that's going to mean.
I want more Skarner.
Another thing to talk to the captain about. As Rabadon's Death Cap is done for Fly. I love this. Flat AP, fantastic for utility champions that can do damage and shield. You're just buffing yourself all over the place. Fantastic. BF Sword and Pickaxe here for Mystic. Wants to get to that 3-item spike with his Rapid Fire Cannon, Storm Razor, and Infinity Edge, but he's just not quite there yet. Caitlyn can probably afford it when she goes home, but Root wanting to clear out mini waves instead. Going towards the bottom side. Also building towards an Infinity Edge, I believe. As both of our junglers pretty priced into building a lot of armor. As Jace Caitlyn going to be doing a lot of work, as is Jin and Quinn. Dwin?
Dwin.
Yeah.
Nice. There's not much else
really
to talk
hard on
about
that
in
one.
this game, so you're really reaching for the for the content, you know. The Dwin. Wow, he missed that cannon.
But
he
has a
headshot
cool sword. Well, Mystic at least does. And Infinity Edge is completed. Back now comes down for Root. He's going to be able to buy a bunch of items. I think Infinity Edge should be done. And possibly something else. Yeah, it does have a control ward. Spirit going to be tagged on his way out.
Yeah, there's a lot of posturing around mid lane now with the Infernal coming up relatively soon. But Spirit immediately is just taking so much damage. Trying to support Keen in the side lane. Trying to take out the wards.
Yep, hops back on his bird. Valor's going to taxi the Quinn. Possibly towards his team to help them out. Some big item spikes available for Afrika at this time, but the same can be said for Sandbox. Quadra Dirk, as well as the 3 items that Caitlyn really likes. Now, Summit fighting against Keen here. The flash forward. Keen finds the last auto, and it's a 1-for-1 in the end. On Fleet grabs the kill. Stealing that one away is Mystic. Ace in the hole going to come down. There are all of the heals, all of the shields. There's ultimates absolutely everywhere, and there's the Emperor's Divide. I don't think it did quite as much as they really wanted to, but the Haymaker did. Mystic getting exhausted. Root flashing on forward. I don't know whether he wanted to, but it did work out in the end. Final Spark finally hits someone, and it will mean the end of the Caitlyn as Spirit wanting to be the one-man army, but that's going to be the ace, and Sandbox will take down this turret, and maybe a whole lot more.
Oh, they're going for the end? They're going to TP in here, and they've got Nazir in a big minion wave, so rather than just go for the safe Inferno, they're going to try to push this one, but Quinn is coming up. I don't think they can end it with so many low health bars. Maybe try to get the inhibitor and then go back. I would imagine, as the respawn is going to come in here. Thank you, Jonas Strong.
Yep.
As the chase is on.
Yep, Keen wanting to come in 1v3 is just going to die. That is,
what?
That's a suboptimal play. That is a,
throw. Yeah, that's
I mean,
the word.
can you throw a game that you're losing?
That's true. I suppose not. He did a good job trading with the Jace earlier on, by the way. That's a trade that Afrika should always be pretty happy with, especially with just how much burst damage the Jace has. So we're going to start off with that. Keen on vision. Kills the ward, actually, and then They butt heads. And they're both level 16, and both of them are not going to back down from a fight. They both have good chase potential, so there you go. 4 on 4. And immediately, great job by Fate to poke out Mystic, who has to draw his heal, and Spirit's totally by himself, thankfully able to ult in. Then you see that Ben is definitely just kind of isolated with a massive front line of On Fleek and Gorilla, able to deny so much damage. And then the Caitlyn is online. See that Fly did throw out the E at the same time and did a nice amount of damage. A very close fight. But in the end, just more value going the way of Sandbox.
Oh, Ben's not going to find the dredge line as the rest of Sandbox are going to pull away. Stun onto Gorilla, Unbreakable. Going to be on cooldown for the next little while. Keen flying his way in on the wings of Valor. Sounded a lot more magnificent I intended it to. I don't know, hyperbolic maybe. Mystic clears out the way very easily with the Dancing Grenade as Keen will have to deal with super minions at some point, but he can fly back pretty quickly, and Sandbox are taking them on the do-si-do. They're losing their health bars. Losing Singularity's pretty free vision for Afrika.
Yeah, they got a nice amount of poke with Jin Lux.
With Captive Audience, but Summit is chunking so much.
Oh!
Binding comes down, Fate goes golden. And Zonya's definitely worthwhile as there's the curtain call. Misses the second bullet, Gorilla slowed down and just out of range. Is the set on the top side.
And it's back really soon, 10 seconds. And Lux will be back online. She's level 16, so insane amount of poke damage. The Zonya's is huge value. Love that the Azir went for that. Pretty common for the Azir to go for that eventually, and it's just going to be really great against that. We don't have any other stopwatches or anything like that. There's an Edge of Night for the Jace, but everyone else can take an immense amount of damage. Imagine if Root gets caught in that.
Yeah, right.
It's not going to feel very good for the Caitlyn, as Lux is definitely one of those champions that's a little bit like Blitzcrank or like an Ahri, where it's like if you catch someone and just 100-0 them, it can be a game changer even from behind.
Absolutely true, but Spirit is going to get caught. He has to try and ult to get out as Fly comes in with a shield. And now Spirit has to go back to base, and an opportunity for Sandbox to make this map very, very dark for Afrika. As you can see, they can't see anything here. Afrika will move in. Sweeping vision out. Gorilla moves on over. They know that this Baron is happening. Absolutely. Fly can do anything about it.
Getting
really
into
the
position.
question. Exactly. Ooh. And just taken down. That last few percentages of the Baron were very, very fast. Here for Sandbox. This lead is extending and extending.
Yeah, it's also double Infernal with Infernal Soul Point coming up here in a minute and a half while they have Baron. This is not looking very good for Afrika.
Not at all.
Who are on the back foot here with some interesting picks, but they're not exactly working out too well for them so far. Sandbox in a fantastic spot.
Yeah, having a look at the gold, you can see the Azir having a 2.5k gold lead is pretty huge, as well as On Fleek being very far ahead in the jungle also. Just him and Spirit ulting each other around. Shock Blast going to connect onto Spirit, but finally some armor has been completed. He's going to be okay for the moment. Looks like Spirit's going to be building a Gargoyle Stone Plate. That's his third item. And back comes through from Keen. Can he complete any other items? Looks like just a stopwatch. Try and keep him healthy. Sandbox now going for the Siege. Good life binding's going to connect. A lot of layering of CC available. Is On Fleek's going to get slowed down. Great dredge line, but even better Haymaker. Final Spark connects onto On Fleek as Fate once again into the Zonyas. He's going to get out of the way. Captive Audience not going to connect.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sandbox are taking it, but they can also give it with their Jace, who has those 4 Dirk items. How can he hold so many Dirks? Nobody can know.
There's a lot of swords.
Yeah.
Blades and things.
And this should be Sandbox's. I'm not sure what Afrika is really going to do to get in here. They have an immense amount of damage and burst.
Someone has to face check, right? Like, they lose this Infernal. I mean, they've lost the Infernal. It's done. It's over. Haymaker comes in. All right, we'll see whether they can actually take some health bars low here as Gorilla getting chunked, has to flash. Fate was trying to block for him to be a bro. Gorilla just flashes out of the way anyway, but that's Infernal Soul. Sandbox, there shouldn't be any way they can lose this game with the amount of added power that they have, not to mention the scaling on this side. Caitlyn, so much range, Fate with so much more ability to engage. And Afrika still have some smoke and mirrors that they can play. And if someone's caught, they have a lot of CC they can throw down, but we're talking about 0-2 Lux, 0-2 Jhin, 3 and 4 Quinn, like, ooh. And even the red buff is going to go over to OnFleek. Nothing going Afrika's way here in this game.
No, it's not going to feel very good for them.
Oh,
wow.
My God. Fly doesn't have a lot of armor.
0. Well,
yeah.
Not literally 0, but no armor on his items.
The Mountain Drake is buffing the 6 armor that he has.
Seems he has 81 in total at level 16.
All right, never mind. Not 6. Felt like it.
Close, close. Look at Keen, he's always hanging around. Okay, well, that's the inhibitor.
Shock blasts, man. So painful. It's Keen gonna get tagged, slowed down. It's Mystic trying to move forward, looking for that last bullet. He does do a lot of damage, but he just gets zoned out of the way. And looks like this inhibitor should be falling. Keen looking for Fate, does do a lot of chunk damage. But it's just the slow war of attrition for Sandbox, as Afrika know that they're just not as strong. Damn. This Jace is wrecking Afrika right now.
Yeah, it's one champion they're having so much trouble with, and Caitlyn's so unbelievably fed at the same time that they can't really even enter the space of Sandboxes. We're going for the tutorial victory. We are taking down everything as there's a binding.
Yeah, life binding connects, and Keen is going to get chunked with like 2.5 abilities, and he's very close to being dead. Another binding's pretty good. So get the stun out of Mystic.
Jace's damage is going to be insane this game.
All right, looks like Afrika are trying to take down the set. Let's see how well they're going to be able to do there as Mystic's killed by just a straight Sand Soldier, and as is Nautilus. Fly gets, oh my God, the damage is just ludicrous. As Keen, he'll be obliterated. No one has any damage. Infernal Soul is nuts, not to mention Sandbox being so far ahead, and this Nexus is not going to last very long. 17-5, and Sandbox even out the series. We are going the distance here tonight. The Sandbox, KT, very, very thankful to what Sandbox are able to show us here today.
Yeah, that they are. They're going to get a little bit, you know, one step closer. And Sandbox are within one of even taking the series after that one. So
yeah,
I'm going to give my vote to Summit. I think that it was kind of a team effort once again, but the amount of damage he was able to put out was just way too much. Like, before every single fight, people on the side of Afrika were at half health or even lower from one shock blast. So the way he was able to play from there, he got a lot of support from OnFleek, but OnFleek didn't even, you know, he wasn't putting on any huge performances on the set or anything. So
yeah, there were some fun things with showstoppers and then Volley Bears ulting out again and things like that. Fate had some whoopsie moments. Don't think you can really give it to him. I think Root played quite well alongside Gorilla, also managing to get a whole lot of tags with those Winter's Bites. So I think it was just a team effort coming out of Sandbox with, like you say, the Jace certainly coming in clutch. The Quinn, I mean, it's just so hard to find answers to Jace, right? Like, he tried, he went for the Quinn choice. Keen, of course, he's a very good player, but we've seen so many Quinns really not find much success here in the LCK.
Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of the champ. Remember that he picked this into the Jace too. So
yeah,
from ahead it would look different, right? It would be the Quinn just barely winning trades. But the way that it was played out and the amount of focus that Sandbox put into the top lane in the early to mid game did take a lot of power away from the Quinn. And even though, you know, to address one of the other interesting picks, the Fly on the Lux, even though they didn't get huge value out of it, I think if the game looked a little bit differently, the Lux would have been okay. I don't mind the pick too much there, so just a nice game from Sandbox to come ahead and delete them and force a game 3.
Exactly right. Let's see whether Sandbox can use this as momentum moving into game number 3 up against Afrika. KT fans everywhere. You're now Sandbox fans. We'll see you after the break.
자 끌렸다. 노트 해봐. 노트 오플.
좋아.
개피.
아래쪽. 긴 잡았어.
나이스.
오케이. 됐어. 여기 아래쪽.
상관없어.
잡았다. 존나. 여기. 나이스.
나이스.
아, 좀 정말 많이 못했어. 아, 이거 수혁이가 진짜 잘했다. 아, 괜찮아. 끝. 나이스. 정말 좀 우리가 급했다.
신비하고 매혹적인 영혼들의 축제가 펼쳐지는 영혼의 꽃 세계에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 영혼의 꽃 세상에 가면 신비로운 여우가 길을 인도합니다. 그 여우와 친해지면 아름다운 영혼의 모습으로 길을 안내합니다. 이런 사원은 피하세요. 그곳엔 사람의 영혼을 등불에 가두는 자가 있습니다. 잘생긴 훈남이지만 그 얼굴에 속으면 영원히 돌아오지 못할지도 몰라요.
지척대지 마.
부모의 복수를 위해 수없이 구르는 영혼도,
어둠에 빠진 자들 사냥해볼까.
부러진 검의 조각을 찾기 위해 싸우는 영혼도,
뒤돌아보지 않겠어.
자신의 부탁을 거절하면 돌덩이로 만들어버리는 살벌한 영혼도 있답니다. 그리고 장난을 좋아하는 영혼도 있어요. 확 찢어버리고 싶겠지만 친구가 필요해서 그런 거랍니다. 영혼의 숲 깊은 곳에는 인간의 잃어버린 꿈을 다시 피워주는 마법의 영혼도, 숨바꼭질을 좋아하는 아이의 모습을 한 죽음의 영혼도 만날 수 있습니다.
이리 와서 내 눈을 마주해. 너 좀 따가울 거야. 나도 싸울 줄 알아. 잘 자고 좋은 꿈 꿔.
여정의 마지막엔 칼로 대화를 나누던 한 형제의 영혼을 만나게 됩니다. 과거를 속죄하고 구원을 찾으려는 동생. 그의 바람은 그 어떤 과학도 막을 수 없답니다. 그럼 그의 형은 어떻게 되었을까요?
항복하거나 내 검에 쓰러지거나 빨리 덤벼.
아주 신비롭고 재밌는 이야기가 펼쳐지는 영혼의 꽃 세상. 소환사의 협곡을 넘어 레전드 오브 룬테라의 세상에서도 전략적 팀 전투의 전장에서도 꼭 승리하세요.
And there's your first blood. Good lord, man! The dream is alive and well. The crowd erupts. Don't stop, 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 don't stop.
That was a freaking fix versus Sandbox Kiwi game number 2, and Sandbox managed to even out the series. We had a very unconventional picks such as Locksmith and Quinn top. However, they weren't able to show the best game with those new picks. Quinn and Lux, they do have some strengths. For example, Lux has a really nice ability to clear out the wave on the mid lane, and Quinn has also very high mobility. However, they did not make the best value out of those strengths. But however, it was Africa Fricks losing their tier 1 turret on the mid lane also. Queen was not able to get any kills or punish really hard of the side laners on the side of Sandbox Gaming. If they had Lucian available and Keen picked Lucian on the top lane, this game could have been a lot more different. In Africa, the Lux mid was really unexpected. Well, Fly did play some Lux games here in the LCK, and also there are some Challenges Korea team that usually plays mid-Lux game a lot. However, we always call Lux as a pretty Kasadin. So when the team does not have priority and when she has to just answer the mid-lane shoving in, she doesn't have any impact and control of the map until she hits level 11 or level 16. In addition to that, they have Jhin and Nautilus on the bottom lane, which guarantees some certain amount of CCs, but they don't have enough damage. If they were going for some unorthodox picks, they could have just gone for Lilia instead. Now let's take a look at the highlight where Sandbox Gaming was trying to get a kill onto Quinn. Jace was able to clear out this ward, and then Seth was coming in for a gank. And at the same time, watch, Gorilla was roaming to the top lane because after the first reset, because Jhin is not the best champion to raise the turrets, he can, well, Brown was really freely roaming around the map. They saw the enemy jungler, and also even Gorilla was up in the top lane. So this was a very easy kill heading over to side of Sandbox Gaming. Jace was able to have a huge gold lead based on this kill. At the same time, Azir had much more priority on the mid lane, so he was able to group up with Jace as well. When Sandbox Gaming was raising the tier 2 turret on the top lane, Jhin was only getting 1 or 2 plates on the bottom lane. We have this highlight at the 28-minute mark where Africa Fricks showed the weakness of their comp. Even though Africa Fricks actually had a favoring spot for this fight, Sandbox Gaming was the one winning the fight in the end. Kian did manage to pick up a kill with this 1v1 fight, however, the followed up fight was somewhat different. The sustainability between two AD carriers was really different, and also Azir has much more power to put impact in team fights. Jhin and Lux, those two champions requires a bit of a time in order to scale enough. And the DPS on the side of Sandbox Gaming was much more higher compared to that of Africa Fricks. Because there were no frontliners on the side of Africa Fricks, Caitlyn was able to even flash forward. Africa Fricks, they had a lot of condition that they needed to get a win in this game. For example, Queen dominating the side lane, but they were not able to execute any of these options. Sandbox is not a weak team who will lose those kind of a comp that does not have any any rational reason. Now it's time to check out the player of the game on the side of Sandbox Gaming. Summit on Jace. It's been a while since he picked up the POG here in the LCK, and also it's been a while since we saw him taking down King on the top lane as well. This time around, a lot of attention was headed over to the top lane, and Summit successfully absorbed all the aggro and turned it around. Summit did not make any critical mistakes in this game. And I mean, indeed, Africa Fricks had some poke damage, but Jace was also there to put a lot of damage as well. Well, Jace EQ did more damage compared to Lux ultimate, to be honest, in this game. And Summit picked up 7 votes out of 12, and some votes headed over to On Flick as well. 2 votes over to the support Gorilla,
열심히 뛰어다니면서 팀의 힘을 실어준 플레이도 저는
So, yeah, those other players who got the POG votes were also showing a very good performance. And let's move on to game number 3.
I actually think that those votes were pretty good. Mr. Valdanalist, of course, we were correct with our choice. I say we.
They were good when
I'm
we
not
get
allowed
them
to do
right.
anything. Yeah. We got it right. But I think Gorilla definitely deserves a look in, as well as the fact that On Fleek did play some pretty good set jungle up against the volley bear that can be a different
For sure.
matchup, for sure. Yeah,
I think Root also had a pretty good game there.
Yeah.
Yeah, just overall, as we mentioned, it's kind of a team win. Everybody was doing their job very well, and nobody made any critical mistakes, which is a couple of things that they said about Summit, but I think that applies to pretty much the whole team. As Fly, he's got to reset his brain after playing Lux. He's like, oh, I'm not playing support. Let me go ahead and play something else.
Looking forward to seeing him on something else. I think that, like they said on the analyst desk, they were talking about the fact that Afrika had a comp that was difficult to play, right? Like, it needed certain things to go right. They needed to achieve certain things, and they weren't able to do so. I think a Jace ban would be important for the next game as well. Felt like they just didn't really have too many options to take that one away, and with the Lucian being banned away every single game, it's not something that they've been able to really figure out. As no, it wasn't banned in the first one, but it was banned in the second game. And then the Jace pick was a stroke of genius on the side of Sandbox. But now it's all different. Afrika moved back to the correct color, and we are going to have a Bannon pick that is not going to make me upset. So here we go.
Yes, the colors match, and Azir is immediately banned. So they're like, well, we don't want to deal with that again. No thank you. As now we're going to go down the line of 80 carries. With the Senna ban, you can see that they are edging towards potentially first picking Caitlyn, which could mean that Sandbox avoid banning the Volibear. So they say, well, we'll ban the Volibear in that case, and then we'll first pick Caitlyn. So what will Sandbox do? They ban the Caitlyn themselves?
Oh, yeah, and actually they can't ban Ashe, because otherwise...
You'd like to have the Ashe as the counter. So do you ban the Caitlyn here, or do you ban like a Karma or even a Set, if you want to go down that line?
I think you have to leave both Ashe and Caitlyn up. As, yeah, Set could be banned. Certainly another option here.
Trundle.
Trundle taken off the board.
Yeah, remember game 1, Spirit did receive the player of the game for his Trundle. Not necessarily something we were considering bannable, because, as you were mentioning, you want to leave some stuff open so that you can get some picks for yourself. So the Ashe remains. They could try to pick that here. Or will they go with something else? As Karma and Set are both available.
Yeah, Set Karma could be picked up. Certainly would be the tier list choice. And then they'll probably third round the Ashe, which will be a lot of added power.
Maybe Afrika steal it away. Oh, never mind. The joke is done. We got Lilia here for Spirit.
Oh, and maybe Fly's back on the Lux. Probably not going to happen, as Ben should be on that one alongside the Caitlyn bottom lane. But yeah, Spirit's already said that he was going to play it, and finally he actually does.
Yeah, you heard me calling him a troll. So he played the troll, and then he denied the troll by playing the Lilia.
I like it.
He does like to troll interviews from time to time, but this time he was for real. Yes, he did eventually get onto that pick, and Jhin is going to be the choice here, which is very interesting, that they think that the Jhin is a better pick here instead of the Ashe.
Yeah, I actually prefer the Ashe personally, especially alongside Karma. I think that's just a lot of lane control. But
also against this team, I mean.
Yeah, right.
Maybe with the Jhin, you can stay way back and, you know, W and R and just... But if you're within the range, I mean, we saw what Caitlyn can do to Jhin in the late game. It's like, yes, Jhin has some crits too, but the Caitlyn's going to be firing a bit faster, and I don't know, I would have preferred the Ashe, but maybe that's just a root preference. You know, we're not on the comp, so not 100%, as Mordekaiser's going to be taken away from Keen. This happened in game number 1 as well. And now Orianna in the mid lane. They do not want to see that pick.
Final ban for Afrika. See whether they still stick towards the top side. Jace could be banned away here. Actually would very much like that, because it looks like Afrika are aiming for something like a Renekton. if they can get there. So Jace Van recommended, but Quinn taken off the board. Okay. So they want, I guess, a Renekton versus Jace matchup.
Yeah, it does feel that way, doesn't it? They say, well, the Quinn is actually strong into the Jace, so we'd want to deny that. And as you're mentioning, they could pick the Renekton for themselves. We'll have to wait and see what they do want to prioritize.
Looks like Sandbox are holding on to their last pick in either the jungle or the top lane, given the flex nature of the set. As our Root will be picking up the Syndra here. So holding some cards pretty close to the chest of good old Sandbox.
What do you choose in the mid lane alongside Renekton? Because it does feel like Renekton is coming out here, right? Or maybe they're going to play some mind games, hover it, say, ooh, you want this, don't you? And then pick something else. Nope, just looks like a straight-up Renekton pick here.
Yep, no surprises.
Good call.
Oh, do they mid-Jace? Oh, yeah. Whoa. Deny the matchup.
You know?
I mean, if it was
I wouldn't actually
if it was a player other than Fly,
yeah,
it'd be okay.
It's true.
But
you know, if it were Showmaker, really.
Yeah, right?
Like we saw in the first series. Oh, boy. Well, TF is open. That's also a good choice alongside of this team composition.
Sort of flew off our radar a little bit here. As okay, Summit's going back to an old strategy, which is out-tank the Renekton. Bramble Vest, of course, extraordinarily high value against the Crocodile, and that is going to be their decision. So a bit of late-game insurance, a massive amount of damage available for the Jhin as well, as soon as that Molten Edge comes in. And we'll see whether Fate is going to build an early Rabbiton's Death Cap for that Death Crown power. Should be very interesting. I do like Sandbox's composition, just very standard stuff. Afrika, they're the ones trying the crazy things. But they do have, pushing top lane, they do have a lot of control in the form of Destiny.
Yeah, they've got a good comp as well. I mean, I'm curious to see how Spirit is going to do in terms of ganking for the Renekton here on the Lilia. Doesn't have too much CC in her kit outside of her ultimate, but alongside of Renekton, who provides pretty much the best gank assist in the top lane, you can do a nice amount of damage with the Watch Out Eep, right?
Yeah, exactly. You can bop him. You can sock him, bop him.
Yeah, and you've got TF in the mid lane and Lux and Caitlyn in the bottom side. So there's 3 lanes that you can gank for. We saw that Lilia provides a lot of damage, especially as she gets fed. So maybe that's the idea here. Try to farm out as much as possible and then look for some really high efficiency ganks.
Yeah.
With some of those easy to gank lanes.
By the way, do you know the name of Lilia's W in Korean?
No.
It's Ipang.
What?
It's so good. It's so good.
What?
It's way more fun than Watch Out Eve. It's Ipang. And look, no translation required. It's all onomatopoeia, you know?
Yeah.
You just walk up to them.
Jeez, that's
Ipang.
amazing.
Bop him on the head. Oh, fantastic. Keen, he's going to hang out bottom side as, oh my goodness, it's going to be a 4v5 in the brush.
ARAM. Wait,
yeah, they send the message later. It's like, next game, meet me bottom lane. Let's go.
Where's Spirit going?
Spirit's going into the enemy jungle as both of them put the wards down.
Standoff.
Yeah, but Afrika win, right? Because they have the Lilia hanging out in the enemy jungle.
True.
Able to get some vision down if she'd like to.
Do it, Spirit. Throw down a ward. He's going to wait, probably, so that he gets a better timed ward. There he goes, places it.
Might be that you can see the pings out on the red buff.
I love the prancing
of
the Lilia.
Yeah. The legs look pretty spindly, you know?
Oh, for sure. It's Bambi.
Yeah. Okay, OnFleek gonna face check the Lilia, but she misses her Q, and there's an orb. As now Spirit gets into the river, and so always a speed boost for a deer as they get to the river. Absolutely untrue, by the way.
Still here. He wants to steal the Raptors. We saw this the last time. Lilia is amazing at doing Raptors.
Yep, a lot of AoE available here as OnFleek pokes his head around. He's like, dang it! It's like, what? He's taking my popcorn chicken. And Spirit will be able to grab it there. Just waving his wizard wand around. It's Keen now. Let's see how much pressure he can exert onto this Ornn before he just builds too much armor for the Crocodile to do anything. See whether Godzilla is going to exist in this game. Nogari showed us that Renekton is extraordinarily powerful. I was watching the Suning versus V5 game in the break, and they're first picking Renekton over there. LPL all about the old Renekton. Not sure how the game went, actually, because I had to do that thing, that commentary thing. So I wasn't actually able to check that one out. You guys probably had a look. As Root and Gorilla just trying to hold on to the minion wave as Mystic back on the Caitlyn, feeling much better, I believe.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to enjoy this a bit. There's the Ipang.
Ipang.
Down onto the red. Here comes On Fleek. He's angry.
Yep, Spirit doesn't have Smite, so he's taking a lot of damage here. This red buff is being very annoying. Just trying to kite around. Ipang! Ooh. Onflake for a wraparound. Mystic already down to 300, and Onflake's not going to be seen until very late. There we go. Ben gets a really good shield, and the Facebreaker is avoided on both sides. What a disaster. Losing Singularity to slow down the set. Spirit is just prancing his way in.
So fast.
Yep, Bambi makes an entrance, but otherwise not able to do too much.
Looks like water walking.
It might have been Nimbus Cloak as well, as he may have smited just to get himself there faster. There we go. Oh, nailed the first Q. Face broken. As Spirit, E-Bung. No, there's the flash. Flash afterwards, and red buff is going to kill him anyway. So flash unnecessary, but yeah, that was an E-Ooh.
Yeah, I don't...
Yeah.
He was trying to stay just out of the range of the Facebreaker, and he got in range. That was the end.
Yeah.
That was really it, right? He just...
he didn't want to be in range, but then he was, and that was bad.
He was playing with fire. He was trying to outplay On Fleek, but kind of failed in the process. And
sort of outplayed himself a little bit.
Spirit just takes those little Bambi legs and cracks it in half.
Snapped.
A little bit of a Monka W.
Yeah.
But that's essentially what happened for poor Lilia here.
Yeah, just E-bunging. The good old Rift Scuttler is Keen. Winning in the, I guess, health bar race up against Summit, but Summit happy to build some items and just chill.
He's back taking the Raptors. He's such a pest, this Lilia.
Yeah. So he's actually able to take them down as Keen spots that there are some Krugs, and Spirit's like, my wizard wand. Come on, let's E-bung them. Yeah, there we go. Love it. So Spirit not deterred by the fact that he died to the set 1v1 after picking the fight, and he's now just going to continue farming things out, largely Set's jungle. And the really cool thing about Lilia into Set is that Set struggles to farm very quickly. In comparison, he's more picked for his ganks rather than his ability to clear the jungle, and you can see a couple of camps ahead already is Spirit, despite the fact that he had to spend some time in the Death Chamber.
Spotted on the ward. You can see that they pinged it, actually. Red team did, so they know that he was spotted. And here it is. You're just trying to be right on the edge, but he gets clipped there on the corner. You see he moves back, trying to avoid Haymaker, but that's really it. Not much else to say about that. He's just trying to... Wow, okay, On Fleek.
X flashing.
He's angry.
Trying to give Spirit a heart attack. He may have. It looked a little bit frightening to me, and I saw it coming. As Fly finds some wild cards. The gold card comes in as well, but you can see these orbs from Fate really starting to hurt. Spirit will take down his own popcorn chickens as well. Raptors just do not stay alive for very long here in this game, as On Fleek is waiting oh so patiently as this wave is going to push forward from the Twisted Fate.
Yeah.
He wants to go home. He wants none of it.
Both sides kind of know where the junglers are because they just spotted each other in the jungle, so he's like, well, I can't approach this wave even though my lane is pushing. So he's going to get denied a lot of CS in the mid lane, actually, as long as Fate holds on to that freeze that he does have.
See, Mystic went for the Berserker's Greaves. Wants to be able to move away from any incoming sets. Don't blame him. Some brown bags for Ben. And Fate now with the wave in a very nice spot. You can see he's not using his Q on it. Just trying to hold it here. Very comfortably not having to worry about Lilia. Bang.
Yeah, Lilia right now, Spirit over Fly in terms of farm because of the way that mid lane went. as Fate is just casually 20 CS ahead, as Spirit is also 22 CS ahead on Fleek. So we have some pretty obvious advantages in terms of CS in a couple of the different roles, as this jungle is not on Fleeks.
Yeah,
it's Keen and Spirits.
Yeah, the Raptors are available, and therefore they're going to die as Keen grabs himself the red buff. There's Dominus as well. Flash forward, stun comes down. Spirit should be able to help grab this one, and yep, I believe the Lilting Lullaby came out. No, it didn't. He held onto it. It's just the passive. So still has that one for any other gank opportunities. Now that he's level 6, he can actually gank because he has some form of CC in his kit.
Yeah.
Okay, so good start here for Afrika.
Yeah, and they may follow up on that one too, because Summit used his flash, his ult, way too late, by the way. I think the second you see Lilia, you probably want to try to just throw that one out, but took way too much. He's losing so much farm. Keen is going to get so far ahead. And so Spirit could potentially just go up top again and say, well, yeah, sure, on Fleek, take the dragon, take my red buff, take my bottom side jungle. I don't care. I have a lot of top side pressure from my Renekton that just got ahead. So I'll take the Rift Heralds, look to gank, and be in an awesome spot here for my team.
Yeah, exactly. See whether Spirit's going to take that long to do it. Looks like there's going to be no one in the area. Triple control ward surrounding this Herald pit. And as you can see, Keen is like, yeah, he's right next to this turret.
Renekton is such a bully.
He is.
That's not fair.
All right. The outer hasn't been taken yet.
Here we go.
It's 8.5 minutes into the game. There's Swirl Seed, not going to connect. Summit just gets out of the way. Let's see whether they go for some sort of dive, as Rift Herald's just going to be put down, and Summit's just going to be asked politely to leave.
Yeah. Don't even have to go for the gank. Don't even have to take the risk.
As there it is. All the rest of those turret plates are taken, and Keen gets rid of the other minion wave as well in between the turrets. 30 CS going to be the lead for the Renekton. Is there anything Renekton can't do?
Last couple of days have been so good for Renekton, man.
Oh, dear.
It's been so good. Really showing his power, his true ability to dominate lanes.
It's just like scaling's died. Like, it's just scaling's over.
Yeah.
We used to say it in 2019. It was a dirty word until it was the only word. And now, I don't even think that we should mention scaling anymore.
I mean, if a better team is going to play the Renekton and actually use his advantages this well, then sure, looks good. As
Spirit prances over on Fleek. There's the face breaker, flashes out of the way. Destiny comes in, Swirl Seed connects. But Spirit not able to enter anymore because, of course, he is extraordinarily squishy. Runic Echo's completed. But you can see on Fleek, he's got his Cinder Hulk. He's not doing too badly. His Summit's like, yeah, nah, don't really want anything to do with this Renekton. Bit of an old school skin. I like it. Haven't seen this one for a while. It's one of my favorites from back in the day. It was very cool when it came out. It sort of had more polygons than most other skins in the game. So we're just watching the prance. I'm really glad that, like, Lilia, especially early on in the game, is extraordinarily squishy, because I feel like it fits thematically with what she looks like.
I feel like they try to do that, right? If you are a really buff goat dude, you're probably not going to be squishy,
Is that
right?
Orn?
Yeah, that's Orn. Really buff goat dude.
Goats and deers in this game.
Yeah. And if you're like this big crocodile guy that's got a big axe and it looks like, you know, he's probably going to do a lot of damage and be annoying, that's Renekton, right? If you have a big wand... Yeah, he took the blue. That's kind of unfortunate. You got a big wand and you have legs that are, you know, absolutely tiny, then you're probably going to be squishy and do a lot of magic damage. So Riot does a good job with that.
Yep, worked out. So Spirit hopefully going to be able to build towards his Leandries as soon as possible. Feels like Lilia does 0 damage without it, but once she does have that item, things definitely work out, as can't dodge everything apparently. But Mystic will have that double shield coming out from the Elementalist Lux. And Spirit, yeah, no, you're not taking Raptors from Spirit, man. He's Lilia. Yeah. The Raptor killer extraordinaire.
Yeah. Now, I think here for Sandbox, because the top lane went pretty poorly, and the jungle has also been kind of ravaged here. I think they just got to sit back and try to scale, right? They have the Ornn, they have Syndra, and, well, Syndra's not really a scaling champion, but definitely going to have some value against at least 4 of the members on the side of Afrika who aren't going to be super tanky, and is going to get an Ornn item on top of the Jhin, who will as well. But problem is, you're also going up against a Caitlyn down in the bottom side who can scale pretty incredibly, so we'll have to wait and see. Afrika definitely in a great spot here. They're going to pick up the Infernal Drake.
Yeah, comfortably too. Mountain Soul going to be the one this game as Ben looks for a Lucent Singularity. Does not find it. On Fleek's here in position. Don't know whether he was spotted. Actually, I believe he was. Mystic will see him there. Oh, all right, this is interesting. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, hanging out. Now going to just look for some camps. Blue buff available. That's where he's going to be. So Summit managed to get himself some turret plates. That's good news. But Spirit's taking the topside jungle again. It's just a sad day to be set if he wants things from his own jungle.
He backed away, said, well, I'm spotted, so I'll just let them have this one. I'll steal the next 5 or 6 of them. The bottom lane, once again, looking pretty good here for the Caitlyn lane. Caitlyn Lux really annoying to deal with. You can see that Sandbox tried to go for budget Caitlyn Lux, which is Jhin Karma, and doesn't feel so great. Does okay in the lane. You can see it's relatively even, but it doesn't feel just as good as even the support Karma. You know, it has a lot of power in the lane, but it's going to have a lot less items compared to what like a mid or a top Karma can bring. So it's not going to hit those levels either.
And I mean, Karma's picked in the bottom lane for the laning phase.
Yeah.
So if you lose the laning phase, that's why it's sad. And you're exactly right. Has far less of that value. So but maybe they would have been losing way more had that been the case. There's a Flash Gold card as Fate flashes out. Flash for Flash.
I gotta
probably take that.
Gotta watch some Godzilla movies to get some references after how much Renekton we're seeing and how many times he's getting fed and carrying games.
I'd recommend like the 90s one. I really like the 90s one. I think it was 90s anyway.
It's probably from like 1978.
No, it's not 1978. I promise you. It had Puff Daddy.
Puff Daddy?
Yeah, he did the song, which was, it sampled Led Zeppelin. It was actually super sick. The du-du-dun, 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 that one.
It sounds like a fun...
It's a great song.
A fun combo for a Godzilla movie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm definitely going to check that out.
The Collective might be able to tell you which year it's from. Do you guys remember which year it's from, guys? 1997.
Interacting with chat. Atlas Poggy.
I mean, the Collective knows all. I don't know like, how quickly they had that one available. I don't even know whether it was true. I just saw the 1997.
I think it's from 1883.
It's 1993, Kappa. It's 1995. Okay, now we just have everything.
Yeah. The second you taunted them, and they clapped back.
42,069. That's
wow,
that's an extraordinarily large number.
Maybe he's talking about BC.
Yeah, I don't know what would happen. What would be the storyline of a Godzilla movie made at that time? Is our sun still alive at that point?
Yes,
so I think our sun's still got 1 million or 2 years in it.
Be sure.
Yeah, at least 1 million or 2. That's actually far shorter than it should be. Never mind. Okay. Afrika, take us out of this lull state. We've been talking about Godzilla movies for a really long time and not a whole lot has happened. As, yep, that wave is going to be cleared. Congratulations to Fate. Does that. Fly's just sitting here talking to himself as On Fleek's going to find a control ward. And 1 minute's time, we'll have a fight around a Mountain Drake. So, any other movies you want to see?
There's that new Christopher Nolan movie coming out.
Oh yeah,
wasn't it supposed to come out already? I thought it was like July of 2020 actually.
What's it called?
I forget the name. It's just it had this crazy trailer where I couldn't even begin to describe it to you. Like things were moving backwards in real time, and the whole point is to like for the people to be like, "What is this?" You know, like so you get really hyped for it. And
Tenet?
Yeah, Tenet. I don't know. I don't know. That might even be out like on Netflix or something. I don't even know.
I got no idea. I knew nothing about this movie, but I'm excited for it. The June movie's coming out soon. We need to see that. That's gonna be sick. Are we allowed to see it?
Oh, you said June. I thought you said June. That's the Australian coming out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what
that
way
happens sometimes.
What way do you say it?
Dune. Like hard
Dune?
yeah.
Dune?
Dune, yeah.
But Dune for
So you're
me
like
is like
June.
Bonnie Doon, like DWN. That's what Dune is.
Oh, we just always pronounce D the same way, usually. Usually, I had to throw the usually in there because
it's the U that's the issue. I don't think it's
probably.
the D. Don't blame the D. It's the U.
Yeah.
You've got the problem. Okay.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Here we go. We might have a fight. We might
could.
have action.
I mean, Keen's just going to walk at him. Destiny right into the middle as the gold card's going to come out. It's a decent W. Coming through from the Jin as a massive ram. Goes on forward, but now Keen, he really is super bored. Wants to fight this one out. Massive damage coming out from Afrika there as Spirit got his passive on everyone and dived on forward. That's how you use the Lilia. Absolutely fantastic. No health bars left on Sandbox's side, and I think this Mountain Drake should go over to Afrika. Root gonna poke his face in. It's very dangerous.
Saw Godzilla turn right around.
Yeah, man.
He knows about that. He's seen the movies, unlike Valdez. And yeah, it's just going to be
I've seen all of them, actually.
You've seen all of them?
Yeah, apart from the Japanese ones, the originals, which
When did
is
those
actually really sad. I think it's like 70s or something like that. Godzilla's like, that's a bit of a staple.
Yeah, well, you see here that this is what a TF can do, especially if you have stopwatch. Just hop in, drop it down. Amazing call of the Forge God here. But where's the follow-up? 0 people come in. Keen spots a weak enemy, and he goes in on a weak enemy. Spirit lines them all up. Everything is lined up in this fight on both sides. It's just that Afrika got the much more effective engage out of Keen there. And everybody gets so low that they just have to back away. There weren't actually any kills because, of course, we are still in a little bit of a lull state. And there it is. That's the Drake going the way of Afrika.
So Mountain secured. Not a lot of tanky bodies on the side of Afrika. Keen's going to be building mostly damage. Although going for a slightly different build than the builds we've been seeing into what looks like a Titanic Hydra potentially, unless he's just going to grab Asterix as that second item, be a little bit more of a team fight threat, and hold on to the Tiamat. Could make some sense. Leandri's is done, so Spirit now does damage. Be very scared. His Lilting Lullaby in that last team fight was very, very good. Super hard to identify, as that is a super dead Mystic. And Ben has to flash as well because he decided to get a little bit too far forward. There's the Destiny. Gorilla's going to get knocked back. The final spark, not even necessary, because that was a solo kill out of Keen, actually. Good knock up as the Crocodile's being corralled. He should be taken down. Here is now Spirit off to the side, unable to get anything done as another Lilting Lullaby. Gets some CC, but otherwise not too much more. She's just going to gallop her way back into her forest. See whether Sandbox can make use of this. Root trying to take down this turret. Is on fleek off to the side. Hex flash in. There's the showstopper, and they will kill the Lilia very comfortably. And the Haymaker just helps keep on fleek alive. He'll wander on out, and he'll be absolutely fine. Mid turret goes down, and Sandbox fighting back. They are still 1,000 gold down. However, looking better and better as this game goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is... Keen, he looks really angry today, by the way. I don't know what's going on. Angry maybe that they lost that first game, or the second game, rather. And you can see Mystic here. This all starts off where he's just sitting here on Vision. Great lineup by Fate. And he can't even react on time. He's still got Flash. And then Keen's like, how about a 1v3, mates? Goes in, gets the one, but they're drawn so far out of position. And I know that Ornn isn't played so often nowadays, but the amount of value you get when everybody's pulled out of position like that and nobody's got Flash, you're going to be able to line them up and chase them down. So executes that one. It's 4-on-3, and then Set again. I mentioned it here, one of the best at diving mid lane turrets. You've got the Hex Flash. You go in, you suplex them back. I don't know why Root flashed there. I don't think
Sometimes
he's ever
you gotta
really
fly.
gonna. Well, he had his crit right with his 4th shot, but
yeah, didn't do quite enough damage.
Yeah, didn't quite work out there.
Summit looking for an extra level, and then he's going to divvy out some items over to the Jin, and likely to Fate, who does have, you can see the cheeky needlessly large rod. He's going to rush towards a Rabadon's so that Summit can boost the right item. Of course, the Death Crown just so much better than the Luden's Pulse. So hopefully that's what he's doing. As Roots is clearing waves pretty comfortably. Still big gold leads as far as the top side of the map for Afrika. But bottom side and mid lane, it's all about Sandbox. And we'll see whether Fate can continue to be sort of the powerhouse for this team.
Yeah, whenever Sandbox are winning, it's because usually Fate is carrying pretty hard. And he doesn't have any of the kills, but he has set up multiples of them. He's got the most XP in the game. He had a fantastic laning phase. I mean, he just kind of dunked on Fly here in game number 3. And yeah, he doesn't have the kills, but he's given them over to his Jin. So that's definitely going to feel pretty nice, as he also has the most CS in the game.
Yep.
Production
That
listening
Swell
to me.
Seed does some work. Yeah, he does. Got a lot of CS, a lot of experience. Syndra looking good. But these Swell Seeds, man, gotta be careful.
They're swirling.
Yeah. Yibang looking for that. As the Mountain Drake, looks like Afrika are going to give up on it. Another Swirl Seed. Not going to. Oh, is going to connect to Fate as now the Destiny comes on forward. This Mountain Drake is going to be secured, but now can Afrika actually take a fight? Call the Forge God is not going to come back. As Fly from the backside, I think he still has his stopwatch. His final spark comes on in. Fly goes golden. As you can see, the set already taken down as now Ben trying to frontline alongside Kane. And Summit in the backline is being left to the Wolves. Or make it the Deers. As the Caitlyn eventually grabs the kill onto the Goatman himself. As Gorilla is going to escape for the minute, but Afrika do win themselves the fight. Provide themselves about a 3,000 gold lead.
It was a pretty broken down fight in that one, as the Renekton moved in and immediately got booped up and didn't get too much value until later on in the fight, but there was just amazing damage coming out of both Spirit and Mystic in that one. Fly had a fantastic engage at the same time from behind, as he eventually did go into his stopwatch. Really good timing on that one, so he's kind of doing his job as support TF in this one. You can see that they're just going to line it up here, as Keen just goes straight forward, gets booped back, but then Fly comes in and threatens a miss on the Forge God as well. That was really unfortunate. So
yeah, I think
they get the stun onto Fate, and then the wild cards really just chunk him out. So he has to be out of the fight not doing damage, which is really unfortunate. The immediate exhaust onto Root as well gets him away from the fight. And as you mentioned, Summit 1v5. Not going to work out.
Nope. Spirit was just prancing around him. And starting to do a lot of damage even to the tanks. In fact, that's what Lily is really good at. Just does a lot of % health damage. So you build health, you're going to have a rough time. He does have an Abyssal Mask, but I don't think it's going to be enough, even though it has been ornified. Swirl Seeds are so cute. It's like, I don't know, reminds me of Wii bowling.
Yeah, it is a bowling ball. It's the first thing I think of when I see it.
Wii bowling was great, by the way.
Yeah.
Really, really good. In fact, Wii
Very
Sports
enjoyable.
in general, phenomenal.
They had a good thing going with that.
They really did.
Yeah.
Even the music was good. I loved the golf. Golf
The
really
golf was
good.
great. The amount of damage that Spirit has done, I think, is turning
Very
some
high.
heads to the ability of the Lilia. Keep in mind that she also got killed in a couple of really unfortunate circumstances relatively early on in the game, and is still having a pretty good effect on this one. Once she gets that Zhonya's, she's got the stopwatch and the arm guard now, so she can effectively use that in the next fight. But once she has that for every single fight, her effectiveness is going to go way through the roof as well.
What I want is for Spirit to also complete a Rylai's, so whenever the poke lands, you get double Leandri's value. And also, you have a bit of extra tankiness.
Yeah, it's
a
so
great item.
easy to land AoE as well. I love how Jonah Strong is just following all these
Yeah,
little
yeah.
things falling out. And yeah, I mean, you're going to be AoEing everybody and doing % damage. That's really what she's about, you know. She's not going to burst you down or anything like that. She's going to get into your backline, and everybody's just going to be ticking down like, you know, they're on fire, like they're all ignited or something. So she's been effective in that. In these front-to-back team fights, she has been having a lot of success.
And Frika on the back of it, going to be a almost 3,000 gold in the lead. As you can see, Root building towards his Storm Razor. That one's already been completed here by Mystic, who's looking for an Infinity Edge. It's on fleek just once again, clearing out control wards around the Baron. 2 dragons apiece. This game is very close, and it feels like we've just gone back to the OG LCK, you know? It's started to feel like we don't really have the lull states anymore. Feels like this game has turned into a permanent lull state.
Well, yeah, there's only been 9 kills in 27 minutes. Very different from what we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
And the day before that.
We've had some really
you and I have
good
been
games.
casting for 3 days in a row. That's
I know.
It's very strange.
Started to slow down at the end here. I think we're getting tired or something like that. As Summit's going to burn down. You see, the Leandris does work against these tanky units, even though there is some magic resist built up. Root. The wall swirl seed very, very close. As Keen just throws down the ulti. Looking to try and lock down Root, but he's very fast on the Jhin, so I think that might have been a wasted R button. Unless Keen can find his way forward. Swirl seed actually somehow manages to land onto Gorilla there. There's a bit of a combo from Ben, but this is not mid lane Lux this time. He just can't quite get the poke to stick. Gorilla, I think, is doing a great job shielding.
See that?
All right.
There's a little
ulti comes out, exactly. Root gonna have to get out of the way of that one. Double knock up from the Call of the Forge God. They're looking to try and burst down the dragon, and Jhin is the one that actually grabs it somehow. So Soul Point now belongs to Sandbox as a Freaker, not actually able to start any sort of fight. Felt really against the flow of play, but
yeah,
I guess, you know, against the flow of play would have been actually some people dying. But we once again have a little bit of a stalemate. Fate also has a Luden's Pulse, which is really sad, as he also has 2 sticks. Could have been turned into a much better item. But I guess Sandbox just wanted to have as much power at that time in order to get that Mountain Drake.
Yeah, must be. And they're going to regret that, I suppose, coming into the later stages of this game as we're almost passing the 30-minute mark. We're leaning back in our rocking chairs.
No, I'm not. I'm on the edge of my seat.
You know.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
I'm in fact standing.
Nobody died in that last fight.
No, they didn't.
They're just only Dragon.
Dragon definitely died. In fact, jungle camps are dying left, right, and center.
True.
Because Spirit is here. Ooh, clear out that vision.
They used Mikhail's for that.
Interesting.
There's a lot of respect for the lockdown there.
Ooh. Mystic. Finds Summit.
Double Mountain Drake Ornn is unbelievably tanky. I mean, Mystic has his power spike essentially with 3 items.
Oh my god!
It's great against Gorilla.
Mystic is going to be able to run around and get himself out of the way, but on fleek he's looking for it. Facebreaker comes in, there's the showstopper, but he's all alone, and Mystic's just going to shoot him down. On fleek should be dying here as Keen in the backline is going to be able to go 1 versus 4 and smash down almost 2 people. Spirit. There's all of that dot damage. And it doesn't even really need an ultimate, as now he's just prancing. Triple kill for Lilia. And I have to shout out Keen there for just being the biggest nuisance in a backline I've ever seen. Because the set engage, I mean, yes, it was very forced, but it looked like it was going to work. And then there was a crocodile, and then it was over.
Yeah, they got zoned by Keen alone, essentially, as we're going to break this one down once again. So Keen, in the beginning, he immediately chunks Gorilla, but what's more important than that is that he gets out of position. So this baits on fleek into a really deep spot. So watch Keen. He's like, okay, on fleek's in the back. I'm just sitting here in the front. Waits for his time, hits it.
Oh my god.
And gets in and spams down onto Gorilla. Goes down in the end, but you can see that actually Spirit really took over this fight. Once it was broken up, he was able to follow up the Renekton, who took all the aggro. And land a bunch of, what's it called, Dream Dust?
Yep.
Onto everybody, and
Dream Dust, yeah.
then he just went to work as...
And he put them all to sleep, and then he e-bunged them.
Yeah, so I want to see what he bought. Notice he bought the Zhonya's and then sold it. So he's like, well, I still have stopwatch.
Rylai's.
Let me buy a straight-up Rylai's. That is definitely the right decision. Good job by Spirit, and it's exactly what you wanted, Atlas. It's going to be so good. The value, the multipliers.
It's my favorite item combo in the game, actually, Rylai's and
yeah.
Leandri's. I used to play Zyra a lot, and that would be all I'd build. Because it means you can miss all of your skill shots, and as long as your plants are shooting them, you do 1 trillion damage. It's so good.
Use your ultimate just to empower your plants. Like,
oh yeah, that's what I do. It's like actually a buff to your plants.
Yeah.
That's you don't need to hit people with it. You don't need that. People think that
cares
it's like
about
huge
the
burst damage.
No.
Nah, it's not about that.
Well, we got a sniper here on the Rift with a Last Whisper.
Yep.
And a QSS after that last fight.
Mega high value double ward positioning. Mystic going to get all of that money as Fly Split pushing on the bottom side, as TF loves to do. Rabbidan's Death Cap and the Luden's Pulse now completed for Fate, so he does have a fair bit of damage, but would have had more if the upgrade had been on the correct item. Maybe sell the Ludens.
Whoa.
Re-upgrade, buy a new. I don't even know whether that works. I don't play enough on to know.
Say probably. I haven't played. I think I played like 3 games of Ornn.
I think you lose
this year.
you lose 2,000 gold if you do that as the Swirl Seed. Sales by. Now I kind of wish Spirit had have played the Lilia up against T1. I sort of looked at the global stats and looked at what Lilia's been capable of and been like, well, I don't think she's going to offer enough, but I guess if you can make the game get to 35 minutes, she looks pretty nutty, and now she's actually got a health bar.
She's got this. The swirling seeds, you know, we were kind of talking about how cute they are. They're not cute anymore.
No.
They land the slow and they burn for so much health. It doesn't matter who you are. And here we go. Mountain Drake is going to be taken by Mystic. There's nobody to get in and challenge this one. So both teams on soul points.
Steals that one by himself. Root very close to 6 items. Not quite there yet. Mystic, he's got a Last Whisper and a QSS. Not a lot of item slots remaining, but will have the ability to chunk down Summit a little bit more effectively, as well as get out of some of the CC that is going to be available here from Sandbox at a very, very long range, so you can understand exactly why he wants to do that. Mystic getting some autos onto On-Fleek. Haymaker now on cooldown. The Spirit wants to get some of that poke through, soften up this Ornn. But that bowling ball is just going to find a minion. But Afrika are actually doing a pretty decent job of spreading Sandbox out, despite the fact that they don't have the Baron buff or anything like that. Is going to be available in 2.5 minutes as Root is trying to find something there. Looked very aggressive what he was doing, as that's real sad. Oh, walked back for it and still didn't get it. Cannon Creep goes begging. And Afrika, they're going to back away. 4 minutes until the Mountain Drake. Both teams on soul point. Everyone very tanky. Just mountains everywhere.
Yeah, we're just stacking the mountains, stacking the items. We have definitely entered the late game as Keen eventually goes into a bit more tanky of a build.
Yep.
Definitely is going to be looking for those back lines, and he's really the one frontliner of his team, so it's not like he was going to go like play to the Rune King or anything like that. As we have seen from some of the other Renekton's, most damage currently in the game goes to Lilia. Certainly has been doing some insane team damage in every single one of these fights.
Yeah, if she swirls around and gets her like her Deer Decimates.
Deer Decimates.
Yeah. Peacemaker comes in, not looking very peaceful at all. As On-Fleek is going to find Spirit. There's the showstopper, but Spirit just uses his Zhonya's. Now Fly. He's going to be able to catch out Fate there, and now Spirit's dancing on top. Lilting Lullaby comes in, but flash over the wall to get Fate out of the way. On-Fleek now just going to get up towards the minion wave, and very defensive there from Afrika, but it looks like they want more. There are multiple backs coming through, and Mystic is still just killing minions everywhere he can. Lord Dominic's Regard actually completed. Not really worried about denying any of the healing because there's just not a lot of it. On the side of Sandbox, I like the decision. Everything that's about sustain is really shields through the Karma. So you really don't need things like Morello or the mortal reminder. Feels like teams have certainly figured that out a little bit more than they used to.
We've got there. We've got some other item purchases that do come in.
Yep, Ardent Sensor done for Ben as well. Not only is it a great item for Mystic, but also a very efficient one stat-wise. It's good news. 26 seconds on the Baron. Maybe there'll be a fight? Probably not.
Whoa.
Nah,
don't get ahead of yourself.
I don't want to be too crazy. 1,500 damage per crit here from Root. And every time Rapid Fire Cannon comes up, you get very, very scared of whoever's going to be bopped by this Jhin. Especially if he can grab it on a 4th bullet, which is very hard to do.
Sandbox have grouped up. They're like, well, we want to exert some pressure and not just let you move into the Baron pit for free.
Teleport. Out of vision of Sandbox. There's the Destiny. Summit sets up the Ornhorn as Fly gets into position, but Keen already into the backline as the Showstopper comes down. He's got a stopwatch. Fly looking for the right target for that gold card. Oh my god, the AoE out from this Lilia puts everyone to sleep, but it's a 1-for-1 in the end. The Ornn, however, the front line has been removed by Afrika, and now they set up looking for another one. Mystic's free hitting. There's now Ben off to the side. You can see Lilia just dancing, prancing, having a great time all over Sandbox. Triple kill for Mystic. Ace in the hole comes down. Fate gonna get chunked, but more importantly, his position has been given away. Spirit, look at that. Just looking beautiful as he goes golden, posing for the camera. And Afrika might actually just look to end the game because these death timers are extremely long.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've had death timers this long, but 38.5 minutes, Afrika finally do it. They open it up, they get Sandbox into a position to get flanked by Teleport and by Destiny Gate. And that's all they were looking for. They finally make it happen. They force the fight. They win the series.
That's going to be the Nexus going down. It was a 2-1 victory, but it still went in favor of Afrika. They would have preferred a 2-0 that gets them much closer to confirming their playoff berth. But still, it's going to be a very hard road for KT to catch up. They have to beat not only Afrika, but also Damwon in order to keep their dreams alive, and that will be very, very difficult for KT. However, we will see them, even if they don't make playoffs, we'll see them in the World's Gauntlet. They are the only other team that has any championship points. And that also gives us a first round, and we want a first round, you know? Otherwise, I turn up for work, and there's like, what are you here for, man?
Yeah, we would like a first round. We'd like it to be more than just 2 days.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, you know, we can hope. I would imagine after this win that Afrika are looking pretty good to take it, but that match against KT is going to mean a lot.
It's absolutely right. KT keep their dream alive if they're able to actually take down Afrika. That will be next week. In fact, next week there are a lot of pretty cool answers, as I don't know why you voted for Keen.
I did vote for Keen.
Why not Lilia?
I thought about it, and I don't know. I feel like Keen did a lot more, and even in the team fights, like the way he was opening them up, like the flash on the Syndra the one time on the blue side, and the time where the set went super deep, but then he went deep and actually got a lot of value out of it. He also did really well up in the top side to push in. Obviously, it was a 2-on-1 to take out Ornn that one time in the enemy jungle.
Yeah.
But I guess the arguments for Spirit was that he got the jungle into a spot to really get ahead. That's kind of just Lilia things, though, you know? Like, the ability to just walk into the enemy jungle and clear the Raptors in, like, 5 seconds at level 1 is pretty insane. And, I mean, he had a great game as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Spirit does pick it up.
Yeah, I expect there to be votes for Keen and Spirit. I actually think Afrika just played well as a team. I mean, also the Caitlyn managing to get a bit of work done here as Mystic on a positional-based carry with long range is certainly his wheelhouse. Let's have a look at this fight, the flash forward from Keen. And you're right, I think Keen was making a lot of the most proactive plays, but the follow-up from Spirit was also just beautiful.
Yeah.
Goes in, QR, and Sandbox just have to get out of there. A lot of, like, because this game did feel like it was on a knife's edge throughout the early to mid game. And not a lot was happening, but it also looked like, you know, from this moment here, the long range pick that Sandbox had was definitely valuable. And this looked like an overextension from Afrika.
Yeah, eventually ends up being so. And this is the one fight that they actually kind of cleanly lost. Eventually, we saw the dive onto the Lilia as well, out of On Fleek, who, by the way, goes over vision. And they still didn't really fully respect the ability of Set to do what he does here.
Yeah. And this was Keen just diving on in and getting peeled pretty well, actually.
This
by
was like
the
a
scatter
fly. This is like a fly player of the game highlight, you know?
Yeah, there we go.
His ability to get in there and then follow up by Spirit eventually.
Damn, Fate, I think, got touched by some ability that Spirit threw out and just burned for what felt like forever. I don't know, I feel like Lily is certainly showing that she does a misleadingly gigantic amount of damage.
Yeah.
Can't really see it when it initially happens.
Remember, he also died at level 3.
Yeah, right?
In the enemy jungle. So the jungle could have even been won even harder by Spirit than it was.
As this is the fight you were talking about, Kane almost actually dying and then held on to his empowered Q for a really long time.
He did some insane damage in that fight too. Spirit comes in and cleans him up.
So much money. Just looking at all the money here that good old Bambi's picking up.
Bong.
Yep. Bong. And this is the teleport that was just so perfectly placed here by Keen. Gets towards that back line, the Destiny paired alongside it. And then just felt like Keen was surviving for way longer than most Renekton's that we see in a late game ever really do. But it's because, I mean, the Jhin just doesn't have a lot of tank busting ability. So even if you are just stacking massive amounts of health, it is still going to be okay. Mystic just free hitting. Having a great time.
These broken down fights certainly look great for Caitlyn, Lilia, all that good jazz. And yeah, eventually they pick up the ace, they push in and win. Teleport comes in from the TF, and that was about that. Caitlyn did end up doing the most damage at the end of the day. I suppose in a game this long, that shouldn't be too surprising, but thought that maybe Lilia was going to take the cake, but not the case.
The last team fight was the last opportunity, and unfortunately Lilia didn't do quite enough damage as an attack-moving Caitlyn was able just to turret that entire time, but it was based on the fact that, you know, Spirit and Keen did such a good job frontlining. It's been the day of, like, jungle top lane.
It has.
So, like, both of our matches that we've had.
It really has.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of focus, different picks, right? More Renekton coming in again today. Quinn came out. We see Ornn thrown back in. You know, Summit is really one of those top laners that's still trying to make Ornn work. Spirit is going to pick it up.
Yep.
And it was going to be one of the two of Keen and Spirit, much like the DWG series. Not angry about this one in the slightest.
See whether it was 11 out of 12. I'll let you guys know.
No.
Make sure that we can name and shame
Don't
as
tell them.
effectively as possible. If our producer could please let us know. Even feel free to lie. That was actually 6 out of 12. So there are a few other stray votes around, so it certainly was not confirmed.
5 for top and 1 for bot.
One for Mystic.
What?
I think that might have been media.
Oh, can we please get a...
Oh, that was the China vote. And we actually heard from Teddy what they explain about when everyone seems to be performing well, then they just vote for the guy with the biggest stats.
Yeah, well,
it's.
I don't even think he had the biggest stats.
I mean, he did the most damage, and his job is to do damage.
Sure.
Okay. So you can understand exactly why. But Spirit's still going to grab it. So the correct person does collect the player of the game, and that is going to mean Spirit gets a solo interview. And hopefully we can ask him why he's feeling a little bit glum today, because he hasn't necessarily been his exuberant self. And maybe that's what we're going to get when we're going into the interview.
Yeah.
Sort of figure it out.
I'm curious to pick his brain about Lilia as well.
Yeah.
And so many AP junglers nowadays, especially with Nidalee going up in value and Lilia coming into the mix.
Exactly right. Let's throw it.
Thank you very much, guys. This is season internet translation, and let's have a solo POG interview with Spirit on the side of Africa Freaks, taking down Sandbox Gaming 2-1. In game number 3, I played so bad, so I thought we were almost losing it, but somehow we won this game, so it feels nice. But after the game number 3, you looked happy, posing to the camera as well. Yeah, I'm definitely happy that we got this win. So we have so many questions over to you, Spirit. So today's match was so important. However, All 3 games were so long. So how did the players manage to focus up in this series? After losing game number 2, we were so worried, to be honest. And we knew that we were going to be in such a big trouble if we lose. We're going to be losing the playoffs opportunity, so we were trying to do our best. Sat is still having a high priority, but you guys were opening on the side of Sandbox Gaming. Maybe that was your intention, right? Did you guys think that giving Sat over to Sandbox gives you guys more opening in terms of pick and bans? We knew that Summit will be the only player to utilize it, but on Flick, well, he did play well on this champion in the jungle, so that was not something we expected. But still, somehow, we were able to get the win. However, up against such a great pick, the jungle Sat, you were also playing well on a champion that is not on the top of the tier list, Trundle. When I locked in Trundle, so we were actually like opening more space for other players since I got some of the low priority pick in the jungle. Moving on. You are popping off on Trundle, so let's move on to game number 2. We are so curious about the comp that you guys tried. Quinn, Lux. Was that something you guys prepared? Or did something go wrong during the pick and ban? The comp didn't look that clean overall. During scrims, we had decent results on those picks. However, overall, we had some errors in our comp. So we knew that we kind of screwed up our pick and bans. So I think the players should have been a little bit more vocal during the pick and ban. So you guys were able to pick Lilia in game number 3. Well, you promised that you're going to pick it up against T1, but today was the day. And you did play well on this champion, but at the same time, it seemed like Sandbox didn't know how to deal with this champion. Well, Lilia is champion that shouldn't die. However, my plan failed at 3 minute mark. So I was like, oh, I'm in trouble. However, Keen just performed so well. So we were able to kind of play around him and get the win. How do you rate Lilia currently? Unless you die in level 3, I think it's a decent champion. You shouldn't die on Lilia. Even though you died, you kept going for the counter jungling and you did manage to pull off a really good jungle pathing. Do you think this champion connects with you really well? In the previous interview, so you guys asked me that you are really good at like counter jungling, so that's why I ended up coming up with Lilia pick. Game number 3 was really close, so when was the moment that players thought that you guys got this game in your hand? I thought we lost the game until we won the final team fight, but somehow we won. Because yeah, I was totally trolling, so I thought this was gonna be a hard game. Your next opponent will be KT Roaster, and it's gonna be the decider match for the playoffs berth. KT Roaster, they are, yeah, just like their name. It's gonna be a roller coaster game, but yeah, we will do our best. So this will be the end of the interview with Spirit on the side of Africa Freaks. And thank you very much for this interview and congratulations on the win. After a very extended series, Africa Freaks managed to pick up the win. So let's check out the new standings in the LCK.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the interview translation. Great to hear from Spirit. Looks like his I was about to say spirits are up, and now I couldn't think of it. Yeah. I was saying it. It looks like he's feeling a little bit better than what he looked like on camera, and that's definitely good news. Africa move up to 9 match wins. Still possible for KT to get to 9 match wins. They will also get to 0 points, which is a good thing. because if Freaka lose their next 2 matches, they'll be -2. So
They have-
losing a game here is actually quite important.
For sure. And they have a bit of the control in their own hands as well, because the next matchup is a Freaka versus KT. Right? So if KT win that one, then, of course, they do have to defeat DWG, which, again, it's going to be difficult, guys. We're not going to lie to you. It's going to be really difficult, but we'll see what they can do tomorrow. Wow. Gen G versus Homolife, DRX versus DWG Prince.
These are some games. We did see a very similar day like this earlier on. They were fun, but they were pretty one-sided, and we're expecting that again. But we do need to see the form of Gen G and the consistency of DRX. DRX just managed to take down Homolife Esports. They looked good. We'll see how much better they can look against Solo1 Prince moving into some more difficult matches, and of course, that last one against T1.
Yeah, certainly it could be a day of, honestly, a little bit of monopoly, right?
Yeah.
Pass go and collect 200 for these top teams. And again, Homolife and Solo1 Prince haven't had much success this season, so maybe they can put on a good performance. Should be one of their last couple of games, I would imagine, for both teams. So again, as I mentioned yesterday, I believe, every single time they come out, these players want to put on a good performance to raise their stonks for next year.
Exactly right. In the end, it all comes down to the stonks. But that is it for us tonight. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK.
Told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever in the dark, I'd see. You've always believed and have faith in me. You'll always be my hero. And I'll be for everything you've done. You'll always be my hero. Everything you like the rising sun. I feel so strong. I feel the freedom to be who I can be. You'll always be my hero. You give me everything I need.
Never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了 ！Kaboom! They lit the fuse！你看